to head into Nighthaven Labs.
As I said in the intro, gents, we've had a brilliant event. I'd say some of the most competitive Siege that we've had over the last few years, and I want to see this one going all the way. It's a bit of a late start for us, but you know what? We'll be here till 2 in the morning if we have to get this one done. Leo, what are you expecting coming out of the operator bands?
I think looking at this map, especially, you've got to think of the two, Bennett and Kaid, and the other side, the Hard Reachers. It's always the same story. And as I say this, with the Thermite on one side, Kaid on the other, this map revolves almost like Clubhouse, you know? You've got to do your bridges first, get the first initial control, and then think of your execution. Kaid and Bandit Bat is just the usual, right? And it's just going to happen again. And Thermite and Ace, that leaves only Hibana and Maverick as the Hard Reacher available here for Falcons.
It's a very classic ban face team. We've seen this double hard breach, this double electro bro ban so much throughout this event that only feels fitting that's the way the series should start.
Yeah, it's pretty much, you know, as expected. We know that Falcons are going to come in here and be really strong on Nighthaven Labs. That is the other expectation between these two. M80 have got their work cut out, and I feel like, of course, coming in from the upper bracket, that's exactly what Falcons want. Come in here, grab this first map, set their stall out, really send a message to M80, let them know that nothing is going to come easy for them tonight.
The big one for me is they need to win dominantly. That's a big one, because there was an issue last time they did that. They came from the upper bracket, they played Chalet against FaZe Clan, and they struggled to beat them, even though it was their main pick against the permaban. I think here they need to win in a dominant fashion to start off the right way, to have the momentum, because mentality is a big thing in those grand finals.
There's two schools of thought around this, Lee, and I'm really keen to hear where you stand as a Frenchman. Someone said to me, I actually want Falcons to lose these events. They've got it, the taste of blood ready for SI to go and win it there. Some want to see this as their warm-up win to then go to SI and do 2 back-to-back. Where do you sit?
I absolutely believe they need to win this if they want to win SI in Paris. Can you imagine losing this grand final? 4 grand finals in a row that you cannot close. That will break and shatter a team's mentality. You need to win here. You need to prove to yourself. In these big moments, especially, you can prove to yourself you can make it.
I think there's, you know, an even bigger factor riding on this for Falcons, and that is, I've commented a couple of times throughout the tournament, it looks like they've done a lot of work around that mentality. We've seen them when they've been behind, when they've been under pressure, still laughing, still howling, still having fun. And that's something they've struggled with previously, is keeping that energy up in those tough moments. So if they've done that work and it doesn't get them over the line, where'd you go then? It's a big, big amount of pressure.
From speaking with Liquefact, I can tell you they did that work. They've done it. They've got a psychologist. They've also, you see them barking and hyping each other every time they get a kill. That's been something they're trying to implement every single matches. Speaking with Liquefact, it's been a real focus for themselves.
Well, doing the best here to get through IT, and have done it in pretty quick fashion. 60 seconds down, and Shaiko with a slightly misplaced air jab there onto the Kiba instead. But he's asking questions coming into the catwalk doorway. And as you can see, M80 are not backing away from that. Tim, we have seen so many scraps over IT throughout this competition. It feels like the most important room on the map.
Yeah, it's always going to be your first target, is IT and connector. You want to, effectively, a lot of the time, get both of them. So you can apply that pressure from both sides. As it is, Falcons are really focusing kind of garage catwalk and IT. They just want to come from this south side, push up, and force that Azami out of elbow, which is exactly what's happened behind that shield of users, just slowly forcing his way along that top, and those defenders having to move back.
You can see the next step is taking garage, and as you see, this gunner gets the first pick, and he's also isolating the Monty here.
That could be enough, though, keeping him under threat. And sure enough, there it is, taken down. The distraction of the player down below inside of control, but also from upstairs is enough to bring down the shield. Gaveni does hit the deck in the process, though, Tim. You could call it a 5v3 for M80 if you want, but it does feel like they're holding on pretty well here in round 1.
That gunfight is really important. They needed to control the roamers, and that's not done. They get away with it. 5v2, M80 in perfect control. Gunners Lurk has won them the round.
M80 now just need to mop things up and close this one out. They need to make sure that there's none of those big moment plays from Brede and Shaiko, who are the ones left alive, looking to push in from IT, trying to get on to catwalk door. Shaiko, we will see Gaveni bleeding out. That was from a long time ago, though it's not impact that he's having right now. 25 seconds left to go, Des. Falcons, they've got to make a move. It's got to be now.
They're really struggling to get the push through here as well, but M80 are being so patient. You've heard them speak about resilience, and resilience often Stubborn is the sister of patience, and that's exactly what they're showing. Shaiko down to 15 HP, Brede on his backside. M80 starting off with a solid first round.
Really clean round, and if you think about it, the upper bands have had a lot of impact. If you think about it, the hard reacher of Hibana, that was the one thing that slowed them down. The Mira window on the bridge, making it extra hard to get those X-Carros onto the IT bridge, and then it was very predictable. The next step, you've got IT, you're gonna go garage. Well, Gunnar was ready. He was there lurking, he backstabs the team, and no one was ready for him. It's a bit of a blind spot for Falcons here.
For me, I'd always like to see that pressure coming in from Connector as well, even if it's just one person. Just get somebody in there, because we could see M80. They were able to just front up to the pressure. They knew where it was going to be coming from. They could lurk around underneath. They didn't have to bring that spare man back to site to deal with that extra little bit of pressure. And I think Falcons maybe just gave it them a little bit easy there by pushing from one side.
Yeah, very linear, right? Everything is predictable. You need to be a little bit more chaotic if you want to surprise M80, because so far they've been reading you.
Something we spoke about a lot throughout the tournament. I forget which North American team it was, Tim, but we were often saying they'd get all the stuff done in the perfectly in the first 90 seconds or so. Great stuff. And then they come towards the actual PvP side of the game, as I call it, and things started to fall down. I feel we've seen that from Falcons, and we've already bigged it up, saying for them, Labs is a map that they have lost barely at all this year. A brilliant record on it. As things went in round one, it's not the best to tell, but we'll give it a couple more rounds before we really get a full assessment on how things stand. We're down to the first floor here, Leo.
Yeah, you can already see the win condition on M80's side. They are going to abuse the intel with the Pulse and the Valkyrie. Their first goal is to hold top floor, layer their backing, go back to the bomb site, and play the C4 off of that information. They want to time burn as much as possible and get the advantage using their utility.
So one of the big answers for Falcons here to that is going to be getting IT control, opening that external wall, but also down to basement, getting something, at least some form of breach, I feel, on that double wall downstairs, and make sure that the Pulse isn't able to play comfortably underneath on those verticals with the Nitro. You've got Kino above with the shotgun as well. That is M80's game plan. Hold on from above and below.
Psycho's got a critical role here. As the IQ, he's the one that's responsible for clearing Gunnar and hot and cold, making sure that none of his teammates die to C4, die to some kind of utility. In fact, it might be important for him to be the one that's going to be hunting the Pulse downstairs.
It's a very, very similar setup to the previous round with how they've approached it too. Almost to the second, in fact, Tim. 60 seconds in, IT's open, Shaiko's asking questions on catwalk door. Not a lot of change so far, but there is more map to work through, as we know, because the site isn't up on that top floor.
Yeah, the big problem for Falcons at the minute is Gunnar underneath. He's kind of running around with a freedom that they cannot afford to let him have at the minute. So that's going to be something later in the round that they need to come to an answer for. Falcons getting them into position now to use those hard breach utility, get walls open, starting to clear utility as well. Shaiko on the black eye cams just taking those down. 1 minute 20. Falcons have done a lot of work against utility, but not a lot of work against M80 in terms of the man count.
It's been really so. M80 is still in control of the pace. They didn't fully give up top floor. Not a single player is dead yet. And their win condition, the C4, the Valkyrie, the Pulse, everything is still there and alive.
Do they know? Surely he knows about Kino being stationed just around the corner. Double reinforced walls, pretty much a giveaway there that someone's going to be holding in the area. Liquefact looking through the verticals and hoping to find someone, but all you're inviting there is a Kino flank on that shotgun. He's playing it so patiently, but Solotov, MVP of the tournament so far, strikes first, Tim.
I think Falcons are going to try and play outside of these Nitros by going for maybe a little bit of an off-plan spot. Liquefact goes in, absolutely slams Kino. That gives them a bit of space. Brede manages to pick up hot and cold. Surely an opportunity now for Falcons to consider pushing into site, finding a bit of space and putting the diffuser down, but Liquefact, he's going to hit the deck. He's down but not out. 3 versus 2.
Gunner's still downstairs as well. He hasn't moved from tank. He hasn't joined diffuser for the flank. They're committing whole hog to this C4 being what denies it for them. Alley-oop up top on towards Brede, but doesn't quite finish him off. Enough that he's down to half HP, but that should now get stopped. They're not going to be able to shoot him. Yes, they can. Gunner stepping to the side, getting the diagonal angle. He's still here, Tim. He's like an angel of death from above. They bring it down to a 1v2. All users can do is stick it. And a 4v2. Give it over to M80.
The dual UMP setup, the 2 players, one retakes upstairs. They get the information on the plant and manage to deny it. Despite the C4 failing, still, they get exactly the zone control they needed. Falcons getting punished by taking only the zone control they wanted, but afterwards giving it up for the execute. As soon as Liquefact dies, the top floor is empty, and then you can just take it and deny the plant. What a sad way to end the round.
It showed a lot of patience, I think, to stay downstairs with the pulse as well. Confident you could deny it. And even when the first plan went wrong, when they didn't get the C4 kill, being able to get that kill just for a few side steps to the left, wonderful stuff from M80.
Yeah, Gunnar did a great job downstairs. Falcons, I think.
It was a 5v2. I didn't even realize it was that bad.
Yeah. Falcons, I think, will, look back on that round and think, that's why we've got to go and clear the basement. That's why we can't, they tried to kind of leave him out in the cold. The plan was, look, let's just plant up on a desk. Let's plant somewhere away from that nitro. But they haven't accounted for the fact that it's going to open up a vertical angle, that there's going to be other alternatives. And so I think they've just learned a harsh lesson there, and that is that you cannot leave them downstairs. You cannot leave them above. You need to make sure that you maintain control.
I like to call these kind of rounds a mental crusher, right? You're 5v2. It's the beginning of the map. It's also the one map pick where you have a massive advantage. It's supposed to be the one where you have a crazy win streak and M80 struggling to win it. And yet, they have the better composure and they have a better understanding overall of every single win condition. They always play to the right play, and even in the 2v5, they understand the only thing they needed is to play around time.
Speak a lot about resilience and pressure. Nothing like chalking the mental like losing the 5v2 team. Let's see how round 3 plays out now, but going towards the kitchen site, we've seen a few really duff executes on this site so far throughout the competition. Just teams not playing it on the window. They make it a little bit simple to hold crossfires. Come on, what do you want to say?
I'm going to scream it again. Please sort out kitchen window. We saw Palu have a great performance from just behind that kitchen counter, in behind the counter and the window. And the reason it's a power spot is that you can't get any vertical angle down onto it. And that's why I say you've got to have a presence on the window. It was failed against Palu. I think he hit 3 kills from there to end up winning a 2v4. It was brilliant from W7M. And it is something that Hot and Cold is shaping up to do again if he is allowed to. So Falcons recognize it this time and deal with him, not like you tried to ignore Gunnar last time. Make sure that you shift them out of that position.
You can see Falcons still spreading around, trying to get the initial control. The Chalet, I think they're trying to rush the bomb site, on the top floor rather, and it just does not work. You've got 2 roamers upstairs and it's still holding the control.
And this is the thing, I've often said Falcons are one of those teams that love Dockerby team. They play it to the absolute death. It's great to push in, especially with the Deimos. And even though we've seen the Dockerby going down, Shaiko answering some questions about his performances in finals, Tim. He's off for a 3K to kick things off in the round. It's a 3v1 diffuser, a triple kill to close out the last round. Will he do it again?
In the blink of an eye, he's just one of those players that we know can turn rounds on their head, brings along the Deimos, his favourite operator, and we see exactly why. Diffuser is roaming around. He was one of the power players in the last round. He was able to take that top floor back and fight back. Can he do it again? He's got a Monty up in his face. Breeder doesn't need to take an engagement here. He's just going to keep this pressure. He's just going to keep feeding this intel. He's going to bully him into positions. He wants to get him away from behind this kitchen counter. That's what he's working to do. As it is, he doesn't need to. Solotov's there, and Falcons close out the round.
What a round from Shaiko.
Much more composed, and you're right. I was going to say that about Shaiko. There's this big question that you guys spoke about, We get into finals, his EPS down by about 20 points compared to what we used to from him. Is this the day we see him go massive?
It's the kind of rounds that do so much for your confidence as a player. When you go on that stage early and you get a triple kill like this.
Speaking for experience there, are we, Leo?
Speaking for experience, it makes the whole difference.
Leo getting a triple kill?
I've played a lot of ranked with Leo, and let me tell you, he gets a lot.
That's not what I'm counting, Tim.
He gets a lot of triple kills, let me tell you.
I will say that on stage, you need these kind of rounds to get that confidence up and running, especially for Shaiko. We said it before, right? He's been the one player on the side of Falcons that has been a bit lacking that confidence in grand finals. And look at him, the first pick here,
beautiful. And
then he's gonna use that to line up the second 2 kills, and then triple kill here, perfect play. As you can see, Falcons, they're only aiming for what they need, right? Every single time, you don't see them clearing all the way to the floor. They're just aiming to go, hit the site strong, keep the control, and it's been punishing them the first 2 rounds, but here, the man advantage was just too much.
When I think back to old school Falcons, Tim, often what we'd see, especially when the Ana was meta, for example, was Shaiko was off by himself on the attacking side, doing his own thing, and the other 4 all looking to push in together. We're not seeing that now. The team has changed a lot over that time period in terms of play style, but at least here, like you say, it's still quite narrow what they're trying to focus on.
Now, it's been a real crutch, that Monty. They've been abusing it to try and get the initial control, and despite that, it's been quite slow. You see M80 removing it. It's going to force users onto another kind of shield. And it's quite clear, right? They need that to get that initial control. The main thing now, if they play that bomb site again, they need someone to go downstairs. You can see Ligafak here in the basement. He's making sure he's going to get the control. If anyone tries to lurk again, he's going to go. And his sole mission is to punish the roamer that's going to try and prevent them to take garage control.
Gonna have Leakerback straight in then into the map, just looking to get through, as you say, onto that quick control, looking for those early fights. I think Falcons certainly could be doing with a strong start, getting themselves that first round in round 3 will have done wonders, I am certain, for the confidence. As you say, Shaiko as well, getting himself really into the action. IT wall is being breached. This time for me, from Falcons, I want to see something from that other side. Top blue, connector, give me something.
We speak about the block working through the map there to clear things out, but look at the bottom right corner of your screen. Hot and Cold is set off towards Bending, like almost far away from this one with a C4 in back pocket, all those cameras out as well, and there's no IQ on the other side. They don't have full knowledge. He could yet be the X factor that secures this round for M80.
It seems to be that they want every single time to have a clear secret win condition. One guy that can win it all. They understand. If you just give everything to Falcons, they will have a perfect execution. You always need an X factor against them, something unpredictable. And that thing that's unpredictable so far, that's Hot and Cold, all the way hidden on that basement stairs.
I think back to when we used to cast them years ago, Tim, and teams would, on Clubhouse, very mistakenly, turtle up in the basement. And we often used to say, look, they're hitting sight with 70 seconds to go, and you just can't stop their full 5-man execute. So on with Leo, you have to disrupt them early. They got Shaiko down, they're taking Solotov off before he can use any of that gadgetry. This is great.
The main thing is, you only have Garage and IT right now. There's no back pressure. Where's the Aqua player? Where's the Connector player? The only thing that the guys on site have to watch is towards that side, and that's why they're getting picks.
The big problem for Falcons here as well is they've lost Solotov on the Capitao. Huge utility loss. Not going to have the fire arrows, not going to have the smoke cover. Going to have to start brute forcing this because it's all coming from one position. They've got Hot and Cold. He's going to be a nightmare. He's repositioned himself underneath. He wants that kill. He wants to follow up with a Nitro. Falcons are not doing a good job of recognizing where the dangers are.
He's been sat on vending stairs all game, and this is what I was saying. Leakerback cleared the west side. He's been sat on the east side, not giving a care about what's going on. Of course, he's used the C4, but it doesn't matter how he got the kill. The fact is, Tim, he got the kill. It's a 5v3. M80 looking good, and they are not stopping on these flanks. Hot and Cold repositioning and finds another in the round. He said that he might be the X factor, and that's what he's just turned into.
Diffuser picks up the last, does he? The second to last gunner is going to manage to finish it up. And that is a flawless round for M80. They are going strength to strength. And what this screams to me, Leo, at the minute is obviously the team are playing it fantastically. I think there's been some serious work from Fabian here to be watching how Falcons play this.
Okay, guys, do you guys want to keep playing like this for me? At least one of these 2 rounds, you can speed it up a little bit, you know? Let's play Dokkaebi, let's play Demons, let's fucking fight them, you know? They're doing like they're just doing retake or fall back, you know? I feel like we speed it up early round or we speed it up mid round, out of time, you know? Because right now, we are just reacting on what they are doing, you know? I think we should just like out-tempo them a little bit. And that's it, you know? Bring Dokkaebi for the Valk and for in general, bring Demos and fucking fight them, you know? Let's fucking fight them. If we want, you get another round, it's fine. You get another 2 rounds, perfect to win the shit, okay? Let's go, guys.
Let's go fucking go, guys.
Okay?
Let's fucking go, guys. Let's go!
Every single round as well. Every single round except the kitchen. They literally play like full pussy, just fall back to not give us kills.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all heard it in the arena that time round as well. Julio wanted a bit more pace, a bit more speed from them because it has been very slow, very laboured so far, Leo.
Yeah, he's spot on the reasons why they're losing, right? The way M80 is playing, either it's a time crunch, they're delaying, layering, and falling back. Either there is that X factor. The Valkyrie, he said it. There's one way to problem solve this. Bring the Demos on Chaiko. Bring the Dokkaebi on Solotov. Bring those gunners up. He knows he has some of the best players in the world on that roster. They can go and hunt the roamers. They can go and go aggressive. The main thing here, the Valkyrie is still there. Hot and Cold is still there. You still need to go and get aggressive and get that pick early.
Well, look at the lineup as well, right? We're seeing the Dokkaebi and the Deimos again. We saw them back in round 2. But now, rather than bringing along the Monty and slowing things down to a snail's pace, we're looking to go fast, Tim. Use us on that blitz, looking to run them down here.
Yeah, I think that's what's needed from Falcons here. A little injection of pace, a confidence builder. You know, get in there, do something a little bit different. As I said, for me in the first 4 rounds, it looks like M80 have come in heavily prepped for playing labs. They knew they'd be going here. They knew that Falcons would take this, you know, given the opportunity. So they are well prepared. They know how Falcons play it. They know what they're going to be doing, and they are exploiting those weaknesses. So Falcons, they have to adapt. They have to do it quickly and get themselves a couple of rounds. It's not the end of the world for Falcons yet. We know they're going to be super strong on the defense, but they still want another couple of rounds here.
Yeah, Julio said it. If they win the next 2 rounds, it's completely fine. They're going to be on their strong side afterwards. They're going to be 3-3 up. It's going to be fine. The main thing here is to prove to themselves, if they bring the pace, if they go high speed, they can win those gunfights. That's the main thing here. Because if that sole win condition is winning gunfights by going completely crazy and high speed, but you still lose the gunfights, then it's just useless. You have no answer.
I almost like how within 4 rounds we've seen that call for Falcons to go faster, because we were looking at the potential matchups yesterday, and I said if we got Falcons versus FaZe, they're two of our slower teams at the top level. It'd be a great strategic masterclass in the game, but you might not see the breakneck pace that we've seen from a number of teams here. So the fact, 4 or 5 rounds in already, that is the call that we're having to see from Falcons. Beautiful stuff.
1 minute into the round, just keeping a close eye on users at the minute on the blitz. We know that he's going to be that kind of X factor for them. He's going to be the one that can run these players down as and when they find them. He knows that he's coming up against the Azami of Gaveni, but he's not going to be able to make any progress just now.
M80 is playing the late game so well. Look at this. Only Gunner is still roaming. The rest, they've went back to the side. They're making it into the way that Falcons cannot play a single gunfight. Only Gunner has been a target here. And if he can fall back to side or even stay up top and still be one of the hidden roamers, then it's going to be a huge win condition. If you look at this, the Demo strike the Legion. No one knows about the Goyo upstairs.
They've been so focused on this Azami and the frustration it's creating, and sure enough, there he comes, Gaveni, getting rid of the one. He's had all this pressure on him, and has still got a kill. And now Gunner strikes as well. They call for speed, Tim, but we've seen nothing but a dead stop train.
Again, they're being punished for the same things. As Leo said, they ignored Hot and Cold last time around. He hurt them. This time, they haven't picked up on Gunner. He's been able to hit them on the flank. 4 versus 3. Falcons still have an opportunity here to be able to get themselves back into it. They're using that smoke utility to give users the space to be able to push in. He wants to aggress, but the Nitro's going to put an end to it. Right now, M80 seem to have all the answers. Users manages to find one. And a second. It could take a hero moment, Des.
With a pistol? No way he gets an ace with the pistol, right? Diffuser's down behind him. Brede had it in pocket. That ain't looking good. We've got 30 seconds to go. They've got hatch control. One on the other side of him now as well. Again, M80 is setting up for a crossfire here to not give users any hope of getting this one done.
Final 15 seconds then, the blitz continues battling, but it's so unlikely. He knows he's just going to have to try and throw the diffuser down and see if he gets away with it, but this is exactly what M80 have been waiting for. The challenge is there. Diffuser manages to pick up the final kill, and Diffuser, he continues on what is a very strong game for him so far.
M80 has been so good with the strategy. They recognize that there's no hard-reach tool, only 2 hard-reach tools for Falcons. They recognize they need to go back to the bomb site, don't give them anything. But at the same time, Gunner plays it perfectly. He managed to stay up top, completely hidden. And in that way, Gaveni plays towards the side with the Azami. And the other side, Gunner can then come back. It's the hammer and the nail. You've got 4 players on the side that can hold it, and then the roamer can come and backstab. I don't recognize my Falcons there. They're not...
Did you say your Falcons?
Yeah, my Falcons
Where
there.
are my Falcons?
Where are they?
Frenchmen?
Where are they? I don't see them being flawless in the drone, in the intel gathering. How can they let someone through all the way up top? How can they rely on individual prowess to win? It's not themselves. They fixed all of these issues, right?
The problem is, Leo, what they tell you and the reality can be 2 very different things, because from what I've seen so far, Tim, it's only map 1 of a best of 5. It's only been 4 or 5 rounds. I'm seeing the Falcons that look a little bit scared, almost like they're afraid of making a mistake and costing them a round, in which case the whole team is then making a mistake and they're losing the round regardless.
I think at this point, you don't want to talk about it too early, but we're 5 rounds in now, and I think you start looking at this and it's like, does anybody really want to say it? Or, you know, it's kind of like Falcons, look, they've struggled in finals before. They've come in. This is a little bit uncharacteristic for them. And you start wondering, is it the size of the occasion?
Oh, maybe so, but look at the confidence coming out from Diffuser and Gunner. 14-2 between the 2 of them. They're straight on the Solus, onto the Vigil, looking to really cause havoc here, because Falcons are giving them so much room to play with, and they are playing the map brilliantly. You heard them speak about it during the timeout. You know, Julian was reflecting on what he's seen. They know when to fall back. They know when to get a pick. They know when to make the moves on Falcons, who are looking a bit timid, Leo.
You want a show of confidence? You look at Gunner, he was spawn picking. You look at Diffuser, he was spawn picking as well. The 2 of them are playing super aggressive. They're on Vigil and Solis. Look at how aggressive they get with the Boss G. They get the first opening kill. These guys are fueled on momentum right now.
All right, that's 2 at least starting to get things back, but can they win this out? We've seen them in the 4v2, make it a 4v1. This time around, surely they can step up and get it over the line.
Falcons really starting to build some momentum. Hot and Cold left all alone. He's on the Warden, he's got the Nitro, he's got a few tools to his advantage, but there's 2 minutes on the clock. There's almost no way that he's able to hold on. Shaco's going to take out the Nitro as well as taking bodies as well.
He did the same to the smoke canister yesterday on Lair. It was a beautiful thing to watch. A much smoother round and arguably more of what we expected. I got to give a shout, by the way. We've got a couple of streamers over here. You've got Fair, obviously, for M80, sat next to a bunch of the guys on the right. And as each round goes either way, they're just erupting in different tempo. It's brilliant.
I think M80 has won a lot of hearts during this tournament, in this competition overall. I think the Fabian coach obviously is one thing, but I think also, if you think of the players on M80, Hot and Cold and his journey throughout NA, throughout so many different rosters, is just inspiring. Gavany, Gunnar, such big personalities, so likable. And if you think of Kino that could get his first major. If you think about him staying on M80 for 2 years, being on the bench sometimes, coming back, always being the single players that stayed for so long, this roster is so likable.
We spoke about it this morning. I was just like, obviously as an EU caster, I want to see Falcons finally overcome that triple grand final failure. But there's something about a bit of an underdog, a Cinderella story, if you might call it that, Tim, of a team that won a major. They were scattered to the high winds. They've come back together under a new banner, and with every interview, you're hearing them speaking about resilience and confidence and belief and trust in each other. And it showed, I think, in that first half. You might say it's a pretty standard Nighthaven Labs, a 4-2 half of the defenders, but it was the manner in which they played that makes me really excited that no matter what the map veto structure is, you're going to see a very impressive performance from M80 regardless.
Yeah, I look at this now and I think even if Falcons have a good defensive half, honestly, I think we maybe go to overtime at best for Falcons here, because I can't see, you know, maybe I'll be surprised, but I can't see M80 coming in here with the way they are playing and the understanding that they're showing of how to beat Falcons and not getting at least a couple of attacks.
The main question is, can they carry the momentum that Gunnar and Diffuser, for example, had in defense, Hot and Cold as well? That aggression, can they keep up in attack? Can they go high speed? Can they maybe be less predictable than Falcons were in attack? Maybe less step by step, more chaotic, but something closer to the gameplay.
I mean, straight away, I'm looking at Gunnar as we load into this one, and you see he's on the knock, and I'm just looking at that straight away, and I want to know what's coming. Where are you going in? Where's the entry going to be? Is this going to be a big surprise hammer blow to Falcons at the beginning of the round where the knock walks in and gets a couple of kills?
I'd be very surprised if they get away with that, given the site that we're on. Like, we've spoken to the death about the kind of bottlenecks up here, you know, whether you're pushing in from Aqua, whether you're coming up from jungle, whether you're coming in from IT. It's all very readable. The other side know what to expect, and they've got a lot of toys, Tim. We've got the mirror on side, for example, the Melusi. They can't just charge on forward, but here comes Gunnar, asking questions in a part of the map that we didn't see Falcons using.
Exactly that, straight up looking to pressure connector. Gavany and Kino managed to get one, and all this noise from IT is going to give an opportunity to Gunnar on the knock. 3 versus 3 as Solotov manages to find Hot and Cold, and that might just cool down this attack a little bit, but look at this. Gunnar's got himself established inside a connector, and he can now cut that site in half. Falcons have got to play a long time here with that problem.
Already in that 3v3 situation, you see the difference between the two teams they play. M80, the base, they get the IT control, they get the connector control as well. In that 3v3, the most important thing is right now, the advantage is at Falcons. They've got the utility, they've got the side control, they've got the crossfire. On the side of M80, it's gonna be a tough one. They're gonna need to trade each other and make it on that B-bomb side. That is the big one right now.
It's just crazy that all that happened inside 60 seconds, Tim. You'd be forgiven for thinking, wow, there ain't that much time left. No, we've had 2 minutes since this pause has started playing out. They've got a lot of time to work with here, and they're just waiting for someone on Falcons to get a little bit antsy, to step out into a line of fire, but I don't think they're going to give it to them.
No, Falcons won't do that. They know that they've got the 6th man on their side. They've got the timer, they've got the clock ticking down, and it's M80 that will have to make a move. They want them playing into Breede on the shotgun. They take the peek. Kino uses the flash, but he knows that he can't push off the back of it, so the utility's almost wasted. Solotov, however, does get found by Gunnar. He has shown so much patience holding this angle, Leo.
Gavany is rotating to IT. This is going to be key. He can get the pick on the guy on the revive. At this point, it's only a 1v3.
But at least with the shotgun to his face, Breede's had some great rounds, especially across this weekend, I think it's fair to say. But he's got to hold on against 2. Gunnar on full HP, off towards his right-hand side. The other crawling in towards his left, and he's been forced out of sight here. Conceded it away. Diffuser is not in hand for these boys. It's sat inside Electric with him. He's waiting for the rounding, but there's no shield. Tim, shotgun at the ready.
This is really smart from Breede. He knows what... He knew what his power position was and he played it, but it just doesn't matter because, again, M80 find a way. And what a hammer blow to Falcons. M80 switch sides, come in and take an aggressive first attack and win the round.
Leo, what is going on this tournament? We've seen so many players on their belly, like peeking on the floor. It's ridiculous.
It's so good in these clutch situations because you're always going to aim at the headline or the crush level, not at the prone level. Once again, we've said it before, right? This is another mental crusher. This should have been a Falcons victory. Solotov overpeaking. Look at the 3 players on the side of M80. They're just poking around the bomb sites, poking around Breede, just so that his 2 teammates would move a little bit. They get the initial pick. Gavany rotates to IT, gets the second pick, and at this moment, they collapse the 2v1 onto Breede. M80 so far, it's not only about momentum, it's about strategy. They play the game the better way. There's no way around that.
I was really worried, Tim, once they lost those first couple on that initial rush forward. Like, at this point here, they lost a couple of players, and I thought, okay, it's a 3v3, but you've got Solotov sat with a C4. You haven't got IT control. You're really going to have to make an attack come together here piecemeal. But the way they played it was absolutely beautiful.
For me, it was the push from Gunnar kind of made that. He got straight in on the knock. They didn't play it necessarily to aggress and get entries. If he gets one, great. It was more about putting him in connector without any danger, without being picked up on the cams. He stayed there for 2 minutes waiting for his opportunity. And did he get the rewards? Of course he did. He's the one that downed Solotov, and it unpicked the round. And again, it's kind of similar to the first half, Leo, where it's like, this is our win condition. This is what is going to get us the round. And Gunnar cut inside in half was that.
Oh boy.
Same thing, the Bliss is sent on the boom side already. As you can see, they're rushing on the anchor, getting the first pick.
They've got rid of him at that point, and this is what they thought they'd get away with last round, and now the problem is they've got to work against the verticals. Not that they care. Hardcore's inside the tank and getting this one down. He's been forced away. Leakerfact steps out and finds him. Confetti's there for the trade. It's back and forth between these two, as Solotov trading him out in response. Oh, look, boys, we're here again in another 3v3 with more than 2 minutes to play.
And another kill from Gunnar. He was easy 11-3 right now. They understand if they play the fundamental game, Falcons will be the better team. They need to play at high speed to beat them. And so far, that blitz has been the main key win condition for M80. Falcons back into it.
Well, Falcons had to dig deep there. That was a big round for them. If M80 had gone in there and just bullied them out of it like that, got themselves onto map point, you start getting really concerned for Falcons. But they stood tall. They found the answers when they needed to. Leakerfact's kill was a big one because it really broke the momentum of M80 getting in there, getting the diffuser down and having site control so quickly.
I know Falcons win this round, but I will say this was another statement. Another statement that M80 is not scared of going crazy, of going aggressive. M80 controls the pacing even when they lose.
It's one of those where I'm wondering which way does it go next. I'm sure Falcons are thinking the same. Is it another fast round? We see him finally slowing down here and giving us a second to collect our thoughts. Oh, thank you very much. Is it really that way? We've got a separation vertically between all the fans here? Some up, some down. I'm pretty sure it's arena-wide, but again, to come back to it, M80 are sat at 5-3. This is this crucial round that we so often speak about, Tim. M80 win this one, they're up 6-3. Falcons have to fight back for 3 rounds to keep it going. They get this next one, they've got a bit of momentum. 2 rounds back-to-back, 5-4, then they can catch up the North Americans.
I will comment again what I have done on Falcons because it is going to be a key thread throughout this match, and that is how do they deal with the pressure. This is it. This is the big test. And we see the energy is still up. They're 5-3 down, but they are taking their victories. The voices are there. They've not gone quiet, and that's what we've seen in the past. So, Falcons, can you now turn that energy into a couple of rounds?
It's all on the shoulders of one man, Leakerfact, the IGL, currently 2-8. He's suffering in that match, and he has to deal with a change of pace on the side of M80. Look at that lineup. They're gonna play slow, traditional, methodical. Gunnar is not lurking her anymore. It's on the gridlock. You've got Gavini on the hard bridge, and they've got Hot and Cold in the Capitao. It's gonna be a slow take, step by step, getting the initial control, getting that ID bridge open. It's a clear change of pacing, and for Falcons, it's one more thing. Again, M80 is unpredictable.
Well, they're looking very confusing right now. They're like, surely they're all sipping around IT, right? And sure enough, they are. The impact's trying to be used to try and keep this one closed up, and they will at least towards the bottom, but the top has been opened up, Tim. They can play this game for a while if needs be. I think they've got 10 left. Only one more impact available to be able to deny them away.
Yeah, they are going to get that wall at some point, but it's just about time here for Falcons and just trying to put M80 on the back foot a little bit. But as we've seen from M80, they are not scared of using the entire round if they need to do so. Diffuser working underneath at the minute, using that Leakerfact roll on the book, but using it against them. Get in there, try and find that vertical pressure, but more importantly, remove those power spots. Take the floor from beneath their feet and force the defenders to move.
And that is the right call. If you look at Falcons, do you see a lurking Valkyrie? No. All 5 are on sides. It's just fundamentals. It's just utility and crossfires. But they've given up everything.
Pressure. Starting to build. Gunnar at least asking for the top aqua here as well, making sure they know they're under threat, so they can't play the vertical. They're hoping that will let them get a bit of pressure upstairs. All 4 of them trying to flood this top floor. Kino at least gets rid of one, and at this point it looks like Falcons are a bit scared for their life, Tim.
They are, but they're doing a good job of holding the other side of the attack back. They do have Catwalk here to M80, and they're waiting for their opportunity to push forward as it is. Hot and Cold has actually left there, and he's come to join his teammates at top blue. That leaves 3 of M80 all stacked up together with with only one in IT. Big problems now as Shaiko manages to take down Gaveni. Falcons can focus on one position, but they're losing gunfights.
Aquino straight in. He's looking to try and get the diffuser down in behind the bomb chassis, but instead waiting out for kills here, trying to bait Falcons in. They've done so good at getting side control and forcing the Frenchman back. Shaiko and Bride, the last two left standing in this 2 versus 2, Tim.
Just looking now to take those 1v1s if they can, but they're up against a Blackbeard, and that's the problem. Keno's used that shield beautifully to bait out the challenge, and Hot and Cold picked up the kill. It's now 1v2 for Shaiko. If anybody can, we know that it's him, but it's unlikely as Keno manages to drop the shield and find the kill. And again, M80 with that late round rotate, switch things up, got it done, and find themselves on map point.
You spoke about Keno earlier, how lovely a guy is, how he's the only one here that hasn't won at a major. Beautiful round of Blackbeard there. Playing around the smokes coming out from Hot and Cold. Instant bolting towards site. Plant going down. Very little Falcons could do against that kind of pressure.
No, you can ban his Monty away. He's still going to play the Blackbeard and he's still going to hit you. And you can see that M80, once again, comes in with a very different strategy, very different pace. They go slow, methodical. They get garage control. They get Aqua. And they pin all of Falcons together. I did not see a secret win condition on the side of Falcons. I did not see a single roamer. All 5 players were stuck on the bomb site. They gave away all the control. They're just fleeing. They're giving everything to M80. The momentum here is only on one side, and I still do not see a reaction from Falcons.
I think they were so bothered by the pressure coming in from the diffuser downstairs initially that all their focus turned towards that, and by the time they were getting hit from Aqua, they were just like, whoa, we thought it'd be IT, like where the hell are they coming from? There's 3 players stacked up inside of Aqua. We didn't see that coming out of Falcons once. I don't think we even saw a single player come through Aqua in that last first half, Tim.
Fabian and M80 have read Falcons like a book so far coming into this. They have got the perfect plan on how to deal with Falcons on one of their best maps. You know, we know that they are phenomenal here, but M80 have just got all the answers. It's like they know what they're doing before they do it. They know where the weak points are going to be, and they are exposing them and punishing them.
And every single round, just like in Manchester, you keep on feeding the beast. Gunner on 11 kills, the lurk, the fragger. You don't want to see him in full confidence because he's going to keep on leading that team to victory. He has one X factor. I'm still looking for Falcons.
Well, we'll see if they arrive at some point. It may well be in map 2. It could be in map 3. It could not be at all. An M80 win certainly hasn't been something that's been an unpopular opinion. Both teams have all been coming in saying it feels 50-50. Either team could take it away. But from at least what we've seen on map 1, a map the Falcons have been so dominant on all year long, I might be on the M80 team here. I might be thinking about this one, Tim. I can see how they can do it today.
Just going to, again, Gunnar in that lurking position, just waiting to watch up the hatch to see if he can pick up an entry. He's got himself into the map very quickly with that sled straight into basement to start working underneath and to undermine the Falcons' defense.
I'm really worried about Gunnar right now. He's all the way down, and he can.
Hey, he's fine. He's 11-3.
Yeah,
Don't worry about him.
No. But I'm worrying on the side of Falcons about him because he's also, again, the lurk on that backside. He's all the way in basement. He's going to come up those stairs and try to flank. Solotov is responsible for that with the Guma. It's the most important thing now is to get the top full control. But you see M80, they're stalling right now. They have none of that. It looks like they want to hit site directly and not even try to get top floor control.
But interesting how much pressure is applying here, Tim. Like, just by virtue of knowing he's down there, they're having to keep an eye on him. They've got to have some, there's no intel down there. They've got to have a player watching it at all times. That, like in the last round, starts to distract attention there and leaves gaps open.
1 minute 30 left to go. Nobody else from M80 inside of the map yet, and that's becoming the problem for them, as Leo said, stalling out a little bit. It seems like they, don't know where to go. Where do they need to push? Where can they find a little bit of space? Gunnar is going to try to work his way up those stairs. Keno is the one to open things up with a kill onto Solitov. Gets a second beauty on the glass, taking down Shaiko. 5 versus 3, and all of a sudden M80 go from stalled to top gear. They're flying through the round with a minute to go, but Users manages to get Gunnar. The diffuser was going down, but Falcons fighting back.
And diffuser's actually come off the plant here as well. Knows that he needs to go Gunnar, but you ain't stopping Users in this round, Tim. What a comeback he's had. He was 0-3 earlier, 8-7 now. It's a 3 versus 1, and it's still a 3-round deficit to climb through, Leo, but this is looking promising.
It's also all the way on the back of one individual. It seems to be the only win condition for Falcons so far. They're outclassed in every single other department, but they can count on having some of the best players in the world. But I need to see that strategy come. I need to see them win because they think better, because they act as a team, because they've got the best strategy. I still struggle to see that so far.
Yeah, relying on the gunfights is only going to get you so far. And it's just about time, I think, for Falcons to wake up here and continue fighting. Use that as your momentum now. We'd often say that's your third choice bomb site. Storage is never the primary choice. They've now got an opportunity. They can go back down to the basement where they've already won. It was a little bit close. It was a bit tooth and nail. They had to hold on against that rush in from M80. But I think you go back down there, you double down, you get yourself down to 5-6, and you're 1 round away from overtime with the top floor available. Falcons, there is a path. There is a path to redemption for them here on Labs.
The way M80 is playing is a nightmare to call against, by the way, because they keep on changing the pace. It's either really high speed and rush on the bomb site, either full clear, step by step, and really slow. You're trying to adapt to them, and you call a full extended room because you think they're going to clear you, and they're going to rush the bomb site. They're really playing games here, and as you can see, I like to see the adaptation from Falcons this time. They bring the Solis, the Valkyrie, the information to have more information on whatever M80 is going to be doing. On the side of users, you see the clash here to stop any kind of rush. And you can see Solotov and Legion. They're going to get aggressive more. They're trusting they can win those gunfights.
I think back to recent finals that we've seen, and often the teams that are the ones that come out on top, Tim, are the ones that can go between that mixed tempo very quickly. Slow, fast, slow, fast. It leaves the other side sweating. They've got no idea what's going on. Are they about to rush us? Are they being nice and slow? Should we dare have a look on that angle and see if someone's there? Before you know it, your head's being snapped clean off. It's, like Leo said, a nightmare to play against here. Now starting to focus on getting the main wall opened up. Looking towards Kino, though. Of course, he's seen quite mixed use of the fuse, sometimes for the shield, other times for that gadget. And downstairs here, maybe seeing that you've got a clash to try and move around. You've got the bulletproof, the barbed wire, so on and so forth. Gadgetry may well prove to be plenty useful.
You have to trust Jesus to hold the bomb site here with a clash. That's his role. The rest of the team, they need to win the round upstairs. Either by burning enough time, either by winning those gunfights. And as the clear comes through for M80, you can still see they hold a lot of ground.
Even looks like the one Deacon's cleared out as well, of course, with the use of those tracks coming out from Gunner. And then everything else really is about smashing in towards site or getting the main breach opened up, which at this point it has. I believe we've got something else being opened up by the Havana at the same time. They're starting to get themselves set up, Leo, again, certainly not in a rush. There's a lot of prep work to do before they hit site.
And it's a very slow take, and you can see they only, once again, taking limited take. That's why Gunnar is on green lock. What they want to do is just take above kitchen, set up those flanks, and after that, just hit the site. Don't bother full clearing that room. Just take exactly what you need and start your execution.
Over halfway through the round, we are yet to find ourselves with a kill. It's Falcons playing that passive game once again, just relying on their ability in the mid to late round when that pressure does come to be able to fight back and win those gunfights. As it is, M80 have used this time well. They've opened hatches, they've opened walls, they've cleared utility. With that fuse particularly, they now need to start pushing forward, aggressing into Falcons here and starting to make life difficult. Weakerfack has a little look out of the window, doesn't get anything, and will be cut down by Diffuser for the entry.
And they've got another second as well. Gunner and Diffuser pairing up again. Such a big tournament from these two, and it's only carrying on. A 5 versus 3. They've done all the work they need to with the utility. We're going to need something special out of Falcons here to hold on, Leo.
What a great decision from Oden called. He could have chosen to just keep the control they had and go for the execute. Instead, he called for the full clear. They get the 2 roamers. They kill them. Now, in the 5v3, 30 seconds left, they have everything in their hands to go for the execute.
It's going to be Kino looking to be the tip of the spear. Gets himself down into Exo. Utility expended again. Shaiko manages to cut down Diffuser from behind him. That could be a big kill for Falcons because it takes away the shield support. Shaiko with another Nitro onto Gunner. 3 versus 3. Brede finds an answer onto Gaveni, and all of a sudden Falcons find themselves in the driving seat. They can start picking up the pace here. They can start getting aggressive. That's what they're going to do. And it's that man Shaiko with a triple kill in the round again to bring his Falcons back and to keep them fighting.
In the big moments, you need big players, and that Shaiko is there. That Shaiko is the big player. Once again, on the back of one individual prowess, they bring the round back. And I keep saying it, they need to win it by strategy, but they do it by individual prowess.
Overtime, I hope we don't. The one thing that we're doing well is we're picking them fucking apart slowly but surely. But fuck me if you do that again, D. We cannot give up these fucking frags. We just giving them back one frag after another when we get into the manpower advantages. So we slow down even more, and then we reset ourselves and we go together. That's literally the one thing that we're missing. Composure, composure, composure. Play together. You have won the rounds early together, we win them late together. For each other. Let's get this fucking done.
Let's go.
Always
composure. Bro, you are good.
Composure,
You're
composure,
good,
composure. Enjoy the moment, guys. Because we are shitting on them. So keep that up.
Yep.
Look, if they go top, I think that
Those of you in the arena here in Munich, I'm sure you're dying to know how many more times Fabian swore there. I can confirm it was only twice, so don't worry, you didn't miss a whole lot. But really what he was speaking about was the composure. Again, enjoy yourselves, you're in the grand final, let's not get picked out too much more, because they were right. They're getting the advantage at the start of these rounds and giving it away in the late rounds.
It's the worst thing when you play against Falcons. They've got such strong players that if you just give them a single space to perform, they will hit wall bangs like Shaiko does, then a C4 after that. He still gets away with it, and afterwards, the denial of the plant. You've got to think, when you play against a player like this, if you give him just a tiny space to go aggressive, he's going to take that chance and he's going to win it. They need to be extremely comfortable, extremely disciplined to close out those rounds. When they have a shield, send that shield first and go back that up. The mat advantage is the one thing that you need to close those rounds.
Heading then into our last round of regulation. Are we gonna get those extras? I've been trying not to mention it, Des, but the last time you and I cast the final in Germany was back in Berlin, and we ended on 68 of a potential 75 rounds for the longest ever game of competitive Tier 1 Siege. And we need a few overtimes along the way if we're going to challenge that, and we could be looking at one in map 1.
I need at least one, because I really want to hear Leo's impression of you so he can do the whole overtime thing for us.
I'm getting trapped here.
That's coming at the end of this round if it does go there, by the way, so get your vocal cords ready. I want to hear your best tip.
I'll do my best. Probably will be better than I was in game anyway.
All right, IT, surprise, surprise, is where this round starts now, getting it opened up. It is his top 4 attack we're looking at, and it looks like a bit of a slower comp, but again, we've got Gunnar back on side on the nut tip.
He's doing the same thing. He's working his way over to Connector while the rest of his team is softening up IT. It's something that Falcons need to be aware of. They can't give all their attention to this front-sided push, but they are, because Likafak is out there playing on the Valk as well. So Falcons just spreading themselves out a little bit more than they maybe have done previously.
But Gunnar is stugging the Valkyrie right now. The Valkyrie cannot go back down. By going that quickly here on Aqua side, on the other side, sorry, on Connector side, he made sure that the Valkyrie could not go downstairs. The X Factor has been stopped so far, and Falcons is right back at there. He's trying to stop here, and that 1v1 is really important.
Down to a single point of HP as well. Lucky to be alive at this point, but as long as he breathes, one bullet to the head is enough to secure a kill. Of course, that's the information from the rest of his team. No IQ on the other side, and that is what I mean. One bullet to the head can be enough, and Gunnar on the Nook is gone.
Such an important trade comes in though. M80 working as a team fantastically well. Diffuser's there to back up his teammate, and they've got what they wanted. Gunnar had done a great job of hassling Likafak, bringing him down to low health, and now the Valkyrie's gone. So what do Falcons do? What do they fall back behind? They have one more Nitro in hand, on the hands of Brede. Will that be enough?
Will it be? Again, we spoke about those man advantages being given away by M80, but there is not one to be found in this round. It is dead even at 4 apiece as we come towards our last 40 seconds of the round. Saw you just been a bit of a headache, of course, on this clash in the previous round, but now can't do an awful lot about it as Kino starts his march on forward. Solid top fighting hot and cold. It's a 4v3 for the Frenchman, Tim.
They're still seeming to find and keep the advantage. Solotov manages to pick up Kino. That's a big threat gone. The shield off the board. Diffuser, as he has throughout Nighthaven Labs, starts to fight back. Finds one onto Solotov. 3v2. 12 seconds left to go though. Falcons, they have the advantage because M80 needs to take risks. Leo, say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des.
That's actually pretty damn good. Fair play. That was very good. It deserves it, Tim. Map 1. OT, again, the reminder that it is the map that Falcons got to pick. There was no bans that came in before. They could pick any map in the map pool. They've come to Labs, and M80 have challenged them all the way through to the finish.
Yeah, great response there from Falcons, and this is what we were looking for, wasn't it? It's what I spoke about at the beginning of the day. How will Falcons hold up under pressure in the final? And they're showing us they can do it. They can keep the energy up, they can keep the vibes high, and they can find those rounds in response, even when it's tough.
And look at who starts on attack, Tim. It's the North Americans kicking things off for us. It's been 4-2 defensive splits to the defenders. Leo, it feels like Falcons have got a tiny advantage.
Yes, the mental game is won right now. Look at users, triple kill. Look at Chaiko, triple kill. Look at Brede, triple kill upon triple kill. These guys, through the last rounds, are showing why they're the best in the world. That resilience is paying off. And on the back of that individual prowess, and on the back of Likefact's call in the last round, to go play that Valkyrie, to burn 2 minutes, even if he dies there, he won them that round. That's it. Falcons are back into it. That's the Falcons that I was looking for, and I think we found it.
We spoke about Shaco in finals. He's 12-9, Des.
Oh, yeah.
He is delivering when his team need him, and it's those sort of symbols, those sort of, you know, identifiers that fans of Falcons are going to look at and say, they are here for the final this time.
We also want to remind everyone that Gunnar currently holds the best of 5 kill record at 63 kills. Where did he get that kill record against him?
I believe it was in Manchester.
You're absolutely right, Tim. It was in Manchester. It was literally the last time these two teams played in a grand final where he walked away with that record. He's on 12 kills so far. You've got to be averaging really 14 a map if you want to be able to break it. It's very close to that, Tim. This overtime may well give that to him.
I like to see the lineup on the side of Falcons on the other side, facing Gunnar. It's going to have a critical role on that IQ to try and prevent users on that Valkyrie. I think Valkyrie as an operator has had such a tremendous impact on that Nighthaven Labs. Once again, I think Usus is the X factor here. He's going to be holding that Aqua side, and he went down all the way. He's going to be careful about that basement player. As you can see, M80 is really quick, making quick work out of that top floor. They get the control, they've got the buck, they can start working with the RAM as well.
I love that from M80, you know, just taking what they've been given straight away, no questions, full confidence. We're going in, we know our droning is good, and we're going to look for that. We've got a little bit of a standoff here between Gunnar and Brede. Brede is not going to give him any more of an opportunity than that because he doesn't need to. Look at it, they absolutely want this fight, they want that entry. Falcons, they've woken up and they are absolutely gagging for it, Des.
And now every single roamer has made it back to the bomb site. They've burned enough time. And they don't know. Solotov is the only player that remains on that ground floor.
Oh, they know now. That tracker's certainly given away. Hot and Cold's got the stiff on him, but will he get away with this? It would be outright criminal if he gets a kill here. They've seen him on the track. You can't assume that he's gone back towards site. He can still be trying to hit you on the flank, but they can ignore him and just go directly and hit sites. We've seen other teams do this tournament. Instead, they get the down. M80 man advantage.
Gunnar manages to finish that one off with the nade at range. Going to use further utility just to open up that hatch, but there's only a minute left on the clock. That could become the factor here for M80 that they need to overcome. Everybody on the side of Falcons now has fallen back to site. They're going to wait for those fights to come, but it could be a mistake as Gavani manages to win the first, taking down Shaco with a headshot.
No, M80 has got full vert, and they have the control that they need. They only need to go for the execution, but Falcons, they thrive on killing players in a 3v5 situation. The execute come through with the Ying. This is key. Falcons need to find a pick in that 3v5, otherwise that's all done for them.
They need the big hero, and who's it going to be in this round itself? Kino asking questions of that tank plant here. He's just waiting for the clearance from his team to say go. Not tons to support him in that, but now the Goya canister burning out, but Gunnar elsewhere has got rid of Brede. 5v2, 5v1. Gunnar is the hero of the round, up to 15 kills on the map, Tim. With 10 seconds to go, surely Likefat doesn't hold on.
It's almost certainly over in this round. Hot and Cold's managing to get the diffuser down. Kino will hit the deck, but that will be all as the final kill comes in. A flawless round for M80. They've just sent a message in overtime. They've been on the back foot for the last few rounds. Falcons have found a way to fight back, but they couldn't in round 13. M80 take the advantage.
Falcons keep on trying to fight. They were trying to fight on that room. I thought they were going to give up, but Solotov, he stayed too long. After getting Demos tracked, he could have went back to the bomb site. Instead, with Likefacts, they chose to go for that fight. It was a 2v5. All 5 attackers on the side of M80 placed close to each other. They're ready to trade each other. And so right now, M80 is playing the better game, the long one. And they're in the lead to take that map.
Well, we go to the second floor for their defense then here, Tim. They win this one. They take away that first map pick from Falcons. Really going to have to see some things get shook up during that break, I think. Otherwise, as I said, for M80, you can see him rolling on for maybe not a 3-0, but towards something like a 3-1.
Well, it wipes out that advantage straight away, doesn't it? Of course, you know, for those who maybe aren't aware, Falcons come in here from the upper bracket. The advantage that they get for doing so is that they effectively control the map bands and pick the first map that we're going to play on. So
why is Blackbeard upset? He should be on the North American side. What's going on there? But very understandably, it's putting a few hearts on the edge. They get this one done, 8-6. First map to M80.
That was a bit surprised, by the way, the fact that they picked Nighthaven Labs, because the perma-ban of M80 was Bank. And who do you think is the best Bank team in the world?
Yep.
Falcons.
I really thought they'd pick Bank. I was looking at the veto last night, thinking, okay, where could teams possibly go? And I thought, Bank had to be the one. But I think maybe Falcons kind of mind game themselves and saying, we know they're going to pick it, so let's prep it to the absolute death. And they've tried to upset them, and clearly they've also prepped for the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth option. We heard Fabian yesterday saying during their timeout, guys, everything they're doing is inside that strat book, with all the swear words removed, of course. They knew what was going to happen. They found the response they needed yesterday, and I would be very surprised if they haven't come into this grand final just as prepared.
Top floor attack for Falcons here, Leo. We've seen them struggle with it previously. I'm seeing a little bit of attention towards that rear side as a possibility for Falcons this time. Is that going to be the difference maker?
I think it should be. They need that connector control. They need to have multiple pressure points onto that bomb site. It needs to come from IT, Garage, Aqua, Connector. All of that control right now needs to be worked on. And as you can see, Falcons is much more spread around the map. Everyone is working on those entry points. It seems to be working. I think Liquefac understands. He needs more control if he wants to break the heart of M80's defense. There is no big X factor right now. They're all turtle onto the bomb site. All 5 players with the clash. They understand now. They need multiple pressure points, and they're working on it.
Now just waiting patiently to see what comes. Spoke about the control feeling with M80. They've had the read of these rounds, the slow, the fast, whatever else have got to change. Falcons are the ones that I really want to see go quick here. And Dockerby being on side certainly helps. Both phone calls now in back pocket for Liquefac. It's going to have to come out soon when they start this first push forward.
I think they've managed to just dip into electrical there, M80, and clear out that air jab just to provide a little bit of extra safety for Hot and Cold so that he can get back. Nitro goes out. It's going to be the second one that we see shot out in this round, I believe. So that leaves us still 5v5, a minute 15 left to go, no entry yet.
Don't think anyone's playing around with trying to knife C4s anymore, Tim. Not in a grand final for sure. The pressure coming in on towards Shaiko. Doesn't win it out. Diffuser gets him down. That's electric clear for now. Into an air jab, and there's a trade-in from Solotop. Now watching out for the clash. Who's got to get out of here? Just about manages to escape. Hot and Cold down to half HP.
Liquefac is going for the backstab. That's what they needed. He gets a kill on Garage. At the same time, that clash is stuck in IT in a 1v2.
He's so screwed. At some point, he's got to go down. Kino's certainly falling. Gunner on his 15 kills has got to go nuclear here in the 2 versus 4. We've seen these 2-man advantages lost before. Solotop in for 1. Hot and Cold another. Liquefac takes it over, and Tim, you can say this line.
We're going all the way to 15, Des. Just a dream start here in Munich. For the neutral, at least. I'm sure both sets of fans are going to be on the edge of their seats watching these two teams. They both have chances. They've both had mistakes. Opportunities have slipped by, and they've both been able to fight their way back in. It now comes down to 1 round, Leo. Just 1 round.
1 round in defense. It used to be the strong side of Falcons, but so far, M80's game plan in attack has been absolutely flawless. It's going to be a tough one. Are they going to go for a rush? Are they going to go for a slow take? Is Falcons picking the right battle? All of those questions needs to be answered in the final round. They absolutely need that map. Otherwise, it's going to be another of those mental pressures. And I'm really happy to see Falcons so far win a round on the back of strategy and team play. That was something that I wanted to see, something that we've waited the whole game, and I think that round was one of the best examples of that.
Well, fair to say, Tim, Munich are still very much firmly behind the EML team. And that's what they need, I think, going through this one. They battled their way back in. It was a slow start for them, where normally we'd say M80 a team that starts slow. They came on this one like an F1 car. They were flying off the starting line. The Falcons have fought their way back in. As we've all said, this is what really matters here. This could be the round we come back to look at in 3 or 4 rounds, in 3 or 4 maps time, saying what if it had gone a different direction.
They've went for the safe strategy. Look at that lineup. This is the perfect turtle. But do you see an X Factor? Do you see a Valkyrie roaming around? No, they're gonna go for a turtle. They need to play this perfectly. They need to layer their defense. They need to keep as much control as possible, because if they end up giving all of this, if M80 manages to get all of the pressure points around the bomb site, M80 will have the advantage. They will need to bring the fight to M80 at some point. But picking the right time is the real answer to the victory here.
Ready and waiting. Solotop going dangerously low. Taking a number of shots down from, I want to say, like a kitchen window to me. I think it was Diffuser potentially catching him out. Certainly not finished off, though, and as we saw from Liquefac a couple of rounds ago, 1 point of HP can be enough to get a headshot.
Yeah, you know it can. That's all it takes. It's just that 1 bullet. You can still have that sort of impact. So Solotov, yes, he may have to dip back, and this kind of plays into what Leo was saying. The more damage they take like that, the more sort of defensive that Falcons have to be. For now, they managed to keep that RT wall closed. That's good. It's slowing M80 down. There's still plenty of time for the North American side, but they need to be careful that too much of it doesn't tick away without removing those key barriers to getting in to the into big positions like IT. That looks
Messy.
might not be the best to work with.
And Liquefact still has one impact. He won't go for the impact trick, but that's fine. He's burning enough time. Instead of the Valkyrie, look at this. That's completely fine. All they need to do is make sure that that bridge is open. They don't necessarily need to come through. They need to make sure that no one retakes IT. They will come through garage later, but it's still an advantage to Falcons. They've got the control they need, and they need to slow down M80 on that electrical take.
But it certainly doesn't hurt being able to get inside of IT, so I can only imagine they'll have a sniff around that and make sure they can definitely get in. C4 at the ready once again. We've seen this one being attempted already. Out it goes towards the breach, but no one taken down. No damage being taken by the other side for now. M80 still healthy.
This job of holding connector at bay is going to be crucial for Falcons' defense here. They need to keep M80 from building that pressure because there's not much coming from anywhere else at the minute from M80. It's all on this side.
This is the one big battle, the one about connector and electrical. You can see all the pressure points are given up, but Liquefact is all the way back. He can come and backstab towards garage at the same time.
Liquefact's underneath him at the same time though, but he needs to get involved in these fights really here. We need to see Gunnar challenged onto, otherwise this can only go from bad to worse. Liquefact being so patient, and he's missed his chance to get his kill. And now they know that he's there. That was their X factor for the round. You're speaking about no player being an operator that could do it, but there's 2 kills back. Gunnar carries on, 17 kills on the map.
They need to win this position. Shaiko has to win this fight, but doesn't. Hot and Cold manages to take him down, and surely that is the one, that is the key for the North American side to take down Falcons. M80 right now, use that 10 seconds perfectly. Gunnar finds the final kill, and M80, they take Falcons' mark and go 1-0 in the Munich Grand Final.
Suddenly we've got a very, very interesting game on our hands, but M80 can take down that free pick from Falcons. But what a fashion to do it in, Leo. 8-7?
And on the back of Gunnar with, I believe, 18 kills. The one guy that I did not want to see fed. He's getting all the way hyped up with the right confidence.
I think we all need a breather after that one, guys. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have the breakdown of map 1.
You guys know Nighthaven's like the palm of your hands. Yet we need to talk about the early game. That was tough. We couldn't recognize you guys.
I think we prepared some stuff, they changed everything, and we get surprised, and that's it. And we are a bit sleepy, so they take the map. Now we have like 4 maps still, so it's fine.
It is a grand final. Of course, we're gonna do all the rounds possible. Enjoy the moment, have composure. That's what Fabian told you guys. But I guess it's really hard to do that when you have the map point.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure was on. I mean, obviously we lost some 5v3s, some individual mistakes, and we're just gonna clean it up for the next 2 maps, 3 maps max. Yeah, it's gonna be a good game.
Round 1, map 1 of the Major, and if you're Fabian, what do you want to see from your team? You want to see a dominant performance and win the round. Now, they're defending Command and Server up on the top floor of Nighthaven. They've got a Monty pushing up. This is users on the catwalk stairs, so what do? Well, they actually problem solve it, and it's Gunnar that focuses on trying to find a pick. He's getting a little bit cheeky walking down the hallway, but what's impressive to me is the teamwork and the mini plays from M80. As soon as Gunnar gets this pick, his team push off the back of that. They are going to smoke off the door for Shaiko and Azami, keep a barrier off the door, and make the mini play. What does this do? Well, it allows them to retake the catwalk in numbers together, make those mini plays. They now actually get a 3-way crossfire onto the Monte. You've got Gunnar from below. You're going to have the Azami from the top, and also the Mira with the C4. The user, there's basically nothing he can do. He's stuck on a shield, gets taken down. And then we've now got Gunnar. He's known below. Leaky Fag will try and get a kill onto him. Again, what are M80 doing? It's all about the mini micro team plays. Gunnar's going to challenge at the same time. Horton's going to run down the fish stairs and go and find that kill. And once again, this is M80. They haven't focused on macro strategy here. They focus on seeing what their opponent is doing, making a little mini play, and most importantly, showing the right behaviors, doing it together as a team. And that's one of the key reasons they won map 1. Now, the desk are going to break it down further.
Thank you so much, Fresh. And what a start for M80 on this series. You were joined by our analyst from NA. I bet you must have liked that first map, though. But the big thing is, that was Falcons' map pick to force on M80, but yet M80 were so ready for it.
I mean, they had such a good game plan. It was all based on reactive plays. They wanted Falcons to make the mistake, and we saw that immediately going into round 1, then round 2. It was reactivity after reactivity. I mean, there was the beautiful 2v5 after round 2 that Hot and Cold and Gunnar were able to pretty much bring it back. They weren't worried on time. They knew that they were going to be able to stop it because they have the C4 below. Amazing down on the top floor player from Diffuser. He gets 2, but now look at Gunnar downstairs. That's the player. He is going to miss the C4, but he doesn't let that deter him. He looks for a new, different angle to be able to get the pick, shuts it down. But where did Diffuser go? He retook upstairs because he downed the player that was supposed to be covering him. Once he retakes upstairs, Gunnar plays his life, Diffuser gets the next pick, and now it's a 2v1 scenario, no time on the clock, nice little shot through the floor. Then we go into their attacks. Reactivity is the name of the game for M80. They get the down. There's still a minute. They don't need to worry. They get the down. They play around it. They know that Falcons is going to be able to go for a pickup onto them. They get the pick. And now there's 2v1. Gunnar makes an amazing play call to go for it. And honestly, without that play call from Gunnar and Gunnar the whole game, they would have lost.
Let me just go without saying, Gunnar is so fucking good.
Yes, he is. I mean, we're seeing it right here on the screen. Would you look at that in the head-to-head against Shaiko? I mean, Gunnar said it, right? He already broke the kill record against these guys, and with the way that it's looking, he can very much do it again.
He is absolutely looking to do it again, and I already highlighted Gunnar throughout this entire event. He is so good on his role. He knows how to pick apart so many of these rounds, so many of these players, those flanks that he is pulling off time and time again. And one play that I specifically have talked about time and time again that he replicates is just being able to move around the map freely and just be able to take so many rounds with confidence and exhilarance through his gameplay.
There's a little bit of a mental game when it comes to Gunnar. I mean, he beat them before. He got 63 kills in that best of 5. And slowly, with an 18-kill finish, he could beat that record here today.
Yeah, it's crazy to ask him up when he's already 1/3 there. That's incredible to think, but we also saw Shaiko in that head-to-head. We wanted him to step up inside of an S-tier final, and he is doing it, but just not enough for his team to carry that momentum on. They need a bounce back on Skyscraper. It's coming up after this.
An eye out for contact. available now.
Julio, you just had a break. Why do you feel the need to tell your team right now after a hot loss?
I think we know how they play, how they like to play, and even that we know, sometimes it's hard to deal against it, but now we know better, and we are more prepared for the other maps. I think the mental is still good. 8-7, close map, it could go either way, and it's a best of 5, so yeah, just keep doing what we're doing, and yeah, I think not that deep.
You have the momentum, and that's all you could wish for right now. How do you work that with your team?
I mean, we're going into a very hard attacking side of the map, like, well, it's not hard to attack on map, rather, on Skyscraper. So honestly, the momentum doesn't really matter in this match. There's two great teams. You saw how close that game was. We should have closed it out earlier. We didn't. And why is that? Because they're as good as we are. Genuinely, this is the two best teams in the world at the moment, and every single map is going to be close. So momentum doesn't matter. It's all about the mentals.
Well, we love to hear that respect from Fighter. These two teams going up against each other as the best teams in the world at the moment. And they're going to show it here on the second map as well. It is M80's map pick. What are we going to see on this one?
Falcons, what we need to see, what we didn't see on Nighthaven Labs was strategy. We saw more solo play, hero plays that was pushing them all the way to the very end. Coming into the Skyscraper, we need to see that teamwork. We need to see that level of depth coming out of LickyFact to set his team up once they get to that attacking half.
I'd love to see them be more reactive like M80, because every time that they give an opening, M80's going to take it. And when you look at the year as a whole, Falcons have only played Skyscraper once. It's one of their worst maps to bring out, whereas M80, it's one of their best maps. So just because of the reactivity, if Falcons don't start moving, don't try to match it, they're going to be left in the dust.
Okay, well, it sounds like there is a serious chance for M80 to extend their lead here on Skyscraper. We'll send it back to our casters for map 2.
Thank you very much, Anne. Here we go. Guys, Skyscraper. Now, I'm very much alone in this camp when I say this. Sky is my favorite map. I can't wait to see how this one goes down. I think, as we've heard them say, as Fabian stepped forward and said, Falcons, they start on the defense here. It is a tough attack coming up. But if we're going to see Falcons fight back in, now feels like the time, Tim.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We all know the problems Falcons have had in the finals before. Getting 2-0 down, that's like taking it to that extra level of difficulty.
Well, our map is ready, Munich. I hope you're ready for this one. Let's get into map 2. It's Skyscraper.
Coming into this, I'm expecting Falcons on the defense side to have a strong start. That's what we expect, right? They need something. They need that momentum back. And Fabian said it best, actually. It's all in the mental.
One thing I'm really excited about is the fact that, I say excited, it's a thing to be aware of more than anything. Falcons haven't touched this map in official Ubisoft competition for the last 6 months. We saw him play it back at, I want to say, SI. So there's not a lot of tape for M80 to go off of, but given it's one of M80's favorite maps, there's a lot of stuff for Falcons to go and analyze here.
Oh, absolutely. You have multiple votes. And obviously, if Fabian has had time to go and counter-strat Falcons with 6-man staff, they can probably do the same. But from playing against Falcons, let me tell you, it's not because they don't show it officially that they're not working on the map. They're for sure screaming it every time. They're one of the best, most composed teams in the world, and they have such a strong map pool, a wide one as well. They know all about Skyscraper. And M80, they love to play. They love the set plays, the rushes, and all of that stuff. But they've showed a lot of it. They've beaten FaZe on it, Shopify Rebellion, Space Station, some really big teams. But they've showed everything in this major. A lot of things to
You say beaten as well. They're 7-4, they're 7-0. Yeah. They've not had a result worse than 7-4, which is what makes it very, very exciting. Tim, who do you think's taking this one?
M80. I do. I think the way that they've just played in that first map on Nighthaven Labs tells me how well prepared they've been for Falcons, what they were going to bring. You know, don't underestimate or undervalue how big a win that is for M80 to carry that in here. Like Fabian said, that mental is such a big thing, and it works both ways. You know, for Falcons and for M80, they're going to come in here with a lot of confidence now. It's going to be very difficult to break them down on their #1 map.
Hot and Cold has just secured the Amaru. He's known for this set plays where he goes all the way and Amaru's all the way into dark stairs or into karaoke window. The rushes, they're well known. As you can see, there's an extension on the side of Falcons towards that exhibition area. That's many players far away from the bomb sites. I think Hot and Cold has recognized it, and they might be going for a rush here.
Well, it's Shaiko off towards their right-hand side here. If you want anyone to be ready for a rush, and he feels like the guy, we should now at least see a bunch of the players starting to scatter back across, but it's a little bit of a lull here, a bit of a bait, a bit of pause. And this Hot and Cold is ready outside, gunner on the window, hoping that someone on Falcons is going to swing out, because like we saw on the last map, Tim, they did step out a few times and give freebies over towards M80.
Yeah, it's all direct pressure here from M80 towards top black stairs, towards karaoke window. They're trying to go in, but they're getting nowhere. Users Frida have stood up to them beautifully. That's 2 important kills, because what has it done? It's put the stoppers on M80. There is no movement coming from them anymore. Falcons have held them at bay, and now M80 is back to the drawing board.
Ooh, cheeky. Nice attempt at least, but Leakifat getting the trade back, and you'll happily play the 1-for-1 here, Leo. It's 4v2. You can trade lives all day long.
And you'll win by that. And the thing is, they still have the control. Leakifat is still in those dark stairs. He's got control over the diffuser. There's nothing really M80 can do here. And it's exactly what we mentioned before. They love their preset plays, but if you watched enough of M80 on that map, you'll be ready for it. And it's exactly what Falcons did. They expected that rush, and they were ready for it and punished them.
It's a very, very key kill from Brede to stop Hot and Cold. Rush of Black Stairs, and they've still got Black Stairs even come the end of the round. A solid start to Skyscraper.
I come back to that measure that I always use. We'll get the little botherometer out for the grand final. Why not?
Where is it? There's your meter, Tim. Where are they?
The needle's not even moving, Des.
Brilliant.
The players inside of Geisha, inside of T, absolutely no concern. Shrine, Drum, Dragon, no concern whatsoever. M80, they were very focused in their push. It was dealt with quickly by Falcons. As you said, Leo, they'd read into it. They knew what was coming. They got the kills that they needed, and M80 offered very little beyond that. So it was a fantastic first round for Falcons, and one, to be honest with you, having lost their own map on Labs, that they desperately needed.
I got a curious question for you, actually, Leo. Like, you've done a bunch of telestrators on this kind of stuff as well. Hot and Cold there, had diffuser in back pocket. Of course, we saw him going through the window, try and run up Black Stairs, got put down, then left his team in a really difficult spot for the rest of the round. A bit too high risk, do you think?
I think it's something that they try to, an alternative of their current rushes. Usually, the Amaru is always doing the same thing. They go through that window that we just saw here to go backstairs, but the diffuser, it's on karaoke window usually. And usually you see that Blitz go through the Geisha at the same time and the backstab coming from the balcony. I think that rush was way too linear, easy to read and easy to punish.
I saw that sign a second ago. Love it here. I woke up this morning and as much as we're excited about a grand final coming up, the most heartbreaking thing about a grand final is it means it's nearly almost over.
Don't be sad that it's over, Des. Just be happy that it happened.
Yes, that. Oh, such a dad quote. I love it. Right, on we go then. Let's see if things can transform for M80 in this round. Interestingly, going quite slow. We've got the Monty for Kino coming along, seen him running a lot of shields throughout the tournament. Blitz, of course, being banned away here to target ban him out because it has been such a headache. It was the same as the third ban for Falcons on our previous maps. They just couldn't deal with the pace that Kino's bringing along.
And I think we've seen that pace disappear right now. We're seeing a slow take, a direct one onto the exhibition. Usually they will get Diffuser down in that bedroom with a shield. You can see it already happening. The shield is trying to gather some information on the ground floor. The buck will be sent there, and his job is going to be to remove the stronghold, remove the few players in critical position on that A and B bomb site. And that means that it's not going to be a full clear, but a direct take here and a direct execution on the bomb site.
The mirror window on the single wall, by the way.
I'm looking to see if they get that VIP wall open. They've banned away the bandit in the Kaid. They've taken away the electricity. They need to make sure that they're using those bans, that they're getting the advantage of it out by using that hard breach. They've got the main breach open. That was a Rotero drone. The wall was left soft. If they can get VIP open as well, it prevents the Malusi of users being able to play inside of there as he is at the minute.
Fuser really enjoys being that nightmare on the downstairs. We saw it, of course, on our last map quite a bit. So much so that he had all Falcons players looking for him through the verticals, and it could well be the same here. Asking questions, not yet doing damage, but just letting Falcons know, I am here, and I'm going to snap your knees off given the chance.
And here comes the buck. He's going to be critical here in this situation.
Wow. Very aggressive out of Shaiko, and Gaveni, rightly so, puts him into an early grave. Still 75 seconds to go, Tim, but at least now they're inside the map.
Exactly, we start to see those bees coming out. The utility is now being used to try and clear more of this, give them more site control, give them an opportunity to get into position to put the diffuser down.
M80 is not doing much to apply pressure, yet you see Falcons running around. They're afraid of the flashes, they're afraid of the vert, and they move slightly too much. That's why Shaiko got punished. And in this situation, oh, they bring it back, and that movement, that's what they needed. They needed to retake downstairs and bring it back to a 4v4. The site is good for them, but you can see the Monty is ready to plant.
Problem is, they're ready to plant while you're being surrounded by enemies. Doesn't always feel like the safest play to take. They need a little bit more in this round, M80, and they've got to figure it out inside 30 seconds. The Monty still pinched in here. One outside on balcony with him in the form of Gaveni, and Diffuser is still below, but not a whole lot they can do now that we've got Kino on his backside. That's the shield down. One more goes down, and Gaveni, it's just Diffuser left standing. He's got to win it all on a house push.
Yeah, it looks like Falcons will come away with the win here. Solotov is going to be picked up. That'll get him back on his feet. It's another gun that is able to fight, just taking the fight on the short angle with the shotty. That's going to be the final kill coming in. Falcons held on. I really like the Kiba barricade that we saw in behind the Monty, just giving Falcons that little bit of time to pressure the shield, to prevent the pressure coming in from the balcony. Really nice stuff.
Perfect utility usage, and you see Likefak 2 rounds in a row, 2 double kills. He's been absolutely critical in the first 2 rounds.
Well, makes for a very interesting start indeed. We did have that question about M80 coming into this map. Can they keep up the momentum? It is a much more defender-leaning map here in Munich. They are struggling to get the ball rolling in the first 2 rounds, but a quick tech pause here may give them time to recollect their thoughts and figure out how they break down this Falcon side.
This is for us as viewers, this is an absolutely ideal start to the second map. Obviously, we've had all 15, M80 take Nighthaven Labs. It was a big map 1 and a big victory for them. As I said at the time, it erased that advantage that Falcons brought in. They won in the upper bracket, so they get to choose the first map. By winning it, M80 completely take that away from them. But now, Falcons, when you're coming in thinking, are they going to be able to come back from the pressure? Are they going to start buckling like we've seen before? They're telling us the answer. The work they've done is paying off, Leo.
Yeah, you put down the fire straight away, right? You go back straight against M80 and you steal their map. You beat them on it. It's 1-1, and that's it. You're right back into it. It's not a problem that they lost the first map if they can win their opponent's map pick. And that's the big one here. Abuse that defense side as much as possible. Abuse how strong Skyscraper is in defense. And that play around the bomb site so far, around the utility, it's been absolutely flawless. Despite Shaiko's overpick, they bring it back. And Likefak, on the back of that run out, is really carrying the team so far in the first 2 rounds.
Also, Mr. Sherlock on stream just a second ago. I can only imagine the chants that we've been hearing come from a certain part of the stadium. And I can only gather that it's where he's seated, Tim.
I would imagine.
It's at the epicenter. There he is. Of course, we'll figure out what's going on with the tech pause in just a moment. So we had a couple of headset issues that are currently being rectified, and then we can jump back into things.
I'm curious to see what's going to be the reaction on the side of Hot and Cold. We've been praying him in terms of IGLing, and we've been praying him in terms of pacing as well. He's going to have to try and find a solution to the way Falcons is playing. Not giving any picks to M80 so far. Ready for a rush, ready for a slow take. he needs to find a new solution.
I mean, obviously for Falcons at the minute, it's just, you know, business as usual, just continue on as you are. They've been winning those gunfights, as you said. They've been well prepared for everything M80 have got to do. Is it for M80 now? Is it, look, this isn't working, we need to, it's plan B, it's plan C? Or do you give it a little bit more time? It's only 2 rounds. It's attack a Skyscraper. It's tough. We know that.
Yeah, you haven't been through a full rotations. I think you're fine, you know? I think you start asking questions at round 3. If you go all the way through as an IGL, in Europe down 0-3, you need to change something, right? And I think the biggest thing for me is that they were letting loose on Nighthaven Labs. They were given the space to really be aggressive, to have lurks, to have Gunner lurk around, get opening picks, find a gap. And that has not happened here for Falcons. They understand. They play as a turtle, as a group. They can trade each other.
We spoke about it to the death throughout this week, Tim, but I think we see one little more bit of appreciation for the stage. I've absolutely loved the graphics that we've had throughout the week. It has looked phenomenal. And I'm sure all those of you in the arena have seen it, of course, as the water moves as we go through based on how far ahead somebody is. As we go into OT, you see the water creep closer and closer towards swallowing that team up until ultimately they get washed away at the end of the match.
We can't forget the trophy
cool.
either.
Oh, it's... we say this. It's a very easy thing to say as people working in the esport, but we do have the best trophies.
Siege, so it's easy
world.
to say, but there is no. I don't think there's any question that is. I think the best esports trophy I've ever seen.
I love the fact that we've went away from like traditional trophies and actually make them based on the latest update that's been released. I think the first one was Yonshopping, that Azami that I thought was absolutely stunning, and that one with Denari and the body losing in the middle. Yeah. The blue is just perfectly themed with the art direction of this event.
I do love the variety of signs that we're seeing so far. They've been absolutely brilliant.
Certainly a strong sign game here in Munich. Munich's been fantastic as well as a city, of course. The wonderful host of the R6 Major. We managed to get out into the city a little bit. I think, you know, reasonably.
I'll tell you what, they've started Christmas early here,
They really have. They're getting ramped up. They're ready to go. The markets unfortunately start just after we leave, but they're certainly ready for it, and it's a beautiful place.
All right, guys, this is called peer pressure. This is called torches out in the arena while we're waiting to get back into round 3.
It reminds me... It reminds me
I ain't
of...
got to do my job. I'll just let all the signs do the casting for us now, Tim. This is easy.
It reminds me of one of the real classic Siege esports moments that I remember, and it was Montreal 2020. We just cast the group stage as we got into the arena. SSG, of course, had a big year that year, and we had all the torches out. I've got a fantastic panoramic photograph of the arena in Laval with just everybody's torches out. Yeah,
do you ever feel slightly nervous looking around though and just wondering how fast battery is dying on so many of those phones? If it's a long series, some people are having to walk home later, I'm afraid.
Don't discourage them, it looks amazing. I think you've spoken about how the stage looks, but I think we need to speak about how great that crowd is.
I completely agree. The crowd have been fantastic today, really backing. You know, the voices for M80, absolutely phenomenal. But I think Falcons just take it by that little few decibels of noise.
Well, Lord Emperor Fabian, I believe, has now got a headset that he is satisfied with, so the game can resume very, very shortly, which is always good news. Here we go. The countdown's going back in, so thank you for your patience. We will get back into things. And if you are just joining us, it's 2-0 currently on the defensive Skyscraper to Falcons.
Really important for Falcons here to be led by experience, right? Keep the momentum going. That tech pose should not affect the way you play. You've been having solutions so far against rushes and again direct stake, and now they're going on the weak bomb side. They need a full, proper rotations here on Kitchen. It's one of the hardest ones to defend, and probably a great opportunity for M80 right now to start putting a round on the board.
There we go. And we're good. We're back in. Let's get this game back underway. Barbecue and Kitchen going to be where we head to for site number 3. As I said, you've had a bit of time during that tech pause even to sit there and collect your own thoughts as players. Obviously, you can't talk during a tech pause, but once you get back into it, Leo, there's a good chance there to say, right, here's what I think we've got to change, here's what we've got to do, improve, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, I think that you know, it's one of those moments where the AGL needs to step up and really find a solution, find a new way of approaching the game. I think that maybe just directly hitting site was not the right play here. I think they need to be closer to the core playstyle. I've mentioned it before. The freedom that you leave to Gunner, the gaps that he creates, the chaos that thrives off of movement, that's what you need to create on Skyscraper. And that starts with hot and cold on the Monty. They need to go for a full clear, go aggressive, create some movement, give enough space for Gunner to maybe lurk around that ground floor, find an opening pick either on an anchor or on a roamer, and then snowball from that. Because so far, Falcons is really, really clear on what they want to achieve. They're playing close to each other. They're always in tradable position. They abuse the traps, and they want to make sure they abuse the natural crossfires on that map.
Air jab deployed.
Gavini just looking to position himself in support of Kino here. They want to look at getting this door open in a way that the Glass can challenge immediately. That's exactly what they're going to do. We can see the care being taken by the Nomad. Gavini not wanting to overextend or offer himself up for any damage for the time being. As it is, Falcons are not going to challenge that entry too heavily. Instead, just playing a little bit deeper in T, in Shrine. And they've got Shaiko down in Geisha. That's what needs to be unpicked by M80.
Liquefac has been so far so good on Solis. Ever since Solis was given the impact again, he's been abusing it and going absolutely crazy with that SMG-11. And he's the first, I think, obstacle here on that side, trying to face the Monty. And on the other side, you can see Kino starting to work towards Black Stairs. They will need to look to collapse all at the same time. That Fenrir is a real trick.
They're such a nuisance, and this is what Diffuser's here for, really, with those shot drones, but I don't think he's been able to get rid of the ones that they need to force away. Looking at those Goyo canisters in towards the F-Nats, all these things to impede and slow down M80, it's working. And now they're asking questions on Terrace at the same time, and they really want to keep M80 at bay, and they're doing a brilliant job so far.
Look at the time right now, only 1 minute left. They've spent all of this time burning as much as possible. The reinforcement is coming through. They are holding strong on that top floor.
This is looking tough. It's actually a lot of what we saw back on Labs. It was in reverse. It's where Falcons are being held at bay, dragged down to a snail's pace, and able really to move forward. Hot and Cold, the one who can ask some questions with that Monty shield in front of his face, and Gunnar gets rid of Shaiko, finds his first kill on the map. The best of 5 kill record is still a dream, Tim.
Yeah, that's really important for M80. They've cleared Geisha, but it will also now apply pressure to the rest of Falcons up on the top floor. Breede, he recognizes the danger, and he's trying to come and support Solotov. He needs to move now. He's a little bit too late. Kino escapes that damage. 25 seconds left to go. M80 not in sight yet, but they do at least have a good top floor presence to work from.
Solotov has got the perfect lurk. No one knows he's upstairs. He can now backstab. 15 seconds left. He can go for it.
Breede was the distraction. Here he is at the backside, but he misses. He whips. Surely no! Gunnar putting him down, and that was the golden opportunity for Falcons. Breede swamped out by the North Americans, and a critical couple of missed shots has given M80 their first round.
It is fine margins like that that determine a tournament of this scale. Solotov has been so solid for Falcons throughout, but in his moment, he just couldn't find the shots that he needed. It was target rich.
And that is the difference between a 3-0 and a 2-1.
I think we've all been there when you walk in a room and there's 2 or 3 players. You're like, where do I shoot first? And then you're just dead.
Yeah, but as a pro player, let me tell you, that is a really rough one for your confidence. He was already not having a best map on Nighthaven Labs. He will need to come out strong.
We have got a call in ready with Mr. Jackie Chan himself. Jack, what you got for us?
M80's strongest side on Skyscraper, weirdly, is actually attack. In fact, over the last 6 months, they've got a 71% attack win rate. In the NAL twice, they got a 7-0 victory, both times starting attack. It's absolutely crazy. That round last there was massive for them, but they need to continue that form because defending isn't necessarily their strong side.
Thank you very much, Jack. Perfect weatherman for us to get a call in from and hear about what's going on. And it's a good point. They've been great on the attacking side over in the NAL, but here, maybe they could start. If they get to a 4-2 here, it'll be one hell of a turnaround, given how the first 2 rounds played out.
They've been exceptional in finding the right ways to play the game, to be honest. I think Skyscraper, for the longest time, for many teams, was especially hard to attack because of how the map is. Full of crossfires at every single point. You can just layer your defenses and fall back as much as you want, burning as much time as possible. The abuse of the shields of M80, the lead by Hot and Cold, and as I say this, you see the double shield setup on their side, has been the real solution to break away those crossfires, because as the shield comes through, he can get away with that, and everyone follows behind them. The shields create pressure, the pressure creates movement, and movement is punished by Gunnar and Diffuser. And it seems to work really well for M80 on every map, but particularly on Skyscraper.
Oh, Jammer, of course, on that VIP wall means it will not be opened up for now. Of course, as we saw on the panel earlier, that won't be the case forever. Had to get in underneath and remove that Jammer to see everything opened up. Sure enough, there we go. They are on their way through. It's only the starting point, though, Tim. They've got a lot of map to work through just yet. Of course, this is all out towards the east. we've got 3 players on the side of Falcons out here already. We've seen this one before. Leaky asking questions, but can he get a kill? Just about gets away as that nade comes on through. Doesn't take down his own shield. Now it's been taken out by the Monty, and he is forced back into the rest of this round. No shield on side.
Yeah, it leaves Leaky really on the back foot now. He tried to get aggressive, tried to protect that balcony position, but it didn't happen. Let's not forget, though, they've still got a lot of map to cover here of M80. A minute 10 wasted. They're defending the other side of the map, so Leaky's aggression there was not misplaced.
I know it might seem weird, but let me tell you, that was the right play. He's burned so much time here. As you can see, M80 is struggling. They're stalling. And as we say this, the rest of the roamers, they can just fall back to the side. We just mentioned it. The natural strength of Skyscraper is that we can layer defenses. We can fall back slowly, and it's exactly what Falcons is doing right now.
It feels so weird seeing a clash without a shield. It's like seeing a turtle without a shell, Tim. And that's why Leakyback has tucked himself right in the corner of Dragon. Everyone else has fallen back, and as long as they don't see him on a drone here, which they might, Hot and Cold, I think, has maybe even raced on through, he could be a little bit of a nuisance for them. Sat downstairs, waiting for that call to come upstairs to then rise up and see what he can find.
I think he's been called. You can see Kino going forward towards him, and he escapes just at the right time. It's exactly the right play. Only 1 minute left. But all they need to do is hold on to that main stairs and drums for now, and then give it up. Play off time.
Gonna start things off. Did pretty well in the previous round, finding a couple. Gets his 3rd of the map so far here. If you are keeping count, that's him on to 21 kills. Reloading. Make it 22. At this point, I can't count fast enough, I'm afraid. We're asking questions, though, Tim. We're inside of sight. It has been slow, but they're getting what they want here. A 5v2 as M80 are roaring back into this game.
They've managed to get the diffuser down here. Hot and Cold took the opportunity, found the space to plant inside a T. Leakyback's going to get taken down and leave it all up to Chaiko. Flawless round again for M80. At least the 3rd they've had so far today in the final. And a great attack where they were able to pick Falcons apart.
And once again, that's on the back of Gunner. If you think about it, exactly what we mentioned before. The shields are pushing away Falcons players onto the bomb site.
Really good. Like, we are able to take a lot of drones, fall back. I feel like just the mid round, let's put more utility. Like, we can play a zooming drone, we can play some goyos, you know, and then we just map them. And late round, we just like hold our position. You know, I feel like we are trying too much. Like this round, we are just full moving. They are just holding us, you know. So keep up. Like, okay, we got 3 drones, 4 drones, 5 drones. Just hold. Like, put more pressure mid round. In late round, if you want to retake stuff, it's fine. But otherwise, just play, guys. Like, even though the kitchen, I don't know, Leaky got 10 drones and we just died, you know. So see how we're gonna win the round, win condition, and that's it. You still put pressure early round, in mid round, more utilities, okay? Some goyos, Azami, shit like that.
For me, on the fist, we should still play around the map. Brede, you want to play Clash? Or you feel play...
Julio once again spot on here. It's the same thing we were mentioning, right? They're pushing away the Falcons player. Gunner's on the backside, on karaoke window, punishes any kind of movement. And Julio said it best, we're moving too much. That pressure of the shield is creating movement on the side of Falcons, and that gives away all of the stronghold.
I love that. Another Heimlich, these guys are choking. Little sign in the back. Not quite there yet. It was a very close first map. Things are dead even here so far, and we are seeing M80 fighting back in with that attacking prowess that we spoke about.
That's just on the back of Gunner rappelling, by the way. Just him. On the backside, the lurk or the gap that he's looking for, given to him by Falcons moving too much, rotating too much, not picking the right fight.
He's got a kill from 3 separate windows there as well. He just kept himself moving, hasn't left that information stale in his team's mind or in Falcons' mind, and they can say, oh, there's a guy on karaoke window, all good. Now he's moved away. Okay, now he's there. Okay, now he's gone again off towards Geisha. They've just made it an absolute headache to track him down. And suddenly, M80 are right back into it, Tim.
Round 5, 2-2. As you say, M80 battling hard for their position. They've already won Nighthaven Labs. They want to keep that advantage. They want to keep the pressure on Falcons. We know from their attacking prowess here on Skyscraper, a 4-2 is still very possible, so Falcons need to make sure they don't let this one get away from them. They're going to go over there to the office and exhibition site. They're going to continue that rotation, and I think the big thing for Falcons here, Leo, has got to be avoiding those freebies, avoiding giving themselves up to M80 through movement. This time, Solotov goes big, manages to pick up Gunner. A great start for Falcons.
Choosing when to fight, that's the real thing. Solotov here decides he's gonna fight for that Keisha control. He gets aggressive, gets the fur pick. And even here, look at that confidence from the same player that whiffed hard in one of the most important rounds. That confidence is still there, the resilience is there, and his teammates are here to back him up.
As he should be, he's our highest rated player at the tournament coming into this series. And he had one real air quotes duff game, and that was against FaZe, where he didn't quite perform to the standard, but EPSs of 140, 170 become very common for him throughout the competition. At least for now, keeping them at bay, but we have got that Monty tucked in towards top black here as well. Solotov on for a double. All three smokes being tossed at Kino. He's got nowhere to go, but still makes it out with 1 tick to go.
Look at how much they're fighting. It's the right play. They've decided to take on the fight. They've gotten the kills that they needed. Look at them. They're all rotating back to the bomb site. They know they won the round just based off that advantage. They need to keep it now. Go all the way back to the site, set up the right crossfires, and close up the round.
4 versus 3, Brede still with Nitro in hand. That could come particularly important when Kino looks to push. He's so low health that Nitro anywhere near him is going to do the job. He did phenomenal work to keep himself alive amidst all the Toxic Babe canisters were thrown at him, but the damage may still have been done. M80, they're trying to reshape. They're trying to get themselves back together so that they can at least contribute to each other's push, each other's energy. Try and find a kill, try and find a window. They've opened up an avenue of sight with the Selma. 45 seconds left to go, but they're stalling a little bit.
The problem is, it's very one-dimensional. They know where it's coming from at this point, Falcons. They've got C4s at the ready. There's not too much that could surprise them. A nade might certainly help, though. Brede's down. Great find, and the C4, of course, offers nothing. It's a 1-for-1, a 3v2 with only 30 seconds to go.
And Shaiko gets the first kill on this map. He needed that, and he gets a second one. Shaiko's right back there on the scoreboard. And a big, big difference in this defense. Look at the initiative from Falcons. They took the fight when they wanted it, and exactly how they wanted it. Solotov gets the pick, and that gets them the round. That's the control of the pace we were looking for. Falcons needs to feel confident. They're on the stronger side. They need those rounds, not M80.
Falcons 3-2 then, and at least keeping themselves that advantage. The big concern for me here, if I look at Falcons, they're doing fantastic, but it's going to be how do they do on the attack. I know that we've said that M80 are stronger on the attack than the defense, but that's not really what it's about here. Skyscraper is tough to attack. Falcons have still got to get it done.
And that's the main thing, right? M80 have, maybe they're good in attack, but we don't know what Falcons, right? And so they need as many rounds in defense as they can get.
You probably heard me say it a million times on email, Leah, but there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. And that's what we need to see what happens when we get into the next couple of rounds. After this one, of course, we'll switch sides and we'll see how Falcons fare on the attack. For now, they've got to hold on to Carry, Oki, and T. M80, seen them slow down a little bit across these last couple of rounds, but it has given Falcons room to maneuver, fight back in, pick up a couple of kills, put the brakes on the round for M80. See if they go a bit quicker like we saw back on Nighthaven.
And they're going straight back to what worked before. The double shields abuse to push towards drum and main stairs. Now, if you create enough pressure, you're pushing the Falcons player all the way into Geisha and Karaoke. And then with Gunner on that Karaoke window and Geisha window, he can get those picks. It's exactly the same setup they used on the kitchen bomb site. And they are going to try and exploit that again. But first, they need to problem solve the roamers. You can see the strong setup here. The Mute Jammer, 2 players invested there. Trap Operators and the Legion and the Mute. And the Ela downstairs. 3 players on that side, actually.
It's almost the identical setup to what we saw earlier on, mind you. You've got Brede sat on black stairs, waiting to see if anyone pushes there. Shaiko dancing around site itself. They've heard no real attention coming in on towards site window itself. So for now, you kind of hold the perimeter and not give up too much ground, but it does enable Yuzu's, Leakifak, and Solotov all to hold down Exhibition office team. No one's really been moved so far inside these open 60.
It felt like Kino was really keen to go there, but they hadn't got the Selma charge onto the office wall to disrupt the defender inside of there, so he just backed off a little bit. M80 waiting their time. They've got plenty of time left on the clock. Still 2 minutes, and they've started to soften up this defense a little bit. We see the Twitch drone of Gunner just removing that utility from behind the wall, just removing the Gusmot mine so that the shield can go in safely. They're doing a good job of laying the foundations, but it feels like they're also giving Falcons a bit of an opportunity to move away safely.
And just like last round, look at how Falcons are staying here. They don't want to give up their control. They want to play. They want to fight. They understand they need to keep that pace. And look at this. They need to control here. They need to go aggressive. They're holding.
So damn aggressive. Kino almost getting finished off by that C4, but both him and Hot and Cold have been chipped big time, and there we go. One's gone, Gabeni falls. You'd think we were attacking Exhibition office team with how this is going.
Yeah, exactly that. Falcons now just need to choose the opportunity to start getting players back to site. When can they move back? When is the fight over? And I think that's now, because M80 are on a rotate. They are moving. We can see them now shifting underneath. They're going to try and move this attack to black stairs, use the power of that shield that they've got left, but it's low health. Solotov manages to pick up but Gunnar and Falcons are starting to play with more and more confidence. They're starting to land body blows onto M80.
And that's it, everyone is back to site. There's nothing that can be done. They just read onto that movement from Hot and Cold. They knew he was going to try and hit the side. The gas grenade was waiting for him. What's the answer here? Honestly, as an ideal, no idea.
Only the 2 left standing here with a lot to recover. And with very limited time, it doesn't feel like it's one they should be able to get over the line, but you can just never say never in Siege. Diffuser's really got to work some magic. It's going to be a flawless round coming out for the side of Falcons. Shaiko, another huge round from him as well, Tim.
Round 6 is always such a big one to win as well. You carry that momentum forward into the second half, and what a better way to do it than not only with a floor. I know flawless already kind of speaks to dominance, but that was true dominance from Falcons. They had every gunfight. They had every bit of the map in their control at all times. M80, in that round, they had nothing to go on.
The last 2 rounds were exactly like that. The last 2 rounds is the reaction from M80 going back from a 2-0 to 2-2. And they make exactly the right call. We will choose when to fight. We will not let them into the map. Despite them bringing 2 shields, look how strong Falcons was fighting. All of the C4s, the clash of Liquefact the round before, just putting it down outside. They wanted to play aggressively, it worked out. Now they're on the weaker side. They need to prove to everyone, can they attack on Sky just as good as M80 is able to do it?
Brede getting his own chant now. What I love is actually when we first saw him join this team, he had like a ridiculous stage. Back then we were using a different rating system. We had like a 2.39 for the stage, which is basically unheard of. And I don't want to say he's got quiet, but he isn't quite the player that we saw historically in terms of being the clutch master, the one that you just knew was going to fry everyone with an SMG. The last couple of days, though, how do you stop him?
Watch out, there's no Brede Slender on my watch.
Sorry, I can't stand with the French.
To be fair, I was going to join Leo. I was going to say, look, for as long as I've enjoyed Siege, Brede has been a real kind of hero player to me because I look at the way he plays and I love it. The understanding, the depth that he uses inside of the sights and his focus on the objective and all the roles he plays. Brede has always been a player that I've enjoyed watching.
Obviously, through the years, the roles have evolved, and now he's one of the last remaining hardcore, hard support player. As you can see him on the Monty or playing the Hard Witcher or always stuck as the anchor, the sole defender of the bomb site. And he's one of the best players, if not the best hard support this game has ever seen. And despite that, despite his age, the longevity is there for sure. He's still able to clutch, still able to hold the bomb site and that Monty as well.
Oh God, don't kiss his ass too much, God. See how much further he can go then. Of course, being on the shield and of course being top planter at so many an event, he doesn't get the chance to be the one racking up the kills, but I take your point, I'll concede. See how this half goes. The first round of this one is a crucial one for me, is to see and set the tone for how things play out from here. Hopefully, not quite as slow and laboured a start as we saw back on Labs. We see Falcons racing out the gate, and that F1 car that I compared M82 back in that first map. That's what we want to see, but of course the North Americans do not want to make it easy given this lineup.
They're trying to open Geisha Wall. I was just about to say they've opened it, but no. We're going to see the successful trick there, and that's big. Gunnar is the one playing in that position inside of Geisha. He's 5 and 4 at the minute, 18 kills in the last game. He is serious hot property in terms of this M80 team, so keeping him safe, keeping him in position is going to be a big part of this defense, but how about that? Users manages to move in, finds a kill through the softball onto Gaveni. Liquefact finds Kino. Diffuser has an answer for M80, but still they find themselves behind, and Diffuser and Gunnar are both super low health. Falcons, this is surely a round that they can win.
They so sorely need a kill though, right? They can't let it carry on with this man advantage. There's not tons of utility on the side of Falcons to work with outside of those Grim Bees. All the fire, all the smoke has gone from Solotov, but if it's got them to where they are now, it's not a bad spot to be in. Still 60 seconds to go, Leo.
And that Geisha control is really a problem for Falcons. They still haven't problem solved it, and you can see M80 choose. They want the fight to happen here. And Liquefact choose to ignore it. It's such a right play. Look at this. They're going to go and hit the bomb site with the diffuser. They completely ignore Geisha. The plan is going down. And it's too late. Hotenko has given up the bomb site.
He's trying to slice over across here, gets rid of one. Can he stop the other one as well? If he gets rid of Liquefact, no, he cannot. If he gets that kill, maybe it's winnable. Gunnar, with a lot to do here in a 1 versus 3 post plan, secures 1. but he's got to get 2 more, Tim.
He's on the hunt. He knows that there's one around house stairs. He's guessed correctly that they're going to look to head downstairs, maybe try to just hold off from below. He knows there's another in Dragon. He's got the intel. There's just so little that he can do with it. He's going to try and play that diffuser game, just tickle it, see if he can bait them out, but he cannot, as Users manages to find the kill, and that's going to be 5-2 for Falcons, and M80 now on the back foot on their own map.
Liquefac is so good, so damn good with those calls. The fact that they could not open Geisha ended up being a strong thing for them.
Be doing it, like, or actually it's not what we are going to be doing, it's what they are going to be doing. If you look at how they're playing this, they're pulling us, and then one guy coming from behind. They've looked at our strats and how we rotate, and they're going to be doing it accordingly. So don't allow ourselves to get pulled too hard.
Yeah, I'm not going to leave.
I also think that we need to play that Ella for the shield, or maybe even an Echo if you feel like it, but we need to fucking fuck with the shields, because that guy's going to be running with the Monty, and he's just going to be walking.
Yep, we do T hard office fight.
Put them in the crossfires. That's what we need for this, guys. Play together, less solo shit. Let them come to us. I don't think they can execute on the map if we let them do that. And then we can layer. So traps, we can play Goyo, we can play Smoke to fuck with the Monty. Goyo is great for it. Just fuck with the Monty. Come on, guys.
I'm going mute.
Largely the calls there that we're hearing from Fabio. I know for those of you that really don't get a chance to hear what's being said, but essentially calling more for the crossfires. He knows, very much aware that they're going to have all this tape on them. They've done all their analysis. Of course, Tom's top is off in map 2. We're only in 2 of 5, Tim.
It's like we're back in Brazil.
But more of the same calls that we heard during group stages as well. Play together here, communicate as a team, show that resilience that we've seen M80 deliver so many times throughout the Munich Major.
And the same problem arises from one side to the other. They all have to face the shields. It's a big problem to solve, and I'm really surprised that we don't see more often a triple shield ban. They could have tried it, but now it's too late. With the Deimos ban, they cannot get rid of all shields, and they will have to face at least one. And their counter is going to be to play into crossfires and bring the Ela as much as possible, because when that shield is getting stunned, then he is vulnerable.
I can't say I fault them too much banning away the Deimos and Shaiko. We've seen, it's actually left open against him an awful lot this competition because of how strong shields are, and he's had a great time with it, Tim.
Well, this is, you ban the Deimos. Oh, well, he'll be on the Twitch or the Nomad. Or, we've been down this road. Yes, you've got to take things away from him because he will just, utilize them so well. But it's not often that it's that effective. But I am interested. M80's lineup not only have gone for the Ela, they've gone for the Fenrir as well. A lot of disruption there on the side of M80. Just looking to really slow Falcons down and dictate where they can play, especially with that shield.
A 3-man setup on Exhibition. That's the rule here. That's the counter. They want to face that Monty, and they want to 3v1 him with the Fenrir traps, with the Ela mines. Every utility they can abuse to try and problem solve that Monty.
Hot and Cold, I was going to say, is asking questions here and gets a lot of chip onto Liquefac. Would have been a lot of utility to lose on the Capital's back pocket. The Firebolt's smoke's gone potentially, but just about manages to hang on. And now the most tilting Monty skin in the world is bearing down on him and his team, but Diffuser starts things out, uses falls.
That's one shield gun. They still need to play against the other one. But for now, everything is holding on. Gavany, Diffuser, Hot and Cold, all 3 of them still holding strong on that Exhibition. They know if they hold this spark, they will win the round. And that's it, the call is made. Falcons is giving up. They cannot crack this open, they need to rotate. And they need to find another opening, and maybe Solotov brings one.
That gets them back into the round. We're going to see that Dokkaebi call coming in as well, 4 versus 4, but the big question is, how will the Falcons rotate work? They're looking now to pressure towards Black Stairs. They're switching over to that side of the map to go a little bit more direct to site. They've given up on the chance of trying to control that no man's land in the middle of the map, and that's something that M80 now are going to be able to use for the remainder. There's 1 minute left to go. Falcons need another couple of kills before they can start to really gain any control of this site.
Right now it seems like they want to go for a karaoke take. And as you can see, Gunnar gets rid already on one of the Darkstairs player. It's gonna be really tough for them. Solotov is still lurking downstairs. He needs to be the saving grace here for Falcons. He needs a strong backstab.
We've also got Gavany doing the same. He's off on towards Drum, is rejoining his team here. So Falcons almost a little bit laboured, a little bit slow on this rotate over towards top Black. Not in a bad spot, mind you. No phone calls left, but of course, have that ever-present shield. Shaiko carrying on with a tear of a map as things move on forwards. 3 versus 3.
Solotov almost got himself into the flank position there, but the diffuser's going down. Solotov was held at bay by a bulletproof camera that hadn't been dealt with. A double kill comes in for M80. Gavin makes it another, and that's going to be M80 getting their first defensive round on the board. We go back to 5-3 on the scoreboard. Falcons still need 2 more to lock out Skyscraper.
And they still make things close. If you think about it, they struggled for an entire 1.5 minutes on the other side, and still, they managed to find the opening. Still, Solotov managed to find a gap. But the right reaction from M80 brings them back into the map.
I think that bulletproof, as I said, it was just so damaging to them. Solotov comes in and straight away he's being challenged. If that's not there, let's not forget, Shaiko was on the twitch. Had that been dealt with prior, had that been taken away, Solotov maybe has free roam on the backside, and it could have been very, very different.
A very similar win condition so far for both teams in defense. It's been fighting, fighting, and fighting, making sure that no one can get into the building safely. Despite the shields, it's been really proving difficult for the attackers on both sides here. They're always trying to find a way to get in, but everyone is seemed to be trying to send all of their traps on that side.
I've always had a close eye on Gavin, and I commented on it to you guys during the break after the last map. You know, throughout this tournament, he is currently tied top with 2 other players for the most numbers of 3Ks and 4Ks that we've seen at the event. Also got a couple of 1BXs to his name. He has been unreal in so many rounds, being the reason that they get something over the line. He was very quiet back on map 1, and he has been here until that previous round where, when the execute came in at a man disadvantage, he was the one who stood up and made himself heard. Great round from him. Maybe now, Tim, we start to see that fight back from the North American side.
Yeah, we're heading back over to Office and Exhibition again. It's the attack that we saw Falcons win. This time, M80, they're going to give it another go with a bigger focus on dealing with those shields.
And you can see now on the other side with Falcons and that Riora, they will want to hit the side directly, that's for sure. But on the other side, you can see that's still trying to roam clear here. They want to bait, they want to create a distraction. Strong enough for Liquefact to go onto the bomb site. And that Elamine has just ring the bell, but as you can see, Liquefact is working solo on the other side. All 4 of their teammates are working on Geisha's side. Liquefact is just doing his own thing, trying to bait a rush maybe, but that's just not worked so far.
Yeah, that's why Brido's been so quiet over here. You haven't heard him rolling around with the shield much. You haven't really seen him put any focus on opening up the wall. But the bait hasn't worked, and Liquefact has now moved back over to join the rest of his team so they can get all the focus on this west side of the map.
They've lost 40 seconds now on that bait, and it's gonna be tough. If they had a full 3 minutes to try and problem solve the roam the round before, and they still couldn't do it, how are they gonna do it now? It's gonna prove difficult for sure. Either they ignore it and hit the site, either they go for the full clear. Either way, only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Gunnar is a huge problem right now for Falcons. He's playing in that Geisha box area. They've got the double reinforce, but Falcons have got no ranged hard breach option to be able to open that from karaoke window. So how do they now put pressure onto Gunnar? He's going to stay here until forced otherwise. Falcons have to either go direct or they've got to go in and clear him out. As it is, it looks like they're going to push directly to site, but they need to be aware of Gunnar on the flank, because that's what's going to happen. Kino manages to find one. Shaiko, 1 back for Falcons. 4 versus 3, and that is Gunnar dealt with. That could be round 1 for Falcons. Solotov, Shaiko, 1 apiece. A minute left on the board to find the last man.
Surely we don't let them slip this one away as well. It's a 3 versus 1, boys. You've got a shield. There's just no chance. Kino should be able to get away with it. Pressure coming down onto him now. He's wondering where the other 2 players are. Where is the pressure coming from? And it's Solotov to the face off the back of that shield. Up they go, Tim, to 6 and 3.
What a way to attack this, by the way. They keep on pulling the roamers around. They make sure they stay on the other side, and then they cut the map in half. They use 1 guy in Dragon, 1 guy in Statue. They hold everything, and then they hit the side directly with 1 gas grenade. Such a good play here. Once again, a call by Liquefact. They cannot problem solve the roam. They cannot problem solve the direct take. They just go in the middle, and they manage to make it.
I love how much we're very clearly seeing the prep both teams have done in each of the coming to the fore. On that previous map we spoke about Labs, wow, like they just had absolute eyes on everything Falcons was doing. On this one, we heard it during the attack timeout from Fabian. Falcons very clearly know what to expect out of M80, and so far, they've got a perfect answer. It's almost like them going to a map that you've played a lot is a bad idea, and that sounds crazy to say at top-level Siege.
It is, you know, you're at least offering your opponent an opportunity to have the playbook, because that's exactly what these teams are doing. They're going through and they're marking out every strat that's been played, how it's been done, which operators, you know, they are going to that granular level of detail, so it gives them a real good idea of what's going to happen. But it was just a beautiful attack from Falcons, the way that they controlled the map, the way that, you know, I sort of called Gunnar on that flank coming across. he was dealt with immediately. He was already being watched. They knew that he was out there. They knew where he was. They knew they couldn't do anything about him. But what they did know was that they could just wait for him to come to them. And they did it beautifully.
Shaiko, solo tough, on either side of the map, just holding the middle of the map for any rotation. And then Likefak, he pokes around. He pokes around the bomb site, pokes around the room, and if he creates enough movement, boom, you've got the opportunity. You get the opening pick, and you go straight for the bomb site. A new innovative way to try and problem solve these attacks, or these events setups rather, and he does it perfectly, to be honest. Solo tough, we've called him out before, right? He had a really difficult start, especially into that map with that round 2 whiff, but he's back there already with 11 kills, showing resilience, showing fragging power, instrumental to the victory of Falcons so far.
And that is the string that Falcons needed to add to their bow, was resilience. That's what we've seen them struggle with over the last 12 months, and it's what they are showing us by the bucketful here on Skyscraper, a map that we might not expect them to be able to take, but they're doing well. They've got 3 opportunities now, and M80 have gone back to the same side. They've doubled down. They're giving it another go.
Leo looks really bothered. What you got your knickers in the twist about?
The same story goes once again. All 4 players are attacking the bomb site. Where's Likefak? Holding the rotation. As 4 players go aggressive here.
Oh dear.
They're facing the mirror. That goes crazy.
They tried to go so aggressive, but it's been chewed apart and spat out by the M80 machine. Down to the 2 left. This time round, M80 have looked prepared. Falcons tried to go fast. They've had the answer.
Yeah, Likefak manages to get one back, taken down Diffuser. That's going to leave us now a 2 versus 3. Falcons back to the drawing board. The one thing that they do have to their advantage, Leo, is a little bit of time to work with.
Yeah, but it's already too late. Likefak had to give up that cross that he had, and then the rest of M80 can just regroup, go on the bomb site, play that 3v2 perfectly.
Ready and waiting. Kino doing a Likefak as he's tried to do his very best. M80 just a little bit too good in the round, though. 6-4 now to the Europeans.
1 out of 3. 1 out of 3 for M80. They continue the mini comeback. They need to keep it rolling now. That's got them a little bit of momentum on the defense. We commented, Jack did a call in for us and highlighted the problem that M80 might face, and that is their strength on Skyscraper, somewhat unusually, is their attack. And as we get now, we start to see that they've struggled to find those defensive rounds. We're going to have Falcons continue 2 more chances. And I'm just looking at the Falcons lineup, and we've got that shield there again. It has been a constant thorn in the side. It has been a constant problem for M80 to deal with. They continue, though, to bring the Ela. They continue to deal with it in the same way.
The problem here is that the longer this game continues, the harder it gets for Likefak to call unusual things. He's been using the same win condition every single time. 4 players on one side creating movement, him on the other side. That's the distraction. And if someone moves from one side, from east to the west, they try and get a kill. Now that's cool, that's innovative, great. That got you 2 rounds, but 3 rounds? But what after that? You need to find something new, something unusual, enough to close that map.
Here we go then. See which way round 11 goes. Of course, M80 have showed that little bit of fight back here. We can't keep going 1 for 1 on these rounds because, of course, know which way that leads. It would be a Falcons win. I'm at this point, Tim, where I'm saying just send us in. Just give us overtime every single map. I'll take it all the way through.
Let's just call it. Let's have 75. Let's have a full 75, and then we never need to worry about the record. All right, okay. Shaiko gets himself onto Black Balcony. He's going to be joined by Breedy on the Blackbeard. We've seen this push so many times. Use the shield to aggress on it. Send somebody to the bottom of stairs, send a shield to the top, and pins out Kino, in this case, who is playing there on the smoke. This is going to be a key position to deal with immediately.
He's playing in a spot that, of course, we saw Breedy in for the majority of that first half, just ready to try and deal with aggression, either coming out from here on the balcony or coming in from below. He's got the barbed wire at his feet, he's got the smokes, the shotgun for whoever may try and challenge him. Breedy's the one asking questions. They've got to chew through these smoke nades first, though. Once they're gone, this gets much easier.
Kino has to be the hero of this round. He's playing behind the kebab areas. There is a Goyo shield for him as well. A Goyo canister and a gas grenade. He's got so much utility to burn here, and his teammates are backing him up. The smoke is next to him, and they're also holding the vert.
It's just Leaker back underneath that can really provide threat. You know, he's showing the respect that Falcons deserve, expecting to get pushed. Last smoke comes out here, and Nade over the top. Has no choice but to go up, and that smoke's going to give him cover. Close on the door, goes to the pump with a shotgun, but doesn't quite find the man. He's still terrified about the potential flank.
Keno's played this unbelievably well. He's wasted a minute 45, and Falcons haven't been able to dislodge him, but the focus on Blackstairs has allowed Solotov to move into Geisha and get one. Shaiko will now clear out Blackstairs. The push can continue from Falcons, but on cold manages to find Solotov. The pressure's on though as the drop comes down, and Leakerback is there waiting with open arms. He's
been sat there the entire round waiting for his catch, for his prey to drop on through, and that's exactly what he's been rewarded with. A 2 versus 4, Gaveni and Diffuser got it all to do, or this map is toast.
The right call is to freeze, regroup, call the right execution, they get the right kill.
Now why do that? Why do that when Leakerback can make that happen? Guys, that is now a series on our hands.
Falcons managed to take away Skyscraper. Nobody can keep a hold of their own maps here. We are one apiece, and this matchup is looking just as tasty as we had hoped.
Anyone's guess where the series goes from here, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to stay tuned after the break.
you guys did choose to play Skyscraper, but you also played that map a lot. That also means they have a lot of information to work on against you.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if it might have been the info, but we were just moving way too much. I don't know if it's nerves, what it was. It is what it is. We took their map, they took ours. Even slate now.
We can see how adaptable Falcons can be. Julio said, use them utilities, smoke, Kiba, and you did also a great job on attack. So great map for Falcons.
Yeah, I think we scream hard every day, and when it's about adaptation, it's like in our nature. We don't think twice. We do what's the best in the game, and that's it.
This was the comeback that Falcons needed on map 2 here, and in what a way they do it as well. We talked about this being one of M80's best maps coming into this one, and we also talked about hero play versus teamwork, and the teamwork was what stood out for Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we saw from the side of Falcons, especially on this defensive half, they were playing with a little more conviction. They had a goal in mind, and that was the early game. Fight with aggression, take that initial pick, and then go back to a more passive sort of play style. Bleed out M80 plays, rounds, players, and that's what the key to their success on that defensive side. Like I said, the conviction was really in the goal in mind of just having that early play, then to fall back, play together, and then, like I said, bleed out these rounds.
It's a beautiful parallel because that's exactly what M80 did in map 1, and we see Falcons doing it in map 2. You talked about their defense, and their attacks were the exact same. They'd take position. If they could go through, they would. If they couldn't, they would leave a middleman or have a lurk to be able to catch somebody through. And a lot of those plays were called by LickyFac, and we highlighted at the start of the game that we needed to see him turn up. Map 1, he wasn't there, but he showed up in a big way in map 2, not only on the stat sheet, but being able to make those adaptive calls for his team on a map Skyscraper that is so difficult to attack on, to find rotates, to find openings. He was making those calls.
He was doing it really well, and there was one player on the side of Falcons who was also really stepping up. I'll put him in a head-to-head against Gunnar just to keep track of his kill record potentially as well. We talked about the potential of that, of course, breaking his own record that he set in Manchester. Now, looking at this head-to-head, I mean, Soltov, we call him the monster of the tournament, but he's again showing it.
Yeah, he absolutely is, and you know, even in the first match, he didn't have the best performance. He whiffed a very important kill, but it goes to show it's a best-of-5 series. There is resilience within this roster, and clearly, one game to the next, complete night and day difference, and that's the important key factor. You're only as good as your last game, and Solotov is making a statement in this Skyscraper.
And getting those opening kills, constantly being elusive, whether he's on the mirror, whether he's on an entry, he is constantly keeping his feet moving, taking position, and that's what we wanted to see from the side of Falcons, is to keep up the tempo. Don't stay still, because that's where M80 executes. Beautifully played and adapted from Falcons.
Let's have a look at this as well, of course. We're looking back at the Gunnar head-to-head versus Gunnar back in Manchester, where he broke that kill record, and Gunnar now here so far after 2 maps in this event. It's looking pretty good, I guess, still, we can say.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to do math to see how many kills he needs left, but 3 maps to go through. It's definitely very good potential for him, especially with 18 in the first one. We'll have to see if he can replicate it going forward.
I mean, if he wants to beat it, we got to have a good series, and so far it's 1-1, so it's looking like we could have a great series on our hands.
Yeah, I hope we do. M80 want a bounce back going into this one as well, though. We're looking to go to map 3 after this.
We talked before, you know, the mental is good in Falcons, but I guess right now, it maybe was a reset for you?
I think, like I said, first map, the way they play is annoying. And if they want to play like this, we're going to play the same. And now it's our map.
You think you're annoying now?
Yes. And yeah, if we want to play like this, we play like this. And let's see who's better. And now we go to our map. But to be honest, we are having fun. It's fun. Best of 5. And we beat them on their good map. So yeah, always confident. And let's see.
You said it was going to be a tough match. Yeah. In the end, it's always about the mental. Do you think in the second map, it was the mental of M80 was not enough, maybe?
No, it wasn't about the mental. If you look at the way the map played out, it's basically we prepared a lot for Nighthaven, they prepared a lot for Skyscraper, and then they played that against us and we played it against them. That's how the first 2 maps will be. It's a best of 5, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Clear words from Fabian there. It's a marathon, not a sprint. That shows in this best of 5 years. We'll take it to map 3 very soon, and that'll be Chalet. And I just want to know who might have the better cards going into Chalet.
I don't know. When both teams played FaZe, where Falcons on the other side, they did beat FaZe, and on the other side over here, they would lose to FaZe. And one of the biggest things that we saw, especially on their defensive half, they got rid of those shields. You aren't going to be able to get rid of shields when you're on that defensive half for the side of Falcons. So you're going to need to bring an Echo or a Legion or an Ella to be able to disrupt that flow, to disrupt Kino, to be that spearhead. And then what we even saw in that Skyscraper was taking the initial gunfight into their favor, get that man advantage, swing it into their favor, and then play a more passive defensive side. But they are going to be starting on attack, and it's going to be very important that maybe LickyFact does exactly what we saw on Skyscraper of doing that 4-1 split, trying to find that gap, rallying the troops, and then be able to go for an execute from there by forcing the players on the side of M80 to be moving around or going into a line of sight.
Now, I don't want to say it again and maybe jinx M80, but this is one of Falcons' bad maps, and this is the 3rd best ranked map for M80 when it comes to it. But I agree completely when it comes to what you were saying about Falcons. If they maintain that momentum, obviously Julio said it in his interview, you want to play like this, we'll play like this. So they're going for that aggressive early lead, and then they're slowing it down. You can't really do that on Chalet because how the map's set up, it's not the same as Skyscraper. You can't defensively bunker after you get an opening. You have to continue it or just find ways to even out the trades. You can't ban out the shields because then you're going to allow Kino to play Glaz, play Ying, and we know how impactful he is on that. So at the end of the day, it is going to be a good back and forth.
I'd have to argue. I say you can defend it because if you even saw how M80 lost to the side of FaZe, is M80 was just getting too overzealous. They were moving far too much, going into those line of sight, and I can easily see Falcons take full advantage of something like that.
Well, I would love to hear more, but the map is ready. So Munich, please give it up for your casters. Ace, Sentinel, Fama, as they take us to map 3.
Thank you very much, Jan. It's time to cook now, guys. We've had those first 2 maps. You heard Fabian in his interview saying, look, the first 2 maps are the best of 5. They tend to be a bit of a free hit. Now we're getting into these murkier waters where I really don't know which way either map would go.
Well, this is kind of where your prep starts stacking up, isn't it? You know, yeah, you've done the most for the first 2, and now we've got to see what they've got left of the last 3. We're about ready to go into this one. It's map 3 in the grand final. It's Chalet.
What do you think then, Leo? Which way do you see this one going? We've said it's harder to call, but if you had to make a pick now, what are you saying?
I'm not predicting anything because I don't want to jinx anyone, especially one team in particular, and I won't say which one it is.
M80, obviously.
I'll just say this.
The Frenchman back in Falcons?
Why would that happen?
Say it ain't so.
Can't imagine.
They need to win, don't they? I just don't want to see a 4th grand final where they don't. But speaking about this match, it's just... I think Fabian said it best, right? It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And it's one of those moments when you hit the 3rd map that really it comes down to who's the better team, who's able to cook on the fly, who's the boat to adapt. When the strats and the counter strats are not there anymore, who's the better team on the moment?
And as teams start getting tired too, it really comes down to how much grit you've got as a 5, right? Let's not forget, this could be a long series yet. We've gone through 2 maps, the series has been going for 2.5 hours. We could be going for way more yet, Tim.
And just remember how many maps have M80 played. They've played so many in the lower bracket, have played more matches. Yep. And they've played 3 maps almost every single time.
183 rounds, I believe, in total coming through. 5 games for Falcons, 7 games for M80, but of course, like you say, those extra maps as well, stacking up, Falcons able to win a couple of theirs a little bit quicker.
As Likefak is reading the strat, he needs to get his prep going and
this is all counter. Is that like doing your school homework on the bus?
Exactly.
What's the prep for round 1?
I mean, that's why Gummies carries a portable printer the whole time and his own ink. Needs to print all of the strats, match by match. And then Likefak calls them.
All right, kitchen dining to get us kicked off. M80 on the defense, Falcons on the attack. Now, you see in the solos, of course, of hot and cold. You see that a lot from Falcons. Likefak, one of those players who's playing solos before the recent buff as well. So I imagine you're going to see both players having a lot of fun on this map in particular with that operator, just trying to slow the other side down. What I do like about coming into Chalet is, historically at least, I'll need to check the numbers now to be 100% certain, but it is one of our more attacker-leaning maps. Skyscraper, the far opposite. It's a lot harder to attack. This one, I think, is going to reward the team that can be a bit patient on the attacks, can catch the side off guard, and really look to overwhelm them. And from what we've seen so far, I'd say that's M80, but you just never know.
I guess on the other side, one team that was especially good at punishing players in defense when they were outside, that was Falcons on Skyscraper. They were able to get so many kills from those windows, and Chalet play exactly the same. You create movement, and you punish defenders moving around using those windows. Now they're going for this direct take onto the top side here on the Black Stairs, on Solarium windows. I was wondering if we're gonna see a change of play style instead of the hard-fought battle around the building. Maybe more a slow pace playing around the utility. But so far, it seems to be the win condition here to play aggressive and try to deny that trophy and Solarium entrance.
Timing on that as well. Just as he went for the drone, the smoke going off, unfortunately, giving that Twitch drone a safe route of escape. Wasted quite a bit of time though, Tim. I know he's sat on site, so it sounds weird to say he's wasting time, but they can't put the full focus on top floor, for example, when every drone they've sent in so far has been chewed up and spat out by hot and colds.
Gunner down in the basement as well. That's something that Falcons are definitely going to need to be aware of. For the time being, they're all outside of the map. They're waiting for these kinds of opportunities. M80 were punished repeatedly for moving back on Skyscraper. We saw that when they were able, Falcons, to push M80 around and push them in to the angles they were watching. They had success. They're trying the same again here on Chalet, and M80 need to be careful that they don't step into those lines of sight. But Gunner has done his damage from the basement. He's picked up Shaiko. That's the Deimos gone. You lose some verticality there, and you also lose that late round utility of the tracks. But how about this? Likefak, he's just walking into sight, Des. Surely he's going to find his man. He knows he's there. He picks him up. Hot and cold taken out. The calls coming from inside the house, Des.
And here he is from downstairs as well. Diffuser picked off. Likefak breaking the backline here of this M80 defense, and now they're in a bit of panic stations, Tim. They can't really play the vertical because of players on windows. They can't fight downstairs because they've got no information. Falcons have found the gap and fully exploited it.
And now they need to secure the surroundings of the bomb site, go for the plant, make sure no one is coming through that dining, make sure no one is capable of beating them from the vert.
Uh-oh. Gunners managed to find one. Brede shutting down Kino up on Solar Stairs. That flank removed away from them. As we come towards the last 20, they've got to find the execute now, Tim.
The diffuser's down cold on the ground at the minute. It's not a million miles away. Falcons need to recover it. Likefak will do that, but he's super low health. Is he the one that you want planting, realistically? It's not going to take much to take him off this. They've got to win the upstairs fight, and Brede does. Soliton manages to find the last, and that's going to be Falcons taking round 1 on Chalet.
On the back of Likefak that finds the perfect lurk. Shaiko goes in alone, dies, but that's okay. It gave enough time for Likefak to then do the same play, go all the way from that side, find the opening pick on the anchor, and a second one on the master player. Exactly what they needed to take the first round.
What I really love there is that's a play that Likefak had no right to make, because if you look at the bans that we've seen, a Dockerby coming out, for example, during the ban phase, massive operator for Falcons. They often use it to push forward and be aggressive. Without that onside, they've had to rely on the line instead, but they found very little off the back of the first few scans that came on through. So Likefak's had to go in blind. They lost all their drones to the what we saw earlier on with Solus, for example, but he's gone in and gone massive there. If he'd been shut down at the start, that round probably goes the way of M80, but it's about taking risks sometimes in the grand final, Tim, and they've been rewarded for it.
Yeah, Falcons just positioning themselves well around those windows, around those external points, and just punishing M80 and taking ground as they did it. Good stuff from them in round 1. And we'll continue attacking, of course, for the remainder of this half. We're going to have round 2 coming up. M80 continue on the defense. It's going to be master bedroom this time, so pretty much the same site as last time, but just directly above, which in many ways gives Falcons one task less. They don't need to worry about top floor control. This time, it would be direct site control.
And this time they go for a different take, as you can see, surrounding library, trying to go for a full clear. That hold on library side probably being one of the hardest one to crack in the first step towards getting the control that they need. I said it before, right, but leak effect. Oh, Shaiko goes on and dies already to the Solis. That's a huge extension all the way here downstairs.
And now we come back to that same problem of all your drones are being spat out straight away by Hot and Cold and the Solis. You've now not got the Deimos that was helping you towards that in the last round. No Lion on side. This could be a real challenge for Falcons to be able to get inside the map and get control.
Yep, Shaiko quiet on Chalet so far. Entry death in both rounds. Of course, he's going to be looking to have a greater impact. The good thing here for M80 as well is that that kill has not been traded out. Hot and Cold was chased down pretty quickly last time, but it hasn't been the case here. He keeps himself alive.
Honestly.
He keeps himself moving and mobile on that Solis. We saw the recent buffs. We know how powerful she is. Great job from Hot and Cold.
He's barely had to move his feet across the 2 rounds from this exact same position, yet he's having the same impact of denying so much intel away from the side of Falcons. It is slowing them down, which again, is there going to be a risk at some point? You also got to ask, how many times can you drive a drone into this guy and expect a different outcome?
The main thing is no one is fooling that drone. They're just spending utility upon utility. Intel gathering, yes, it's good. We know that guy's there. You've turned it 3 times and maybe go for a 4th time. No one can trade that drone. At least Soltov's got the controlling trophy. He can hold that roamer. He doesn't necessarily need to go and kill him. If they can get Solarium control and Soltov holds that player, they can maybe go for the execute. Well, but so long as he's here, it's going to be a direct threat and a direct backstab.
At least this time he's moved back that a little bit. Solotov is still very much solo trying to hunt him down at this point. It's his drones that are trying to sniff him out. Leakafat picked off by Gunner and moves up to 3 on the map. Not forgetting, of course, about that best of 5 record. But M80 on fire in this round. Brede offering a little bit of consolation, but there's a lot of work to do in the 2 versus 4 team.
We see the Toxic Babe canister coming out there. It's Kino that's playing inside a closet. He's been in such a key position through this round. He prevented Solotov pushing up. He prevents Brede's progress towards Bathroom or Master. They've had no answer to him because they've been fighting on the periphery with players like Hot and Cold. So Kino has been in a super safe position throughout the round. With 30 seconds left to go, he can take his chances. He can work his way out of closet. He can take the fights if he wishes to. He wastes another 10 seconds, but Falcons, they start to fight back. 2 versus 3.
10 seconds might be enough though, Tim, because we're down to the final 20, both on a slither of HP here on the Falcons side. Again, these final 3 should have that composure to not let this go on, because we've got Hot and Cold still downstairs in kitchen on the Solis. They'll know if this goes down is the problem, and now we're into the last 5. There is simply no time remaining. Brede down from the impact. Solotov at least gets himself a double kill in the round, but that is all she wrote for round 2. M80 on the board.
A very interesting play in the late round here from Brede. Maybe some of you are wondering, why did he drop the diffuser in the middle of Master instead of trying to plant? Well, he tried to bait the Solis. He dropped the diffuser to make her think he was going for the plant and still died to the impact. And so far, M80 in control of the round. Played it the right way, right? Burning as many drones as possible, not giving an inch to Falcons. And Kino dancing around everyone, burning as much time as possible, abusing the gas grenades in the perfect way. What a great round from M80 so far.
The damage that Kino had been able to do throughout the round, the chip damage, effectively was what won it in the end. Because the impact nade then, as you said, takes down. If they were both full health, Falcons maybe win that round, because the impact nade doesn't probably kill Brede. Solotov goes down and gets the kill. They 2v1. They have a chance to put the defuse down. It's a very different round, but Kino had really built that foundation for M80 to win that one.
I didn't realise that's how we got that entry as well. Naughty stuff. I want to touch on here, guys. We're going into round 3 in a second. We've got exactly the same operator lineup. It has been the same across all 3 rounds so far. Dare I say, they might want to ban the Solis away in the next round. It has been the main thorn in their side in the mid and early round for the last 2 and 3.
You can see the use of the smoke and the castle to make the site stronger, to also make the extension stronger, because they're trying to deny as much as possible the entry points, exactly like Skyscraper. And at the same time, Gunner, Gavini, the traps, right? Making sure that no one lurks on them. And then the Solis, the final piece of the puzzle, the one that's there to deny the plant, but also to shut down the drones. Honestly, this lineup is looking extremely strong, extremely meta, and just gives them enough intel so far to win the second round, rather. And Lekefak with another one of his cheeky moves. He's known to have been doing that ever since tier 2.
Well, he tried that, of course, back on the first map, and it turned out Hot and Cold was sat on the other side of the map, and they just completely bypassed him. Only able to have a massive impact on the Valkyrie later into the round. We're already asking a couple of questions here on his pushing towards Bar and Gaming. Isn't, of course, the site we're attacking into, but it's about getting inside the building, and these I don't call them laser gates. I'd love to be able to call them that. They don't need to be at this point. It's finally been taken out as well. Hot and cold, still popping that gadget on, still sniffing out the intel that's rolling on forward. But you can see how Gaveni is slowing down this Falcon side.
Shaco's had a bigger impact in the round already. Of course, taking that opening death in round 1 and 2, comes back with one of his own, at least in round 3, puts Falcons on the best foot forward, 5 versus 4. And that was a beautiful pinch onto Gunnar there, just using the shield to come in and maneuver him around, and then having the player on the backside to get that kill. Solotov manages to pick up hot and cold. Falcons starting to run away with this round. The track is on, the utility's being used, and right now, M80, they must be sweating. They know the bullets are coming, and they know where they're headed. Solotov manages to take down Diffuser. Kino, 1 versus 5. He would have to go ace clutch. Diffuser has surely got to go down any second.
Such a patient round from Falcons too. Shaiko in particular knows he didn't have to go for an aggressive swing there onto the last 2 players. Lets Solotov do the work from below, hides around the corner, waits the trap to come back online, and it would have been able to get him the final kill if not for his teammate in Leakerfact stepping around and collecting that kill. Brilliant round though, Leo.
Good things happen when Shaiko gets his opening kill. Very surprised as to why this player was in bar when no one was in library. Shaiko gets in library, gets a free kill onto the bar player, and then after that it's just snowball upon snowball. They can just 2v1 every single other roamer, left alone, isolated. Falcon playing as a team, taking down that roam. Punch after punch from each of these teams.
Sorry, I was enjoying the very British chants to encourage someone to down their drink, which they spectacularly failed at, Tim. You'd be mistaken for thinking we're back at the Manchester Major.
They wouldn't have failed there.
Can confirm they did not. All right, Falcons after that first quarter at 2-1. They've indeed had that Soulless ban come on through. It has been a massive headache for them. Not surprised to see it taken away, and thought we might see this as well. M80 have doubled down on taking away 2 of the main operators in the Falcons lineup, which is the Dockerby and the Deimos, a lethal pairing that we've seen them run time and time and time again. You feel here, they're still trying to find ways to slow them down, but now they're going to have to adapt. They can't turn towards the Soulless anymore, so they're going to change things up and go for a very, very different lineup with things like the Goyo, the Kaid, a bit of Warden as well, just to make sure they can hold off this French side.
Very different bomb site as well. That can be played differently, but still the mantra is the same, as you can see here with the Melusi and the Goyo. They're playing an extension. They know they cannot give enough space to Falcons. With a team of that caliber, if you give them everything, they will just execute perfectly. You've got to fight at some point, but you've got to choose when to fight. And Gunnar, on that Boss G, is looking for a fight on his own, one that he favors.
We've seen a bit of a resurgence of the Boss G at this event as well. Obviously, there was nerfs a while back, and everyone stopped playing it. And since then, it's come back in, Leo. Why do you think that is?
I think the one-shot kill or one-shot injure is just such a strong play at the highest level. In most of these times against pro players, they can quick peek around doorways. They have an incredible good movement. It's tough to kill them sometimes. They get away with it. One shot of a Boss G and that's it. You're 5v4, you've got your opening kill. That's what makes it so strong at pro level.
Even with the nerfs as well, right? But it's more about playing it more close range rather than trying to do it from across the map is the issue.
Gunnar and Gaveni still out on the roam on that second floor, something that Falcons haven't gone in to deal with yet, looking more directly towards Sat here, I think. Just leave the roamers out in the cold, don't really deal with them, just make sure you watch the flanks. They're ready for the hatch drop, they've got everything prepared, they've got the long angle open from the bottom of West Main. They now need to start thinking about getting this trench wall open, and that is the plant spotter will be available. Solotov picks up Gunnar. He put the Claymore down, he predicted the movement, and he gets one of the roamers down, 5 versus 4. Falcons now are going to start looking at opening up that plant spot.
Shaiko holds the other side on West Main, making sure no one's getting the flank done. And at the same time, the rest of the team can start working on the site. Making sure that trophy player and the dining players that you see here on your screen do not come for a backstab. If there's one guy that can hold that flank, it's going to be Shaiko. Liquefact lets them go through, and they can pinch them together. That might be a win condition.
One big problem that Falcons have got at the minute is we saw that Selma charge tricked off. They've got one more Selma charge left, but no EMPs to deal with the electricity, so they may not have a workable breach into Wine. They might have to go through the door. A kill is returned. Solotov, Liquefact manages to find Diffuser though. Shaiko is upstairs to assist, but he doesn't need it. Liquefact keeps going, takes down Gaveni, 4 versus 2, using the door. Shouldn't really be a problem now. If they can put some pressure onto Hot and Cold in blue, force him back. Okay. But Kino, he's the one that stands tall. He's doing the work. He's bringing M80 back. He gets the kill. 1v3 though. It's all up to Hot and Cold. He can't Breeder shuts him down.
Such a great bait round, you might see it called coming out from Falcons. Just waited for these roamers to come and try and hit them, on the flank. They were ready for everything that M80 threw at them in that round, Leo.
They found a solution to Gunner. They found a solution to the roamers. On Nighthaven Labs, they were looking for that solution for so long and ended up losing the map. What do they do instead? They ignore it.
Oh, no timeout. We're all good.
I think that the solution of ignoring the roamers is just the best one. They go, they work the site, they make sure that their backside is clear, and as soon as the roamers start moving, they turn around and they punish them. And it's exactly what happened that round. The Kaid was a problem, yes, of course, but I just have to wait for the two of the roamers. And as soon as they start getting activated, let's go, let's pin them down, let's get that advantage. And let's make sure we roll down and snowball after that. You British guys.
Music to my ears, mate. Get with the program.
It's the one good thing you guys can do, the chance.
Chance? Oh, yeah. We can do that pretty damn well.
Not the food.
Let's not open that can of worms.
No, I'm just fishing over here. I'm just fishing.
I'm not getting rage baited here. I've been media trained as a player, and that holds true.
And there you go.
Is the Major coming home again?
Do you understand the chance, though, is my big question. Are you with it?
I think the Major is coming home again. I understand the chance.
Yeah,
I get it.
That was a part of it, yes. That's a part of it. I mean, as we spoke about already, we're still not quite at the point yet where we're talking about the final map and which team has the possibility to take it home in map 4. But there's so much behind this, as we spoke about. Kino's first major, M80, having that rise back up again after being scattered to the high winds for the best part of a year and a bit. Falcons looking to overcome that curse of 3 second-place finishes in a row. Both teams, it's a massive deal to get this win.
It is, and again, I keep coming back to it because it is such an important thread. For the last 12 months, we have seen Falcons struggle to get over the line when pressured in finals. They lost their map pick, map 1. This is the sort of response that Falcons fans have been dying for the last year. They have come back into it, and if anything, Leo, they're going from strength to strength. Skyscraper was a bit of a scrap. Chalet is looking a little bit more one-sided.
And that's my main takeaway. I see Falcons growing stronger and stronger in this match. It used to be the complete opposite in every single grand finals they attended. They started strong, but they failed afterwards. The mental was not there. The Falcons that we're seeing now, they're growing stronger. They're figuring things out. They understand the main win condition of M80, and they come up with the right adaptation. Falcons holding strong in that map. Look at them. They're focused, but most importantly, look at Lekefak. He's having fun.
Yeah.
And that's something that we didn't see in grand finals before. We saw the pressure, we saw the seriousness, but we did not see the fun.
That's it. They almost came in locked into that mentality.
Call the timeout.
Timeout coming in from M80. You take a listen and see what's going on. Never mind, got a rehost again.
We're kind of watching, thinking, is this the rehost? Is this the time right?
Just trust. He's just communicating by brain.
Are we getting into like telepathic tactical timeouts? Is that what we're doing?
The technology is there, Tim. It's certainly on its way.
There's one guy that can figure it out. Has to be Fabian. The first one with telepathy. The God Emperor.
Hopefully. Of course, forgot about Fabian in our chat as well. You heard about it on the desk earlier. Could be that first person to take an SI win and a major win as a player and then achieve the same as a coach. Be a big accolade for himself as well as the rest of his team. And as much as we're here on EU soil, it feels like the right place for an EU win. How things are going, These Falcons have warmed into this game a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, last time we were in Germany, Berlin, of course, 2022, it was the European team that took it home. They weren't against NA on that day. They were, of course, against FaZe Clan of Brazil. It was before FaZe started winning everything. And it was a hell of a game that we had back there. I mean, I always love an EU-NA clash. I started watching competitive Siege all the way back sort of 2017-18, kind of at the beginning of things. And so I remember, you know, coming through a lot of stressful games between Penta and EG. That was always the matchup, and it really does invoke similar matches here.
I really hope that a whole group of this crowd follow him home tonight and boo him all the way back to his hotel room. I doubt they will. I guarantee the players are just like, what's going on?
You think the crowd has a favorite?
I can't really tell who they're behind at the minute, Leo, to be honest with you. It's a little bit confusing.
They're not pulling at all this game. What they're doing is just setting up, and then they have Sticky Pack only going alone. What I think we can do to counter this is to play more Echo and then try the bar retake for Dining, because if they don't go for a solar clear on Dining, they will go for a direct one. And if we have the Echo Drone, there's going to be a gridlock in Dining that we can kill. And Sean, I want you more on Vigil so you can do and run around and do whatever the fuck you want to.
You want me to starting master side or like?
You can stop, okay. They're going to cut you off, so it's up to you, but play with information. First, and I think basement, the same thing. If they go for the same take on basement, you choose. But if you go basement, take Echo, and then go with information, because I think they will clear, not go backside again.
Perfect.
I mean,
come on, guys.
What should we doing first? What are we doing?
Catch Long Boy first. Catch Long Boy.
Shit, okay.
All right.
Heavy tactical timeout here.
That's really interesting, because for those who haven't seen, Fabian actually put a tweet out about this yesterday saying, you know, I think TAT timeout should be more about the leadership, getting the energy back up, ensuring they're communicating well, not giving more tactical direction. But he has just given quite a lot of that there.
Yeah, when he reaches that point, it means that Hot & Cold is struggling to find a solution in the game. When he needs to be, as the coach, coming in and delivering in-game solution, it means that his players are struggling to find one. And here gave them some very specific instructions, right? Go for the bar retake, or if you go Dining, make sure they won't go from Solarium, they're probably full clear. And then Gunner. Gunner needs to go on Vigil. He needs to be chaotic, he needs to be unpredictable, he needs to be as aggressive as on the first map. That's where they need him right now. Is that enough, though? We'll see, because Falcons so far have the keys to the castle.
Well, we've mentioned Solotov so far at this tournament, #1 rated player coming into today. He's quietly going about his business on Chalet. It's been a slow start from him in the final, but he now sits at 7-1 on his kill feed. Like, he's going really, really well, so he is a big, big problem. We find him this time bringing along that ace. Such a versatile operator, and he could again be the undoing of M80. I like the Brava coming along as well. Always so much value. Getting a little bit stuck. Always so much value in that Brava.
Did he just Brava through the wall?
Maybe.
Onto the Milsey?
I think it's more like desync, I think, than anything else, but it's fine. Didn't he manage to get through it in the end, has then lost it on his way through, but 2 gadgets from 1 drone. Pretty good value, can't complain too much. Gunner, of course, as we saw, denied his chance, breaking the glass on the other side so we can hear what's going on outside, realizing he wouldn't have his chance to collect his spawn peak.
Very widespread approach so far, as you can see through the uplines. You can see that there is a take on the West Main side, on the Solarium side, but also some players that were towards Library. They were poking around, figuring out on which side they're going to attack. And I think to the dislike of Fabian, they're attacking Solarium side again, something he did not want to see happening.
Doesn't manage to get that bulletproof. That'll stay up inside the site and feed a good bit of information about what's happening here on towards West Main, but of course also waiting for a push in towards the site itself. They'll see it all.
Breeder's just gone into Trophy on the back of that E1D scan. Shaco's got himself into the top of West Main as well. He's just conscious about any pressure that could potentially come from the basement, but there isn't any at the minute. Breeder using that shield to just create himself a little bit of space. It feels like Falcons maybe don't quite have the control that they need to be in this position. And that's exactly why. Because Gunnar comes over the top rope with a huge elbow, takes 2 down. Kino finds Leakafak, and in a heartbeat, Falcons attack crumbles.
Such a smart play because Gaveni rounded towards the stairs itself at the exact same time that Gunnar vaulted over. Once Gaveni was dead, Users was watching on the window. He was basically bait for his team there. Gunnar had the ability to vault straight over, sound mast, get the kill onto Brede and shut this round down entirely. Beautiful little play coming out from M80. They get their second round in the game.
Users getting punished as the only Guardian of the backside here, alone to face a triple retake. The right play called by M80. And I think Fabian's call out, tag timeout, paying off again. Telling Gunnar, take the Vigil. We will give you the freedom. Find the play you need to make to win the round. And he found it. That play was to go Solarium, backstab everyone in Trophy, get the multi-kill, and close the round that way.
I'm pretty sure that's getting louder. With every round that M80 get. Falcons there, I felt, were just a little bit ahead of themselves. They saw a bit of an opportunity to get into Trophy, Shaiko into West Main, but they just didn't really have the control they needed to hold that space. They didn't have a full understanding, I don't think, of what was up above them. And that was the problem, really. Falcons were kind of fighting an unknown enemy, and they were punished heavily for it.
If you had anyone else than Users on that Solarium window, maybe someone bathroom window at the same time, creating a crossfire, holding that retake, that could have worked. Yep. Problem is, everyone else was in Trophy, just trying to work the bomb site with their back exposed to that Solarium stair.
More of the same, it looks like as well. Gunnar's on the Vigil. Gaveni can go running around on the Jaeger. Still got all ADSs in back pocket, mind you. And Diffuser may well be giving a bit of an assist towards Gunnar here. Able, of course, to steal away a couple of those drones, deny away from information, but even they've got a lot of their own info with the Echo on side too.
That was another thing that was called by Fabian. If you pick the Vigil, if you go aggressive, take the Echo, feed information to Gunnar, try to play aggressive off of your UK drones. All the way back when Fabian played, he already did that. Goga was on the UK drone, Kento on the Vigil, and they got aggressive. He uses the same strategy with his roster as a coach. They know they need the opening kill to win the rounds.
Falcons here are ignoring the master and office side of the map. They are not touching it this time. It is all library and fireplace. It is get inside of the map, close to the bomb site, take that top floor control and work from there. They need to be aware of Gunnar on that Vigil again. Currently, he's roaming around the map. He's found himself down in basement. He was on top floor just a moment ago. He's trying to get slippy. He's trying to pop up in another difficult location for Falcons to deal with. But right now, they're handling the round well. A minute 10 in, they've got a good idea on several positions. They now need to start getting into the map and looking for that entry kill.
I was just like, did I see a Yokai outside? Yeah, Hot and Cold have rolled it out to know what's going on, but that's the important part. They've seen the shield. They know what the execute's now going to be onto this double window. They should be able to respond, but Brede has finally dealt with that little slippy snake in Gunnar.
The main key here, securing enough control towards library to enable the execute on the bomb site. As you see everyone working on the ground floor and the drones are happening here to gather information on the anchors. They just need to control the main thing, and that's a critical thing. The hatch of library is reinforced. That means that they can go for a ground floor take, and execute should happen on the A bomb site.
The spin from Kino on a dime. Gets Leaky back as he was trying to free fire in towards him. Looks for a second, but Diffuser just a little bit better in the moment. Now watching out for any kind of push coming in from the window, but they don't want to make the call here, Tim. They've realized they're a man down.
Diffuser and Gaveni have never really been stifled at any point because of Falcons' focus onto that site rather than closing them down, and it's come back to bite them because Diffuser punishes them. He's just up and down those blue stairs, causing a constant problem there to back up his teammate. He continues to do it, this time finding the kill onto Shaiko. Gaveni then is able to return to site. Nearly gets picked up from his movement out of Mudroom, but still, Falcons 2 versus 4. They are battling at this point to scratch anything out of this round that they can. The nade goes in, it will do nothing. Kino picks up User, shield gone, all up to Brede on the window.
Nothing he can really do in this 1 versus 3. He hasn't got Diffuser, of course, got the utility, but they know exactly where he is. They saw him out here ages ago with the Yokai drone. All they've got to do is wait for him to vault in, and he's pretty much dead to rights. There's the swing from Hot and Cold. M80 bring us up to 3 apiece. This is getting interesting.
And that proves once again why Fabian is such a great coach. 1 tag timeout, 2 round wins in a row. And both on the back of his call, by the way. The first one on the back of Gunnar on the Vigil. The second one he called for the bar retake strategy. The one strategy just played. Bring the UK drones, get information on them, and get aggressive. A single tag timeout, 2 rounds.
He has more power than he realizes with that card. You flip it around, you just anger the crowd or delight them. The 3-3 certainly making things interesting, as said. The thing for me is knowing that Consulate's our next map, that is M80 to a T. They love that map. And so I think that if they take this map, they could just rock on from here and wrap things up in a 3-on-1. So if you're interested in a 5-map series, Falcons is the one that you want to see come out on top in this second half. And I'm just seeing the bans on the other screen immediately. Soul is taken off the board. They do not want Leaker back on that operator. And the Fenrir also being taken away.
Very different take on that one. The operator bans are going to be extremely impactful. Less traps, less information denial. And that gives the freedom to M80.
Round 7 underway. We move into the second half of Chalet, and there is absolutely nothing to separate these two teams. Not just on Chalet, but in the match overall. The grand final currently stands at 1 map apiece. M80 were able to take the first on Nighthaven Labs. Falcons found the answer on Skyscraper to bring us into what is effectively now a best of 3. And we are 3-3 on the scoreboard, so all things are level. First sight is going to be down in the basement for Falcons. Historically, we know they're a team that like to play around the site. They don't tend to get out on the roam too heavily. We have seen it more from them over the last 6 months. I'm thinking Leakerfact particularly. That's who I'm looking at here. Where is he going to be positioned? At the minute he's up on that top floor, doesn't surprise me in the slightest. But M80, surely they've got to be expecting this.
Falcons is one of the only rosters that can make a turtle on that bomb site work somehow. I don't know how they do it. Shaiko challenges the vert and gets away with it. But just denying the bridge won't cut it for most teams. You need an efficient roam. You need to burn a little bit of time. Burn utility, burn drones, and Liquefact and Soul Tough. They're going to be your heroes for that.
Still being finding jammed out so often, though. Gunner's been obviously trying to race drones through the map to get rid of some of this crucial utility, know what's going on, but has been met by mute jammer after mute jammer. Still only early in the round, though, 40 seconds in. It's a lot of time, and that's an easy down towards Kino there, who has just walked into, I don't know whose angle, but has found himself put on his backside. Hot and cold taking down both shields here, dangerously low.
Usus is going to be sprayed through that soft wall, down but not out. Maybe collectible if they can fight back, but Shaiko's forced back, so almost certainly not. Leaves us effectively 4v4, but the shield is gone. Kino and Diffuser, super low health. Leakerfact still up on the top floor. M80 have got a lot of problems ahead of them. Usus will be taken down by the shock drone. That will finish things off. Doesn't change anything as it stands. Leakerfact has had to move a little bit over to that library side, but he is still holding on to the top floor.
I was going to say, Usus is basically a drone for them inside a library. The information that he gives on when the push comes on forward, who's stepping forward from where as well, who is it we've got out on front door. He had all the information, but with him being taken out, as you say, that has now been removed from the side. 4 apiece, half a round to go, Leo.
Strategically, Falcons is winning that round. They burn as much time as they wanted. They're in control. M80 is reactive. They got the pick that they wanted. 1 shield down. Lekefak is still roaming around. They haven't cleared the full map. They will need to go and execute, knowing that their back is exposed to one of those roamers. And then they still have to problem solve all the utility on the site. As you can see, the Tugaro, the Kaids are getting problem solved by the Twitch drone, but that will leave them with really few time to execute.
Leakerfact has got himself safely back to site now, so Falcons deciding they've done enough. They can start to stack the deck. They can start to get bodies behind this. We can see the attention through Pillar into Connector. This could be a plant. It's a beautiful kill from Diffuser on the cover. It's the sort of cover that a planter dreams of. Kino manages to find Leakerfact. Plant is successful. 4 versus 2. Diffuser down, but surely around for M80 as Shaiko starts to battle back. But this has to be too little too late.
It's the hatch as well as a problem for them, Tim. It's open. They've got to play it down. They know when he's going to be sticking on that. It's going to be no issue. Kino can plant himself on the hatch with the shield in front. He's tried the C4 to get someone, but is rewarded with nothing. Gunner stepping up here. Shaiko stepping out forward, but he's not going to be rewarded. M80, first blood in this second half.
Fighting back the right way. The problem with Falcons setup is that they had everything for the walls, but after that, what do you have to deny the plant? Nothing. One single C4 on Shaiko, and he was not even spent.
I wonder if that's in the back of their minds that Consulate is up next. And that is a tough map for Falcons, but one that M80 know all too well and are very, very proficient at. It's a good start for M80. How much more can they get done in this half? We've kind of already said that we think we're out of the chances of getting a best-of-5 round record broken, unfortunately, Tim.
It feels a little bit like this is kind of crunch time for Falcons now. You know, if we think back to those difficult finals they've had, it always seems to be around map 3, map 4, when the pressure is really at its height, at its peak, where they need to respond. Let's see how they do that over the next few rounds. M80 picking up a great attack there. Falcons will move and go to kitchen this time around.
What I always try and watch out for is, it sounds silly, the mouths on the side of Falcons, because in previous events where things are starting falling down, the only players really speaking are Solotov and Leakafak. The others are already quite quiet players anyway. When they stop saying anything, as we've heard so many coaches say during timeouts, conversation is the issue here. You guys aren't communicating with each other. Get speaking, get loud. That's what we can't afford to see slip for the Falcon side.
And ever since they got eliminated from AWC, they've worked hard. That was a slap in the face. And they made sure after every single kill, everyone needs to yell, everyone needs to scream, everyone needs to get energized in the comms. Everyone has a spot and everyone needs to step up. It must not only be on the back of Leakafak. And if you see them communicating, that's always a good sign.
So I've seen all the howling at this event, right? And
exactly.
Barking and anything else they've done that's a bit crazy. I never thought to see Falcons doing that, but if it works, it works.
But I don't see a real change in the strategy. They're still playing a turtle, still playing the Kaiden Tubero, using utility as the way to win the round. But against such a strong team as M80 that knows how to problem solve stuff, the NA playstyle, do you really want to play that game against them? I'm not sure.
I feel like they're very happy playing this way though, right? 3 of them up on the top floor right now, so a bit of a mix between those that are playing turtle and those that are being more aggressive. Hold out that line, the top floor, waste time, and then sit behind the 3 C4s, sit behind the Tubero. That is the way they're trying to play it, acknowledging they can't give too much away to M80. And as of for now, they haven't quite been able to crack their way through. Constantly seeing those keepers coming out from Shaiko, but now his inventory's empty, Tim.
Kino's quietly, I just want to bring the focus to him a little bit. Kino's quietly had a great couple of rounds here. He was on sort of 2 kills. He's back to 6 and 4 now, and he's really starting to have a big, big impact on these rounds. He's holding positions. We've got Gunnar just waiting outside of that main door at the minute, holding a long angle. And right now, they're just begging for Falcons to move around and to give him that opening opportunity.
It's going to be the X Factor. He loves to play that way. It's the best lurk I know so far in this tournament. He's using all of the pressure created by his teammates here on Solarium window to come and backstab as they go for Solarium take. Here, Falcons get aggressive, but they need to be careful.
At least a couple back the other way, though, for sure. Gunnar are going to be a little bit too late to have the impact that he needs. A 2v3, though, still perfectly doable. 1 player up on big window, and Gunnar, I think, somewhat unknown, but they've got a bit of a hint in. They know that he'll be somewhere at some point. Steps in, takes shots, and now they most definitely know. Still 1 player and half all they could try and shut down here. The Solotov, he'll hold on for as long as he can. Turns out it's about half a second, Tim.
Gunnar finds a beautiful pixel shot onto Solotov there. He was barely visible, but he knew the man was behind half wall. 25 seconds left to go, though. That could be the undoing of M80. Shaiko and Breeder have got themselves back to sight. If there's anybody you want to hold it down, it is surely these 2. Breeder is still full health. They're going to be pushed from both sides. M80 have gone for the pinch. Hot and Cold is down inside. Gunnar is in trophy. He manages to find the first. That's Breeder down. It's all up to Shaiko. 4 seconds left to go. Hot and Cold's going to give Gunnar those extra seconds to take the fight. But Shaiko wins it. He's looking for the last man, and he finds him. Who else? Shaiko steps up in a 1v2 when Falcons desperately need it.
The demon himself has arrived. He's been here all series long. It was one of those big questions we had. What Shaiko do we get? I think it's fair to say so far, Leo, we're seeing the right one.
We're definitely seeing it right now. In the most crucial moments with Breeder, the 2 Frenchmen, they know each other by heart. I understand what they were trying to do. The 2v1 on the trophy player. Sadly, Breeder overextends, loses the gunfight, but Shaiko places it the perfect way again. The longevity of this man. Still holding strong years later, still one of the best fraggers in the world. And when they needed to step up in that grand final, he does it.
Wow, wow, wow. And look for many a hero throughout this series so far, guys, and we've seen many rise to the occasion. Winning out that 1v2 should not have been a thing. I really thought that rather going for the plan, they would force a 2 versus 1. They knew that he was stuck inside West Main. Hindsight's always 20/20. Tried to make the plant stick. Was just a little bit better in that moment. And not on gold. Knew that he had no choice but to hold down F, as the pros often do. Just didn't quite have enough room to come up, gun up, ready to fight him.
That was it. Shaiko gave himself every opportunity to win that 1v2 by staying out of the gunfight. He's watching the clock. He knows once this gets to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, that's my time to go, because they're going to have to go for the plant to extend. And I often say this, if you're in a 1vx, as soon as that plant starts going down, that's one gun off the table. Shaiko's recognized that. He knows where his 1v1 is, and it's in the clock. And he plays it absolutely beautifully. Great, great finish from him. 4-4, and what a match. What a grand final this is turning into in Munich.
And now we're looking at round 9, and the win condition team is the same one. It's the clock once again. This time Shaiko on the Melusi, but Bride on the Kaid. They're trying to use utility to burn as much time as possible, to make Library a stronghold above that bar setup. Burn as much time as possible, but that drone is cheeky. That drone is gonna be great. Hot and Cold has direct information onto the bomb site. He knows exactly how many anchors are there. That's a really good one. Valuable information here to make the right call.
Of course, what they can do with it is now the next question. Shaiko was the one being spotted out in that moment, but no one's nearby yet to capitalize. There's still a lot of siege to play in this round. We've only gone past the 70-second mark here, and of course it's going to be slow. We've got the Monty, we've got the Blackbeard on side. There's no rushing to be done here. It's more about the setup for the execute itself that matters the most.
Twitch Ranger will be racing through, trying to take away that utility. Bulletproof camera. There's 2 of them on the other side. 1 is gone, so that's at least somewhat of a success for M80. Hot and Cold manages to get himself down to the bottom of those fireplace stairs as well. Again, just applying that little bit of phantom pressure. But Shaiko manages to find Diffuser. That's the IQ gone. Maybe a little bit of safety for the gadgetry as well.
And it was all a bait. As you look at Library, both hatches were reinforced. And yes, M80 got the control, but for what? For nothing.
Wow.
They will have to channel down in that a single doorway.
3 of them over the top rope here to push on through. They've got 2. Gavenian gonna double up as the shield, the Uber onslaught marches them down. Another one comes through, but Shaiko just does not want to roll over and die in this one, Tim. The 2 versus 3 gets himself a triple. Could he be on for a big ace here as the Monty now starts sparing him down? But that's a quad for Shaiko. 1 more, and that'll be 2 rounds back to back that he has single-handedly won. He's on the top, gets number 5, but can anyone stop Shaiko?
He's just too good. He's too good. He single-handedly stopped the push from bar. I don't know how he gets away with it. He should have died ages ago. The main win condition of Falcons so far has been Shaiko delivering on that grand final. Finally there. I can tell you his average GPS went from 91 to much higher now.
137 currently.
This is the thing, like, we'll look at this situation now, and this is, it feels like what Falcons have always needed in a final was that man to activate, to do what he does best. The feeling I always get from Shaiko when he gets like this is, it's like in his head he's thinking, I'm not losing this. I'm not losing this. And he just takes it upon himself to cut the enemy down in front of him one at a time. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Fantastic 2 rounds from him. And Falcons, they are ahead again, 5-4. And the energy is high, let me tell you.
With that, he pushes himself over 30 kills. Him and Solotov both sat on 30. Gunnar currently on 35 across this series. Pretty fair to say those are the names you'd expect to see be delivering at this point. Well, I'll come back to players I spoke about back in that first map. Gaveni's had a brilliant tournament. The most 3Ks and 4Ks. Right now, he sits way down there at 14 and 28. You speak about Shaiko being activated. Honestly, when Gaveni comes online.
10 seconds left.
M80 will need those big fraggers if they want to be
5 seconds to insertion.
and want to have a chance in that grand final, most importantly, especially if the one on the side of Falcons are still delivering.
In a way, it's following that story I was hoping for. Consulate, I think, should be an M80 map, which then leaves us Lair as map number 5 to see which way this goes. It's turned into a cracking grand final, as we expected that it would, given how Siege has been at the entire event. But M80 have got to find a way to get over. Let's less the mental side of it, but more the physical damage you incur from Shaiko clutching out 2 rounds.
I want to see M80 get more value out of these operators. I haven't really, you know, they've got the shield, they've got the Deimos, they've got the Capitão, and I'm thinking, where have I seen a play so far over the last couple of rounds where I've been like, wow, what a use of that operator. They've just bullied them with it. And that's what I want to see from M80 here.
Uh-oh. Are they knowing about the player off towards his left inside of Ivy? Could be a bit of a blind one unless he sprays through the wall first. They could get away with this one. Shield charging on forward, and Leaky Fat, well, he dips back. He get back in towards Library here. Happy to retreat for now, but they will keep on trying to challenge. A couple of missed shots there coming out from Kino, I believe. Be kicking himself for that one. Solotov should have been dead to rights.
Again, a perfect example of layering the defense, falling slowly and steadily, making sure you have a safe path down to the bomb site. Likefak holds as long as he can. He knows he can drop through that hatch, and he will try and take that challenge. And if it's too much, he drops. Perfectly played. Burning time, slowly but surely. They still hold bar, and they can still make it back to the bomb site.
It's like playing cat and mouse, isn't it, Tim? Like they're constantly trying to chase these players down, but just when they're about to get the paw on the little buggers, they just don't find them.
Diffuser is going to put the track onto Users, but he's all the way back down in basement, so it's not really going to gain him too much. He wasn't in a position to really threaten him. So we've got Falcons all back on site, all full health, and happy to just hold on. Shaiko is about the most advanced of them on those blue stairs, just waiting, lurking, hoping for an opportunity to continue his onslaught against M80.
The 2 minutes gone now, and they haven't yet had a whiff of the site. Only now we're getting the main breach opened up.
But the main thing here, only one C4 to deny the plant. The real win condition, fragging, retaking upstairs, going aggressive. Other than that, a single C4 is not gonna cut it. They have nothing else to prevent the execute.
We'll see what happens here. I imagine they've got a couple of goo mines down on the spot itself. They're of course aware with the C4, ready to go. Maybe even a go canister or two, unless Gunnar has got through sight and cleared all of those out. There is no mute to impede him, so you'd assume they're all gone. Hot and cold, getting the one. If M80 pull this one back after being dragged around the map for 2 minutes, it'll be unbelievable, Tim.
20 seconds left to go. Hot and cold deploys the smoke. He needs to go in and look to get the diffuser down. Solotov picks up Gunnar, but Gavini has an answer. M80 finding a little bit of momentum now. They've managed to get Kino inside of sight with the shield, but there is the Nitro. It doesn't deny the plant, but it does remove some of the pressure. Hot and cold, however, he's going to stick this unless they can do something about it. Falcons cannot.
He's got it.
Diffuser manages to get the kill. The plant is down. Falcons are on the retake, though.
Diffuser's got to go nuclear. He hits the one. Needs a third in the round. This could be theirs. He's got the track. Leakerback is in. Trying to stick on towards the disable here. Here's him rounding. But how long can this game of cat and mouse continue? Still got a bit of time. The nade bounces off the floor. Not going to be able to find his man. Has to go quick. Leakerback is pulled off. Diffuser hits at least one, but it doesn't finish the man off. The chase continues. Doesn't want to use the track. Needs to stay on his feet. He's coming round for it. Diffuser. What is this man? 3 rounds on a bounce. We've had moments of brilliance from him and from Shaiko.
I don't know how much ground Diffuser has just done there, but that's at least a couple of kilometers run.
I don't think we focus too much on like K tuba. I feel like they saw the shit and want to try to like just push above or just push side. They do like a direct with 2S main and Glass pushing trophy with Sense. So watch out about this. I think play more traps, maybe really play inside with Warden. For below, guys, I think we bring Flash, Warden. Like it's not bad what we're doing. Just a late round. You know, we don't have nothing to retake. If you guys wanna play Flash for Val, or we play full aggro, guys. We have to decide, okay? One of the two. Okay, we play to late round and still bring Goyo, we still bring stuff, bring something to retake, Clash plays annoying the stairs, or we play full aggro. Okay, guys? Okay. Let's fucking go, 2 rounds.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's go. So what are you guys gonna play?
And another really tactical timeout here from Julio, and he focuses on the most important thing, the win condition. Either you play to the late round, and that's fine, but then you bring utility for it. Gas grenades, the Goyo, or whatever, the Clash for the retake. Either you play aggressive and try to end the round with the kills. The main issue so far has been playing around the Kaid and Tubero. Yeah, that's great, that's burning you time, but the execution still happens. You have nothing to deny it. Spot on once again from Julio. We'll see what is the decision from Falcons. It was so close. The 1C4 denied first, but then they can't deny the plant. They don't have anything else. And once the diffuser is planted, the diffuser is just so strong, can hold on to it, stick to his name, and get the clutch here.
Clearly, Leakerback, I think, mind-gaming himself ever so slightly as well. I thought he'd be able to stick it, the diffuser would bail out and back away again, and he would have got away for it, but when it required the bottle, diffuser had it. 5 apiece. We were saying that maybe we wouldn't have enough rounds throughout this series now to try and break that record, but we're at least guaranteed all 12 here on Chalet.
It was chaotic. I don't think my heart could take it again, but diffuser played it absolutely perfectly. Just teasing Leakerback, not giving him the time that he needed. He was always on top of just how long he had to reach that point. Brilliant stuff from him. We head then into round 11. Falcons this time. The difference that I'm seeing, they brought the Warden along on Breeder, which is now giving them 2 Nitros, with Leakerback bringing one along on the Mute as well. So it just gives them that little bit of extra denial. They're also looking to slow M80 down. They've got the goo mines, they've got the Banshees, they've got the utility there to play behind, to force M80 to clear it out.
M80's attacks so far have been nothing short of impressive. They've taken all the right steps.
Matter of pixels, so often is at this level. Both players just waiting for the other to blink. Shaiko being the most patient of the two. At the end of the day, it's the other side that's got to come to him. He can be as patient as needs be.
That pixel goal is so annoying, because if you hold it, it's impossible for the other one to fight back. And Shaiko just uses that to burn a bit more time. M80 so far, yes, they've taken time, but they've done the things perfectly. They've not left any gap for Falcons to exploit.
They've had a lot to do as well, of course, because they have the Twitch, they have the Brava. That's a lot of drones to roll through the map, destroy utility, capture it, make it easier for you to push through the map itself. Almost essentially softening things up so they won't be as impeded later. Good shot onto the mute drone there while jumping over from the top from hot and cold. That'll make life not so comfortable for those playing up on this top floor. They will have to drop away at some point. 2 quick peeks. The third one is the danger. Do you really want to challenge him on this one? Diffuser says yes, but again, neither side is blinking.
M80 is surrounding the top floor right now. You can see the Solarium rappel, you can see the snow balcony. And at the same time, on the other side, from Library, look at this. They're pinching every single roamer.
And doing a pretty good job of it as well. Solitov gone, pressure building on Shaiko, and Diffuser wins out that 1v1. It took 2 minutes to happen, Tim, but they got what they wanted.
Breeder's on the fight back, though. He manages to take down Kino. That's the ace off the board, but a lot of utility loss for Falcons along the way. 40 seconds left to go, and M80 now can continue to push forward. They don't have the top floor control that they might need, though. Leakerback users are still up there and still holding on from the rear side. But if M80 choose, there is an opportunity maybe to work into dining. 25 seconds left to go. I'm not sure how aware they are of users' position. They're kind of wondering if he's there. They're having a little look. They're having a peek, but they're not certain. The nades come in. That's the movement. The plant is going down in dining. There's nothing Falcons can do to stop this, Des.
Just Leakerback to get close, and he does his best. But on the doorway, M80 were waiting. They now move up to map point, Leo.
Their attacks have been so impressive. The different kinds of attacks as well. You've seen full clears, you've seen rushes, you've seen slow and steady executes. That one was a full-on pinch. Every single player on M80 from different entry points. The snow balcony, the solarium. It's been so good for them. Strategically, they're so good. And the use of the Brava and the Twitch gives them so much information. They turn the utility against them, for them. And I don't see the adaptation on the side of Falcons. They're not fighting hard early. They don't have the utility to deny the plant. They're stuck in between. We need a strong decision from their leader, from Leakerback, coming up with a new plan. Maybe bringing the fight to them, because like you said, Consulate is such a strong map for M80. They don't want to see Chalet slip away.
The big problem is that this is something I've often looked at teams like G2 and commented on. There's so many moments where you have players getting 3s or 4Ks, essentially solo winning, and yes, they are enabled by their teammates, but the only 2 rounds that Falcons have won in this half have been off the back of Shaiko going absolutely nuclear. You cannot count on players to go nuclear in a round. You can hope for it, but you certainly can't count on it, and Falcons are learning that lesson here. Someone has got to don that Superman cape and go big for them in round 12, Tim.
It feels like, yes, they need one of those moments. We've seen Shaiko grab them a couple of rounds so far throughout this. but can they keep relying on him? Do they need somebody else?
Yep.
Things have quietened off a little bit for Solotov. Likafak hasn't really been able to get himself into this one too much. He's been playing his roam games, but it looks like M80 have been prepared for it. They've been able to work around it. They've had the answers. So it comes down to this. Round 12.
You can see the droning happening towards the garage side. It's looking like a direct take, but they will take the basement, try to work that bar reinforcement, get rid of it from the bottom of the main stairs. Get the flankers drone set up for the basement. Ignore completely the rumors, have one guy library balcony, and then hit the site strong.
Well, they might well do. That's what they're doing now by the looks of it. Looking to go fast here more in to make sure that the single wall into stock is opened up. Might be able to spray it off away before it goes off. In fact, just in time, it's taken off.
There is the jammer. They haven't gotten rid of it. And the site utility is holding strong still. As long as that reinforcement is there, you cannot attack directly. You need to get rid of that player into stock. If that stock wall is still closed because of that jammer, the entire plan of M80 is gone.
Likafak starts it off. Diffuser, this time round, not able to come out on top on his 1v1 against anyone on the other side. Users, as we saw, was dancing around in library early, but once got droned out, dropped down through that hatch, back in towards site. And for now, he's going to be safe held around there. The man advantage was there, so we crossed that halfway point in the rounds.
Diffuser's a big loss, not only with the twitch and losing whatever was left of those drones, that intel that can come in, but he's 12-5 so far on the day on Chalet, and he's been a real big influence at the end of some of these rounds. He's now off the board, 5 versus 5, a minute 5 left on the clock. Falcons doing a really good job at burning that time away. They've got the Elemines, they've got the Banshees to play behind, and they're all doing their job.
Smoke coming on through here. More to try and force a bait out of the other side, get them to swing, but also to draw attention while his team move on forward. Solotov finds Gunner, but there is a trade back from Gavin. Far from the end of the world. There's still a lot to go through here. More fire going in towards the back of sight. Hoping to try and catch out Brede, but he's a bit too wise at this one, Tim. Ain't going to give it up. It's down to a 3v2 here. Just hot and cold and Kino to keep M80 in this and get the game done in regulation.
Shako gets a kill and he continues to fight. Likafak is down at the minute, so it leaves us effectively 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. As Shako again, Des, you said they needed a hero player, and he's done a couple of rounds. He said, you know what? I think I got one more in me, boys. And he's come through big time. It's all up to Kino, 1v3. Brede cuts him down, and we're going to overtime, Des.
And Leo. Okay, second map of the day going to OT. How deep does this one go? Is it 8-6 or all the way to 15? We knew it would be close. We look back at Manchester. We've seen these two go to war against each other and take all 5 maps to get there. It feels quite fitting. It really is running the distance, especially now that we're getting towards the sharp end of things in the middle of the series where maps aren't quite as easy to figure out.
Just love to see the omissions coming from the Falcons roster. This has to help saving a match point. Likafak sounds like he's having fun. He's calling the strategies. Shiko, most importantly, is getting all hyped. Double digits, 10 kills, double KD, holding strong. And really here, the main hero is Likafak, finding that opening on the main, and after that, they just close the site completely, abuse that manpower.
It would have been a bit of a sucker if it was in at 75, given how back and forth it's been, that both teams have shown brilliant attacking prowess. Really, it does come down to the defenses, as we've seen. That's where we've got to see teams step up that little bit bigger. If not for the clutches of Shiko in those 2 rounds we touched on, this would have been done.
They need to commit to the late round or to the aggression. And clearly here, what do you see? The clash, the smoke, the bandit for the walls, the Goyo for the late round. Everything is set up for them to hold that basement for a 3rd time they're going there. But this time they had just the right amount of utility. The main thing is, can they burn as much time as they did on the roam? And then this time, punish the late execute, using the guy's grenades, using the clash to retake upstairs at the same time simultaneously. That's the Falcons' win condition right now.
You look at basement and you think, as you say, Leo, this is their 3rd time now. They've lost it twice. And you think, really, for your first overtime round? But it's smart, because what this does is it leaves them bar and gaming in the bank. If they need it in round 15, they've won it twice. They've locked it down, and it will give them that big confidence boost. But they've got to get this over the line first.
And they've seen 2 attacks from M80 on that bomb site. They know they clear all the way from Trophy and Solarium. They know all about it. M80 has not changed a single bit of that attack. It's the same clear, the same win condition, and the same story for Falcons. Can they burn as much time as possible and abuse the late round and use the clock as their advantage?
Great shot from Gavin at long range there. Leakerpack never really gonna be a chance with it, but it's the smoke that's been taken offline. All 3 canisters removed.
That is a huge loss for a team that is looking to burn time, that is looking to play the late round and deny entry into the site. Leakerpack just over-aggressive. Is the smoke the player to be trying to hold on to the hatch? That's the question that we've got to ask there realistically, but they're in the situation they're in. 4 versus 5. Great first pick from M80. Credit to them. They're doing good work now.
Solotov has been slowly working his way from Library across this top floor, of course, mindful that someone could be watching out for him, but if he can get over towards West Main, he can start giving a little bit of bother. Heck, even play up above them with the impact that you've got. Get a view down onto that dining hatch. That could be lethal.
M80 doesn't care about the full clear anymore. They've got exactly what they need. That drone upstairs, they're gonna hold towards dining. It's gonna be a wine cellar take. They don't need more than that. If they can hold the flank from West Main, if they can make sure no one retakes dining, they can go for the execute, and no amount of utility can stop that. Especially since Leakerpack died with 3 guys' grenades.
Oh, sees the head, but just can't quite find him. Solotov knows that the game is up now. All guns are blazing, impacts out, and gets rid of Gunner. He can carry on being that thorn in the side. They know that he's here. Diffuser turns and takes him down a 3v2, Tim.
Solotov's movement has given a little bit of a space to the players inside the site. Falcons managed to find 2, and we find ourselves now 2 versus 3. Kino low health pillar. The nitro comes out, but it will be shot down by Gavene. Brede needs to be careful. He doesn't want to give himself away. Diffuser takes a lot of damage, but Gavene manages to get Shaiko, and the final kill comes in from Diffuser. M80, they have the patience, and you just feel that entry kill onto the smoke gave them everything they needed.
Why was the smoke the first roaming? Why was he dining? Why did he have to die?
Could have been the Legion and the Goyo out there being busy, but they caught the key operator, as we say. And that was basically a textbook copy-paste from the last attack we've seen on that site. Get trench open. It's a classic execute. We've seen it a million times over. At least we saw Falcons trying to do something with Solotov off on the roam, but well handled by Diffuser. Did not give him a chance to have the threat that he required.
How many more rounds? How many more matches? How many more grand finals do you have to lose by trying to do too much? It's the tough one to learn. Still, they can save this map, and they need to. 2 more rounds Falcons need, and M80 can close it off on the defense.
I'm smelling the 3-1, so if this one goes the way of M80, I think on Consulate there might just be a bit too much for Falcons to overcome.
We thought that about Skyscraper. We thought that about Skyscraper, but Falcons were able to find an answer.
You're him.
Honestly.
You're him.
For the amount of stuff that Fabian has won, the passion still pours out of him, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
The fact he's been so emotional about this roster, saying that this is the best group of guys he's ever worked with, I think it tells a lot about what he built as a culture in that roster, what he flipped by joining M80, how much it means for him to win another title with them. And that roster just really comes alive in arena, in front of a crowd.
You can see it, right? None of them get excited. Like, you see Gunner going crazy, of course, and Diffuser doing it. Kino. Dare I say Hot and Cold is one of the quieter players in the team. Nevy's had his moments throughout this event, of very much enjoying the progress they've made to get them to this point. To get this one done, they're on championship point. They can win the whole thing. They could be lifting the trophy in just under an hour, Tim.
Leakerpack's just going to be racing around with the drones, trying to gather that intel for the time being. They do spot the player, Gavene, out in bar stock, so they are aware of his location at least. It's going to be an attack onto Master and Bedroom, so they may need to deal with that underneath. They can't just ignore him, because if he moves through bar, it could cause them a serious problem later in the round. Gavene, for the time being, he's just staying put. He's going absolutely nowhere. So Falcons definitely need to be aware, definitely need to have a plan. They should be able to cut him off realistically and make sure that there is no escape for him.
The side is dining, but you see a library setup, you see a top blue setup, you see a bar setup. That's M80 fighting strong. That's M80 putting a lot of utility into aggressing early.
Hot and Cold still running around in the base. I don't think they have any idea that he's down there because he's been gone for the entirety of the round. We saw it back on previous maps. He could be the X Factor, and this is what I mean, Tim. Call it the Knife Factor. He's in there with a knife to Bride's back. Yuzu's getting one back over the line here, 4v4.
This is the hardest I think I've ever seen Falcons fight in a final as Solotov manages to get Gavarni hot and cold, does damage again, but traded out by Liquefied Falcons. They have an answer. They know that they're on the ropes. They know there's only one way out of this, and that is to come out swinging, Des. And they are swinging hard. They're about to hit M80 with a knockout punch in round 14. Kino is battling, but he's down. Users, he sends us to 15.
You couldn't write a better script at this point, it feels like. The last map, definitely that little bit quicker, but this will be our second 15-rounder inside 3 maps.
They tried to end the round in bar. They kept fitting kills, but Falcons was ready to punish them. If you want to bring the TDM style to them, they've got some of the best gunners in the world, and they will win that. Now going into that 15th round, I'm worried about Falcons' defense. They have not found the right solution so far. They've not committed to the early. They've tried committing to the late round, but they've lost all the utility in the last time they tried it. You said it best, Tim. They still have every single other bomb site to play. They could go all the way up in Master or in Dining.
I love every time we cut back to these guys, it's just a new evolution.
It's developing every time.
It was Chance, it was Beers, it was Tops coming off, and now it's Bride on bellies.
Yep.
Phenomenal.
Excellent stuff.
Hot and Cold, like I said, he was just down in basically the entirety of the round, and I was like, man, they still don't know he's there, but to go and get a knife kill onto Bride? Absolutely mental. Turns it into a second, but it's just one of those rounds where Falcons will not take that lying down.
I said it during the chaos. This is the hardest I think I've seen Falcons fight at this stage in a final before.
Oh, yeah.
And we've cast 2 of their second places. You know, we were there for Manchester, we were there for Boston, front row seats. We've seen it happen, and this feels different. It feels different. I think this is what the Falcons fans want to see. This is what everybody's been waiting for. But that said, M80 are showing unbelievable resilience just as they have through the entire tournament. Fabian said, this will be won or lost in the mental. This is a battle of the mental, and they are both stepping up as heavyweights.
I'll come back to what we saw in a fan sign earlier. That is Falcons' desire, but is it M80's destiny? It could yet prove to be that way. We've spoken about the Cinderella story. We love these kind of stories, Tim, but someone has to lose. And it's heartbreaking to think that only one can walk away with that trophy, but that's competition for you.
You can clearly see here on the side of M80 a Solarium take once again, going for those pinches. The snow balcony being abused by Gunner. They're trying to problem solve those roamers. The last time they had to face it, they had a 4-way pinch on those roamers. They've got Solarium control. It might be a limited take. They might take trophy and try to hit the bomb site.
Kino's just trying to get aggressive there, just having a little bit of a tickle down at the bottom of trophy stairs, see if anybody was willing to pop their head out and give him an opportunity, but nobody was biting. Falcons playing in an extremely organised and patient fashion. They don't want to give anything away right now. They've still got top floor control. They've still got control of site. M80, they've got them surrounded, but they're not able to actually go in and take any ground as of yet. Kino, he's been up and down these stairs about 10 times now.
But look at that, the information game is too strong. If they punish the movement, if they get 2 kills, Shaiko fights back.
Well, that's what you need. Shaiko is all you need. 2 kills to fight it back from a 5v3 down to a 3v3. Is he going to be that hero again, Tim?
Well, the problem is M80 had got themselves in. They'd started to get moving, but now it's back to the drawing board. They've lost all that momentum. They've lost that ground that they gained. Shaiko's taken it back, and this time they've got a whole lot less time to do it with. They're down to a minute. They've got less utility. They're 3v3. They need to find some kills.
And that drawing board is looking ugly with the Kino and Blackbird completely gone. Falcons is in driving seat to close up that round.
No C4s, just a single impact to their name. All they can turn to are their guns. M80 getting themselves ready, looking for their route forward. Trophy looking to be the one. Diffuser gets rid of users, just leaking back, and Shaiko still to stand, but he lets him through, Tim. He's slipped through the net. One more coming back. Shaiko has got to go absolutely absolutely nuclear in these last 20 seconds.
1 versus 2, low health, diffuser going down. It is all stacked against him, surely. This is an M80 round, and it will be as diffuser finds the final kill, and the North American side take map 3 as we're about to head to Consulate. They could win it all, Des.
Another 8-7 is going to be heartbreaking for Falcons, but M80, they deserve it. They were the better team the entire time. And they, once again, take an 8-7 victory.
It is getting crazy in here. I don't know which way it goes still. We made our predictions, but we could be so wrong. Let's go to a break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you.
one simple question. What went wrong?
We just make some mistakes, I think. We had the game in our hands, and we just didn't find the solution at the end, so...
What kind of mistakes?
Maybe too much aggression, or maybe too sleepy on sometimes, so... Yeah, basically this.
The air in the arena is dense, and I'm not even playing. I'm nervous for you, but how do you feel knowing you're only one map away of becoming the Munich Major champion?
I feel good, but honestly, it doesn't matter how many maps we are away. It doesn't matter if we win this map. It doesn't matter if we lose next map. We're playing round by round, game by game. We're just focusing on what's in front of us. We literally do not care what map is next, and we don't care like if we're up or not.
The fuse is lit as M80 now find themselves on series point after this map here. And that was, again, a Falcons map. These teams go back and forth in regards to the map picks, but also back and forth in regards of the rounds. So close, so many insane plays that we saw, but we do see Falcons slowly clumbering here.
Yeah, I mean, Bride said maybe they're a little too sleepy when it comes to the match, but we saw it in round 13. Already the composure from Falcons' side just shaking out. I mean, when it comes down to essentially how they were taking the site, you can see Falcons didn't have a game plan on how they wanted to be able to respond to the diffuser being put down in the first place. We heard it in the Julio timeout. If you're going to play this, you need to be able to make sure that you're bringing the utility for it. And specifically in this round that sent it into the overtime, Solotov had full top floor control. He got the pick. The communication in the site from the rest of the Falcons players was not there. They weren't able to relay the info to him. He drops, gives up the prime positioning.
And we talk about the X factor for both of these series, both these teams. Anyone can pop off at any given moment. It just happens to be Diffuser. He has been the X factor in this Chalet matchup. I mean, that last round in particular, being able to get that 3K, hold that coverage for that post plan, being able to shut out, get this series, and putting them one game away from winning the entire grand final.
Yeah, just one player sometimes really makes that difference for a team here. And as you said, that puts M80 on a map point now, or a series point rather as well. And we're looking at Falcons. It's gone on dark outside. This series has taken a long time so far, but the pressure is on them. We've mentioned they've had a difficult time against this M80 roster, and they're now down on the back foot as well, especially with this next map. Looking like it might be favoring M80, but we'll talk all about that after this.
M80, one singular map away from raising this trophy here in the grand final of the Rainbow Six Munich Major. The question now is, can Falcons fight back and take us to a fifth and final map? Falcons fans, if you love this team, they've never needed you more than they do right now. So if you want to see the Falcons bounce back here on map 4, let me hear you! On the flip side, if you're an M80 fan and you want to see them close up shop and get this done, let me hear you! One thing's for sure, before you know it, before they know it, confetti will be covering this floor, the trophy will have been raised, and we'll all be on our way out of here. So let's make a ton of noise and make sure that we go out with a bang in this grand final. So one more time, Munich, make some noise! Map 4 is right here and right now. Let's cross back over to my good friends, Des, Ace, and Leo.
Thank you very much, Ian. I tell you what, it's turning into a slog for those players now, because now they're going to start getting tested. Very rarely the teams get to play best of fives unless they're coming into grand finals. We're going into that 4th consecutive map. 2 of them have taken 15 rounds. We're going to start seeing the tiredness kick in, and that's when it all comes down to instinct, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you want to pay attention to the faces of the Falcons player. You want to know if they believe in themselves, if they think they can do it. They've been here before. In fact, they've been here before 3 times, and not a single time have they looked like they could make it. We've seen a difference team before. We've seen a difference in this matchup. They're giving a huge fight. We believe in them, but is hope still there on that 4th map?
This is the ultimate test, because in between those maps, now that you're facing championship point, you're looking at it thinking, it must surely creep in. Not again.
100%.
Not this again.
They can tell people as much as they like, we've worked hard on this now, the resilience is there, we're better, we're ready for this. That definitely comes into your mind of this could happen again. We could yet again fall short. And then hopefully that isn't something that plays into their mind going into something like Malta, or even in towards the 6th Invitational. You've got to fight your way back in.
And the thing is, it's so heartbreaking because 2nd place is better than 99% of the people in this tournament. There is only one team better than you, but it is that one that matters.
And 2nd is still the first loser, Tim. But our map's ready. Map 4 is here. Let's lock in for Consulate.
And as we enter this map, I keep thinking about my late night discussions with League of Fac. Everything they have started working on ever since getting eliminated by EWC. All the fundamentals they've worked on. The psychologists, the theory sessions, the physiologists, every single thing they could get out of Falcons, they got it to become a champion winning roster. All of that stuff, all of that training, it needs to kick on now, when they need it the most, back against the wall on M80's map.
Key thing to note, of course, is that M80 aren't invincible. It may be their favorite map, but they lost a wild card at this event. They've lost a phase at this event. They've beaten Team Secret. There is a lot of recent history for the other side to understand, and how we felt about Labs and Skyscraper, it still applies here.
And having lost at this tournament, the blueprint is there. That's the important thing, the blueprint of how do you beat them. You go and watch those 2 matches.
And so what happened in that wildcard game? They got destroyed 7-2. Well, wildcard held on in defense. They played the time perfectly. M80 was too slow, and they were getting punished for it. Surely that's something that Falcons want to use. They tried to play into the late round in Chalet, but Chalet is not a such defender-sided map. Consulate is very different, and as you can see, we're headed there. They can abuse the late round here.
If you really want to stat for this one, Tim, Falcons have an 82% defensive win rate on this map. Where do they start? On the defense. If there's any way to get that belief back that may have started to wane between those games and after that last map, that's the way to do it. Solid defenses.
And you can see the late run proposal here. Liquefact on the Kaid, Bride on the smoke, and I'm happy to see him there, not Liquefact roaming on it.
Well, they hid him away as well. They haven't seen on the side of M80 that Kaid. That is going to be a surprise now. Once we start getting those electro claws out, they're going to have to figure their way through it because they've only got the 2 micro EMPs to play with. He could be a real bother in this round, Tim.
Looking at the setup on the side of M80 though, look at how heavy that is for the execute. You got the Ying, you got the Grim, you got the Glass, you've got boogie drones that can be thrown in for distraction. They will just eat up that audio. It will be an absolute nightmare. You can work underneath. You've got the book. Everything can be in the control of M80, and Falcons could feel like they are being pushed pillar to post.
Reactive smoke coming out there because, of course, these boogie drones, they make a ton of noise. They could have got inside the window. They could have been planting. This is why you have things like the book to get underneath. So at least that way they can contest and stop any kind of denial from below. It's a better safe than sorry in Falcons' shoes.
That looks like a direct execute. Seeing Kino playing so aggressively on that connector window, trying to pressure Bride. Here's the smoke. The key to the bomb site. And Kino's rappelling in on that Ying.
Going in for a bait, though. It's not quite the window they were expecting, but they've tried to go aggressive. They got the 1 kill, but 2 fight back from Falcons.
Diffuser's going down. Hot and Cold has managed to find a little bit of space. As you say, it was a bit of a bait. It was a bit of just taking that attention, that attraction. They have got it down. They get out onto the rappel. This is a problem for Falcons.
Got Gaveni downstairs. That's the hardest part about this. They might be able to try and keep the player out on the rappel away for a second to try and sit the defuse. But Gaveni, he's going to play this so patiently.
But look at Solotov. He's going to hunt that Gaveni. He's going to hunt the bunk. If he can get rid of the buck, then he wins the round. The rest of the team can play all of that window of the Kiba barriers. The connector window player is dead. The only win condition is Gaveni on the buck.
Oh, and here he is underneath. He has been so patient, and he has been rewarded. Solotov not going to have the time here to get back upstairs. Gaveni with a masterclass here in the first round. M80, a brilliant attack to get Consulate started.
Gaveni's movement there in the post plant to get down underneath is just great game sense. As you said, Leo, recognizing that win condition is get underneath with the book and hold it from below. A little bit of, support coming in from that connector window, but Solotov, he made his choice. He went for the player outside, but that one they could have dealt with a Kiba barricade, with shots from inside. It was the book that they could do nothing about.
At that level of siege, the slightest detail, so much as finding the wrong fight, and it will make all the difference here. Falcons played to the late round, but M80, they go for a direct take on the site, and instead of going for a window like everyone else, they go through that connector window, the meeting one, and they plant in enough spot. That's another of those preset plays, the ones that Fabian and Hoten cook together. It's been so strong for them.
I could probably count on one hand the number of times that I've seen teams bait on the main plant and then deceive and go for, like you say, that meeting window one. It's beautiful when it works. I've seen it fail a couple of times when teams haven't quite been able to pull the rug over their opponent's eyes, but that's the kind of stuff you want to get your map moving with. And we spoke about that Falcon stat, 82% defensive win rate. You're already finding yourself going below that if you lose this next round already.
And I'm struggling to see the adaptation on the side of Falcons. It's been the same lineup almost throughout Chalet. The Warden and the smoke for the late round. The Solotov and Shaiko on Melusi and Ella trying to play aggressive, trying to burn time. But every single time, either they die on the roam, either the late round is not good enough. M80 on attack so far has looked slow, steady, but unstoppable. They take exactly what they need. They figure out the right win condition. They commit to it, and they take rounds away.
They've got a lot of work to do to make sure that they've got that map cleared out. If we have a look, we can see Falcons are scattered throughout. Liquefact, Solotov all the way up on top floor. There's a presence from Shaiko in the mid floor. Users Bride holding down the site themselves. So again, playing into this late round effort. We're going to have the first Okabe call come in. M80 will start to push on the back of it. Hot and Cold getting a boogie drone rolling. Going to give a little bit of vertical for them.
Both one touching on as well as the fact that we've had the Fenrir banned 2 maps in a row now. More cat and mouse taking place here. But with the Fenrir being taken away, they're having to play a lot of Ella here as an alternative. 1-for-1 quite early in the round as Uzi's also goes down. Diffuser, he'll go through a teammate to get the man that he needs already into a 3 versus 3. And we're not even halfway into the round, Leo.
And Solotov, we're still hunting him. He's all the way coming down the yellow stairs. He's gonna backstab him and Shaiko gets the pick. They've not problem solved the roam. They've hit site directly instead, but the vert is there. And the rest of the players can still control the diffuser who's dropped down onto the bomb site.
Just going to be holding this long angle. Gavene just hoping for an opportunity to come his way. Falcons much more in control of this round than the last, it feels. Smoke canisters will go off. That's actually going to give Hot and Cold a little bit of access to roam around and get into sight. Is there an opportunity for him to put the diffuser down? There's nothing above yet opened up by the side of Falcons. I don't think they've got any idea here. They go for the drop, they kill the cover, they get the last man. The plan was successful, but that's all M80 are going to do because Falcons were there waiting, ready. They drop down from on high, find the final kills, disable the diffuser, and take round 2.
A wise man once said, if they go for the plant, one gun is down. And they went there, they waited for the plant and went 3v1. Yes, Tim, speaking of you, they had the right plan.
It's the first time I've been described as a wise man on the desk, I'll say that.
It's just a fancy way to say that you're old, Tim.
Here comes Leo.
I tell you, we invite him to a final and he comes with the burns.
Right now it's confusing whose water is mine. That's mine, friend. All good. It was a hard one because really, we really need to see Gavene get that first kill on Solotov on that hatch drop. He's left standing and just immediately picks up the kill in response. He hits that shot. It's a 2 versus 2. Suddenly, things start to look very interesting. But we spoke about it at the start of the map. Now 4 maps in, you're going to see a little bit of that tiredness. Reactions are going to slow down that little bit. Things might not quite line up the way that they did for our first 3 maps. Let's see how round 3 plays out then. The one where Falcons, as I've mentioned, need to take as much as they can the defensive half here, because on the attacking side, I can only imagine the kind of hell that M80 are planning for them.
I still feel, and we asked the question at the beginning about Falcons, I still feel that the fight is there that we're looking for. This is a different team that we're looking at. I truly believe that.
Whatever happens, the mental resilience has been there.
Yes.
The fundamentals that have been worked on, they've been paying off. I don't care in the end if they win or not. I know that the goal is 6 Invitational in Paris. I know that this roster can prove to themselves that they can play well in grand finals. Shaiko certainly has proven that so far. And I'd like to see this adaptation here.
Looking to dump everything inside the window and then push him below, and sure enough, Shaiko has just been absolutely flattened on the downstairs. They've hit them quick, they've hit them hard here, and Falcons are having to react so quickly. Gonna get in leak effect, gives them the man advantage, and Solotov is sat staring at the Blackbeard, who's of course calling out his location to the other side, drops the shield, Kino falls. Can Solotov go big for his team, Tim?
Such a beautiful shot from Solotov! He manages to find a second with a headshot to Gunner, but then he's cut down in the trade. That leaves us in a 1v1. It's all up to Gavene, but look at his health. He's barely got a fraction. This is truly 1 HP and a dream. 2 minutes on the clock. This is almost unheard of. He's going to try and put the diffuser down. Users is unaware, I think. It's going to come down to this last duel between these two.
He knows where he is as well, but baiting out towards his left, swings out towards the right. They've changed rooms at this point. One's pushed far deeper back. Gavene's looking for his man. But Jesus does what Jesus does best. Wins out a big round for his team. 2-1 to Team Falcons.
Every single round is so close between the two of them. That level of siege that you expect from two teams that are absolutely crazy. Look at Julio getting riled up. He wants his troops to feel like they can do it. I agree with you, Tim. It feels different. This time it feels different, and that's no copium. I know that Falcons has it in them. They need to believe in themselves. But at the same time, M80, the change of pace once again. That CEO attack was great. That rush, again, on exhibition and piano. They just keep on innovating.
It feels like being back on Labs and they were just throwing every single round. Something new, something different. Oh, it's a double rush for you. Oh, we'll slow down this round. Then we'll go fast. The constant tempo change, like I was saying back on Friday, is what leaves some teams utterly rattled against opposition. You're always in fear. Am I about to get rushed by a couple of shields, or is this a really slow round? I'll take a look. Oh, my head's gone. It is so hard to deal with sometimes. And M80, despite a couple of those rounds going against them, still looking pretty damn lethal.
As we said at the beginning, Falcons have an 81% win rate on the defense here on Consulate, but let's not forget there are 2 teams in this server. Falcons look good the last couple of rounds, but M80 are no slouchers when it comes to the defense of Consulate. They come in with about a 63% win rate themselves, so Falcons need to make sure that they are collecting as many rounds as they can in this first half if they want to be competitive through to the end.
I'll say something that our good friend Laxing came to tell us in the break, and he said, if I'm in M80's shoes right now, I think this is a sprint. I want to close this off as quickly as possible. You don't want to give any hope to Falcons that they can come back, especially not on your map.
You're only a few rounds away from another major. You can do it. And you see, that's the kind of things that we were expecting from Falcons. That confidence is back. A double spawn pick.
Hey, yeah, let's go. We're on that one together. Now, if you got hot and cold there, again, massive to take a Capitão offline. Was banned on one of the previous maps away from them because hot and cold's usage, proficiency with this operator has been phenomenal throughout the competition. But he stays standing. The fire, the EMPs, the smokes, the gun, of course, still available.
Still 5 versus 5, 30 seconds into the round. Nothing too exciting just yet. We're having M80 positioning themselves on those windows, looking for those picks that they've been getting. You know, hoping to catch Falcons moving around. See if they can get themselves a little freebie to start things off.
I'm a big fan of the Vigil pick here from Likefak. He's been trying to be annoying to these guys. He knows this is an admin tech. He wants to burn as much time as possible. The C4 from Usus on the window. The only guy that could cut off the Vigil was Gunnar. He's just gone with the C4.
It's what we call a bait in the business, I think, there, Leo. Wonderfully done. Have got rid of the Grim, and B's no longer available to them in the round. Often say, losing attackers hurts you more earlier in the round than it does the defenders. You'll happily play that one-for-one game all day long with Likefak and Solitov. Both can afford to disappear as long as they're getting something for it.
They've got Gravini and Diffuser both working from underneath at the minute, looking to clear utility, but also looking to clear manpower, but it's not going to matter because they've got holes to replace. Hardcore gets taken out. Solitov with a second. Falcons are fighting, and they are here for it. Solitov wakes up on Consulate, finds a double, and it's 5 versus 2.
Come on, he
He's
keeps on
unstoppable.
going. On for a fourth, surely. And it's exactly what he finds.
A flawless round, a 4K for himself. When you need someone to go big, Solly's the one you turn to.
It starts with a Vigil pick, then it's just a double spawn pick, and after that, Solitov goes aggressive. Everything was predictable in that take from M80, but most importantly, what do you see from Falcons after they get the first 2 picks? They keep on going. Solitov keeps on fighting. He does not care about that man advantage. He wants more. He's hungry for kills. It goes to show that it won't give up. The resilience is there. They believe in themselves. Solitov, 9-1. Only after 4 rounds. The best player in this tournament keeps on going.
Absolutely balmy business. That's when I thought we might...
What is balmy business?
Balmy.
That's obviously a very British word.
We've had some very, very good conversations with Leo about British ways sometimes. You ever heard the word balmy before?
No.
It means like crazy. It's like balmy, I don't know.
That's a...
Like a bit mad, like...
Yeah.
That's a honking level of siege.
Oh, that's the one you got from Fresh. I know you've learned that one from him.
Too much time next to this guy, and I will learn a whole vocabulary of slang of the UK.
Attackers are heading
I still remember a conversation with you about shoes once. And you were like, how do you differentiate between these, those, and some other word? And I was like, wow, this is actually really hard to describe. I was on about ownership, proximity, all kinds of stuff. It was absolute madness. But yeah, fair, my bad. I won't say balmy business ever again, just for your sake then, Leo.
In terms of ownership, it looks like Falcons are looking to take ownership of Consulate. 3-1. 3-1. They now find themselves in the advantage, but let's not get carried away, EU fans, just yet. I don't want to spoil the party, but Falcons' attack win rate on this map is only down at 35%. They are going to have a tougher second half. That much is a fact. But they can only do what they can do, and right now that is win defenses, and that is exactly where they are. Gravini is going to get down there with the Selma. Look to breach towards backside. It's going to be a slightly more direct push, not worrying about the top floor too much this time.
They're completely ignoring the roamers for now. As you can see, the rest of Falcons, they're just holding the site, abusing the utility. Kiba barriers making the stronghold. The Kate preventing the breaching, and Yela making sure that no one gets the backstab from that server side. However, they still have players upstairs. They can still go for a flank.
Oh, speaking of flank, one shotgun beats out the other this time around. Gunnar removing Solitov at point-blank range. The second dock would be cool coming online here. And of course, we still have those tracks on side for Gunnar. The pairing together, lethal for working your way through the map and even through sight in an execute.
Why hunt the roamers if the roamers come to you? Now he can focus on the other one and choose the wrong operator. Likefak is still upstairs, but Deimos strikes the Azami on site, and that will get him a kill.
Yeah, small mistake made there by Gunnar. Probably quite fair to assume that you might see Leaker back around the map. It's what a Goyo often does. The Vulcan canisters get put down. He becomes a roaming headshot machine with the Vectors in.
Gaveni is just working his way through these layers of defense, but it's all eating time. It's all taking its toll. Down to 50 seconds left to go. Leaker still out on their own, but he will be picked up. Kino manages to find the man advantage. M80, 4 versus 3 now. A lot of HP left on the side of M80 as well, but Falcons, 40 seconds. They are dug in. They are behind their utility. They've got the ward and they've got the Keepers. Can they hold on?
It took the second Dockerby call as well to keep tracks on Leakerback and finish him off. That's not bad. It does give them the numbers advantage, but they won't have the call available for the execute itself. Gunner's gone, no tracks available. They're going to have to flood here and crush these 2 or 3 players on site. That's certainly one way to get it done elsewhere, but it's Freeday who domes Kino at the bottom of Spiral. Now a challenge upwards coming in from Shaiko. He's dug in that little bit deeper. It's a 1v2 as he finds the first, looking for the next. We're coming down to the final few seconds here as well. Someone's got to try and stick, but no, they don't make the same mistake as they made on Chalet. They go for the kill, not the plants.
The whole time, they hold on to that man advantage. They make sure that every single kill after that initial opening kill is a 2v1. And they trade, and they trade, and they trade. And M80 plays the best game, the strategical one, the team one. They play as a unit. They move on to the bomb site and secure one more attack round. That's really bad news for Falcons. They need as many defense rounds as possible. They need that round 6. Otherwise, it will be really difficult comes attack.
Yeah, real big pressure round coming up for Falcons. Like you say, they've got to get it. We've got to remember that lower attacking win rate. This is, at the minute, I feel, going in the favor of the North American side. We've yet to have any tactical timeouts taken on Consulate. There's also the opportunity. We have seen how impactful Fabian's tactical timeouts have been so far. If he needs to pull that trigger and interject, that could well buy M80 the couple of rounds that they need at any point. So Falcons, as you say, need to keep the pressure on.
Boo. Boo that man. I'm sure it's far from over just yet. Of course, the operator ban's having quite an interesting impact on this game. Triple shield ban means M80 aren't able to be quite as, dare I say, safe in how they want to approach things. They have to be that little bit more careful. They can't afford to face check something with a Blackbeard, with a Monty, with whatever else. They are having to be more measured. And of course, on the other side, we spoke about these bans with the Solars going away and the Fenrir early on. The Mute now joins them, so it's trying to restrict the ability of Falcons to deny intel away, and it's making M80 play a very different game to what we've seen throughout the series thus far.
Yeah, I think Falcons needed a change in strategy. If you look at the way M80 has been playing, they've proved again and again they can execute the right way. They know how to play around the late time. And so now, what do you see of Falcons? You see the Valkyrie, the Ela, the Mozzie. They are trying to play aggressive. They want to deny the entry points. They want to play around the map. They understood that the main win condition was to get in the face of M80 and win those gunfights on the back of Solo Tough, who's dropping yet another amazing map.
3 C4s available for Falcons. They may have read into the M80 are playing things slow and want to play around those C4s later into the round here. Let them take their time, and yes, Gunner could be the X factor in this round. He could be the guy sneaking his way through, past the bulletproof cameras, past the Valkyrie, and hopefully finding someone. But as we've said, Falcons are playing this and waiting to use that utility to close the round out.
Bernie takes a little bit of damage there as he just tries to make the peek through. Again, Falcons not over-committing to those gunfights, not giving away too much of themselves, forcing M80 to do the work. We're halfway through the round, and they're still chasing them around the map, Leo.
M80 needs to get an initial control, a little bit more pressure over a meeting, and once they get that, they can start working onto the exhibition bomb site. They get lobby control, and the fight happens here. Solotov is still fighting. He needs to get a pick here. He wants to fight as much as possible towards that bomb site, not let them take it for free. The C4s will be the late round condition, but only one is left already, with 1 minute left into the round. And that's already pre-placed on the ceiling, by the way. It's not going to be able to be played from the basement.
This feels like it's going to be an absolute bloodbath in the dying few seconds here. Both teams, of course, it's in Solotov and Gunner pass each other like ships in the night. A little bit of damage being taken back and forth. They managed to force him out. Solotov no longer able to play inside a lobby. Had to move himself around, so a good job at least of massaging players around, but like said, it's going to be explosive. They do not have top floor control. It is going to be chaotic, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly is, Kino. He's getting himself into position now just to hold that angle through sight. Hope somebody gives him something. Nade goes in, does not do the trick. They were hoping to move that player. It's Solotov who's just in behind the screen. He pops out, Kino finds him, and here comes the bloodbath. 14 seconds left to go. It's all going in favor of M80. One kill after another. Kino has found the space to put the diffuser down. He is going to stick it. Brede manages to get a kill, but he's going to have to find 3 more, and he's going to have to do it in a post plant. M80 have the time to pull back into secure positions.
We spoke about how the players are going to start feeling tired, and you've just seen it from the IGL of Falcons. He gets 1 kill there. He guarantees himself a second. Brede, I don't think he's going to have enough time to make this one work. M80 close out the half, 3-3.
It's the same story round after round. Yes, M80 is slow. Yes, they execute with only a few seconds remaining, but they do everything perfectly. They're unstoppable. There isn't a single gap there.
The way they played around those operator bands was absolutely brilliant. As you would expect on their own map pick, they came in with a plan, and they've got 3 attacks on Consulate against a team that, like I mentioned, have got an 82% defensive win rate on this map. Falcons now really up against it, Tim. They lose 4 rounds. And those dreams of finally getting a grand final win, they disappear and turn into a nightmare.
I will say this, between these 2 rosters, I don't think it's so much a story of Falcons and any player on that team not playing well. It has to be M80 playing exceptionally
100%.
well. That team is just on another level of innovation and of team play. I don't think it's a single player on that roster that goes completely crazy. I think we're just witnessing the birth of a unit, of a team that is just so much more in advance in the way they play.
The way I best summarize it is, again, what we've heard Fabian speak about. They just know coming into this game how the other team's going to play it, what they need to do about it. And let's make no bones about it. It's not just on Fabian. There's a backroom team behind M80 that have had many a sleepless night preparing for all these games. They've had to battle their way through. But in just 10, 15 minutes time, it could be done.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Into round 7 we go. The tides turn. M80 move on to the defense. This is the test. These are the rounds for Falcons. They need to start winning these attacks.
Well, others, of course, watching this game at the same time as us, and Jackie Chan once again has some thoughts. Jack, what you got for us?
Defuse a bomb.
Than 50% attack win rate on this map. In fact, they are only good at attacking the top floor. The exhibition bomb site on Piano, the cafeteria garage bomb site, they have a less than 20% attack win rate, so they're going to have to pull something out if they're going to get at least overtime on this map.
Not exactly a fantastic prognosis there from Fresh. Feels like it could be a rough half.
But at least they will be attacking the one bomb site that they prefer, right? The top floor one. They'll be poking around, trying to find a solution, and a quick entry point here from Nikefak, trying to apply pressure, and he dies instantly.
Good night.
Gone. The opening death for the IGL, who's had a rough start.
Yeah, he's had maybe 1 good map so far throughout it, and it's tough because Nikefak at times, as well as being a brilliant IGL, is also a great player. And Gunnar, that's a way to shatter the mental.
That just screams to me that M80 know that they are on the downhill, they're on the right side, and they are racing towards that finish. You said it at the beginning, Laxing, of course, pointed it out, that they will want to make this a sprint, they will want to get this done here and now, and that screams that they are sprinting for that finish line.
Still so much stall as well, right? Smokes, chankers, impacts to toss through. They can hold on for a good while here. We have still got 100 seconds in which to work. Shaiko caught out there by the Denari, pinned for a couple of seconds, can't do much off the back of it. Still pause and slow, just for a second. All these tracks in the back pocket. I'd love to see him make use of these here as well. Solotov taking a bit of spray there coming out from Gabeni. Now pushed back by the fire taking place, and this is where the stall will come into full effect, Tim.
Peeking around the corner here, trying to get something going, but there's absolutely nothing to be found. Gunnar is there waiting, ready, pounces with a headshot, takes him down, and it leaves Falcons now 2 versus 4. Make that 3 for Gunnar. He's just collecting them at this point. They're in his pocket. He owns this top floor. And right now, there is one more available. Kino finds it with a shotgun, and M80 take their first defense, and this could be the start of something really special for the NA team.
One step closer to the major trophy. On the back of that first kill, Liquefact tries to get aggressive on the top of Statue or Spiral. He's spotted quickly, dispatched by Diffuser, and after that, everyone's locking down. After that, the rest of the team, all 4 teammates at the top floor, they lock down the perfect crossfire. And the same lineup using the Denari and the gas grenades. A completely different take than Falcons had in attack. Way more readable here for the Falcons.
Just looking like the momentum has drastically shifted. We've said it a lot, but they are in control. Consulate is their backyard, and they're showing it with the kind of confidence they've played with.
And the sheer aggression here, that jump out from admin, that screams, like you said, Tim, that they believe that the hardest part of this grand final is behind them. They believe they had it in them now. They're on one of the best maps of that roster. In fact, their highest preference map. They're on the defense side. They had 3 attacks. They're only 3 rounds away from possibly lifting another major trophy, from possibly having Kino win his first major, from possibly Fabian being the first person ever to lift that major trophy as a player and also as a coach.
It's a funny story looking through the entry stats throughout this game as well overall. It is not a pretty picture for Falcons, currently down -8 across the series. And the player dragging M80 through so many of these, Gunner and Hot and Cold, 10 and 6 and 6 and 2 respectively. It's again that aggression, the willingness to get up in Falcons' face that's been doing them so much wonders. They're always catching them by surprise, the jump outs, the surprise aggression. They really do just like they're a little bit, just a little bit further ahead than Falcons this time round, Tim.
Gonna be just trying to change things up a little bit here in the approach, Falcons. We saw Shaiko just relocating out of the building, gonna look for another point of ingress. It's gonna be Liquefact roaming around in the basement at the minute, trying to track down, but look at this, they've got him on the pulse scanner the whole time. That information from Hot and Cold is gonna be fed back to his team. They're gonna know everything that's going on around them. Kino, Gaveni have both taken some damage though. Here comes the challenge.
Damage is all well and good, Tim, but it's got to be kills they're collecting. That's their first phone call coming out. Again, I always sing about these 2 operators for Falcons. Dockerby, Deimos, bread and butter for them, but not if they can't capitalize. Hot and Cold on the pulse, taken away. A lot of that information now disappearing for the side of M80s, who've still got half a round to go, Leo.
But the control is very limited for Falcons. They can get more man advantage, but they need to start on getting more control here. The problem is that they cannot execute on site yet. They don't have the flow control. And even though they have the man advantage, they need more than that. They need to flood, they need that kill on the player here.
Kino's the one to watch for. They've got no nades to really make him move as well. Shaiko just holding and waiting. As long as he can keep one player pinned down, then it is far from the end of the world. Kino made him going upstairs. No, he's gone downstairs here, actually. Hovering around with that C4 in back pocket. The other 2 players both upstairs. And so Falcons have really got to respect the damage that can be done. Kino working underneath with that C4. Tim, they could delete them here from top floor and basement without ever having to fight them on the ground floor.
And it just shows exactly why they are playing so well. Both of these teams today looking to find answers at every turn. We can see utility being dumped into the site by Falcons. Kino, however, he's the one with the utility that pays. It's going to be a nitro. It's going to be a kill onto Brede, 2 versus 2. As Users is there with the trade, but Gaveni picks up Liquefact at the same time. Users, Shaiko, they've got it all to do. Malusi, the track comes in, but it doesn't matter. Gaveni has got the answer. He backs his teammate up. Shaiko, he might be able to stick the plant. They find some damage. They find enough. It's 4 in the round for Gaveni. It's 5 on the scoreboard for M80.
I said earlier in the series, Gaveni's been having an incredible tournament. And when you need him to start going big, he had the massive round on the previous map and now a 4K to get one of those 3 rounds that M80 need to wrap this up.
It's all good and well to get 2 opening kills, but if you don't have any single control on that map, if you don't have the control of the top floor, nothing you can do.
Tag time up for Falcons. Let's take a listen.
Try run round, full default, with multi, we go step by step, no gaps, and then we progress. We can try to be direct as well, and like rotating above mid-round, because it's good to know. We put pressure side, we let them have the doubt what we're doing, and then we rotate above. But I feel like what we did that last round was really good, but then we lose control of the map, you know? We don't have drones, they just like keep refragging. So we either play really compact together, or maybe 4-1, or maybe more direct to side, okay? Yeah. Let's go, guys, round by round. And remember the rush on CO, the W7M. If you guys feeling it, you can do okay. Let's be creative, guys. Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
To the end, guys. To the fucking end.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. It's not over yet. Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
That's the change we're looking for. That's what's been missing at previous events, Tim. But being hyped doesn't guarantee round wins, I'm afraid. We need to see Falcons really stack up here and get something magic happening as we step in to round 9.
M80 now just 2 rounds away from an absolute dream finish for them here in Munich. They know what this is all about. They've got plenty of experience stood behind them as well to help guide them through. Of course, in that tactical timeout, Fabian will have had the opportunity to feed back to his team at the same time, and we've seen the impact. It's been visible as the impact that those tactical timeouts have had for M80 today in the grand final.
Magical round for Gavin as well. 3 kills on the vertical, Leo.
Yeah, we called it before, right? They needed that flow control, otherwise there was no way they could go for the plant. Thinking of Fabian, there isn't much he needs to call now. M80 has been 1 step ahead every single time, especially in defense. They know exactly what they need to win. They play towards that late round. They wait for the execute to happen, and they deny it. And the same story will apply here. As they go defend tellers, they've got information with the pulse again. The information has been the backbone of how M80 wins round. And this time it's on Kino. Who's again, having a great game despite his support role.
I always worry when we get to this point. We've heard teams talk about it throughout the tournament. When a team starts running back to playing Shields team, especially the Monty, that's panic station. If you heard Julio speaking during the timeout about wanting to see the play like a 4-1 split, spoke about that being the old way. Back when they were on BDS, that was often how they'd play. They've definitely evolved over time, but is this a hark back to what they're comfortable on, maybe?
Shaiko's got himself straight into the map, just looking to create a bit of space here. We can see that front breach opening up. They are looking to push across from basement, from that garage entry, and put pressure direct onto site, horizontally, rather than worrying about getting that whole map control, Leo.
It's slow, it's steady, they're getting information with the drones, and most importantly, they're compact. They should be in a situation where they should get trades. The only loose one is Likefak now. You've seen him on the ground floor. He's looking for a first pick. If he dies here, there is no trade.
The problem is, every move they're making is being read by M80. They see it on the Solus, they see it on the Pulse. They've got more intel than what Falcons do. They're down to just a couple of their drones being left alive here. They've been chewed up by Gaveni running around on the Solus.
But Gunnar is here. He's in piano. He knows about the Ash. He knows about the Ash in lobby, and he gets a kill. And like I said before, Likefak is by himself. There is no trade potential. And once again, that's the opening kill going the way of M80.
I think they're just going to try and hit site here. They've gone in pretty rapid. But you've always risked now being hit on the flank by someone. The shield up nice and close. Brede asking questions. And answers so far still being given by M80. They make it the 3rd. They're about to go to championship point, Tim. And a flawless round is a great fashion to do it in.
What an amount of momentum that is going to give M80. They are playing, quite simply, beautiful Siege right now, Leo. This is a phenomenal performance from them. I always say it's one thing getting to championship point, it's another closing it out. But I have no doubt about the ability of this team to do exactly that. They are operating on another level right now.
The innovation is at an all-time point, I think. Once again, completely spread around the map, exactly the control they need. They let Likefak go through. They have the information with the pulse and also the default cam. They play around it. That exhibition player gets rid of him. And after that, they just wait for Falcons to push the site, and they go and flood onto them. They've been in control of every single round. And the problem is that the adaptation of Falcons is not on point. Likefak is lurking around by himself. The rest of the team is not managing to get that much control. If Likefak dies, then the rest of the team dies with him. There is not a single shot call that could save them. His Likefak is dead. That's the problem. If they lose their captain and in-game leader, I don't see an adaptation here.
I can almost guarantee now for Falcons that all too familiar sinking feeling is setting in. M80 looking to be that torpedo that sinks their dreams of finally overcoming past demons. 3 grand finals. They have lost when it mattered most. They just couldn't break through that barrier. And there's all this talk about SI, but if you can't win 4 events, Tim, is SI really going to be any different?
I truly cannot imagine what it must be like to be sat in one of those Falcons seats right now.
The anguish.
Leo, you come closest to having an understanding, of course, of how that feels, but even you haven't been in that position of this is the 4th time. You know, it's going to be tough for them, but look, they've got to put that out of their minds somehow, and that's what separates good players from the truly special players, is an ability to do that. And Falcons, they've got to show they can do it right now. They've got to step up.
They owe it to themselves to give it a good fight, right? They need to not give up. They need to prove that they can come back after multiple match points. It's really important, even if they lose this, that they show to all fans out there that this Falcons has improved, that the mental is there, that the resilience is there. Whether they win or not, they need to prove they can still fight back, Des.
Less about Falcons and more about those that look most likely to lift the trophy, Tim. Of course, Kino, the only player in the whole lobby not to have won a major, is on the brink of doing just that. Fabian, about to become that first player and coach to win an SI and win a major, the only player and person to hold that accolade. So much about to come true for these boys.
And that pulse keeps on feeding information. It's been on a different player 3 rounds in a row, and still it drives so much intel. M80 is not giving anything to Falcons. The win condition is clear. Tachenka, Smoke, and the C4 of the Pulse, they've got everything to deny the plan in the late round.
Looking real torrid for them here as well. Again, everything's being seen. They're being impeded from start through to finish. Liekefak gives a little bit of hope with a kill. Kino, yet again, tagged down low, but not finished off those smokes and keep on going. And we know what he can do with a shotgun, Tim.
We certainly do. He's just going to be a bit slow for Falcons here, possibly, though. The track comes out, 4 versus 4, as the fight back is on from M80. Kino is low health. And here come the Falcons, Des. They managed to get another one.
Oh, miss out again, though. Hot and Cold put low, but not finished. That's the second player this round. It's into a 3v3. Falcons going to slam the brakes on here as Hot and Cold scatters to the high wind. But this 1v1 between Diffuser and Brede, this could be a big one. Blackbeard sat on the doorway. Still got the shield in front of his face. The knockdown comes on through, and there's the support. Liekefak nearby to assist his teammate as we get into the last 30 seconds, Tim.
2 versus 3, Kino. Hot and Cold, both low health, holding on to side. Solotov is going to take a little bit of damage. Falcons, they've got to go soon. We see Hot and Cold just dipping away, trying to keep himself safe. He's looking to deny the plant. Falcons have to recognize that. They have to get in here and do something about it. Brede is going to put the plant down, and Falcons look like they are going to hold on for one more round. They keep fighting. They find an answer.
1 match point saved. 2 more to go. Falcons is proving once again the resilience is there. Look at their faces. They're still in this tournament.
Do you dare to dream? Do you dare to bet against this Falcons team not being able to win 2 more? The odds are against them. But M80 have shown that they are not infallible. They can lose rounds on the defensive side of Consulate. All it's going to take is one small gap they find, and Falcons will still crumble. There is a lot for them to do, Leo.
Absolutely. And that one round, that one single round to me screams hope. It gives hope to me, to you, to the crowd, to these guys, that they can still make it. That's just 2 rounds. 2 rounds is nothing. That was a proper attack, that one. And they can do it again.
Munich, you've heard it said many a time, but if you want them to get this one over the line, they need your support more now than ever. This is what it comes down to. Still 2 more rounds to go, and even then, they'd have to fight their way through OT. Fight with them, and you may yet be rewarded.
Going to be a top floor defense coming in from M80. They have got 2 more opportunities to close this out. 2 more championship points. But as I said, the pressure that you feel under that championship point is just another round of siege, right? Wrong. It builds, it eats away at you, and everyone that slips by will make it more difficult for them. They will want this done here and now on the top floor.
And look at this setup, it's completely different. This time, Gavini, they've lost the pulse. They're going on the Vigil, on the Denari. They're going to play aggressive. The late run condition is there with Holt and Cole and Kino. They've got the 3 gas grenades and the gas canisters and the fire canisters. But Gunnar and Gavini, they're going to get aggressive.
That must be the 3rd round in a row now. They've tagged someone on the side of M80 early in the round, taking them down a few points. What could have been a headshot and giving them a massive commanding advantage just isn't going their way. Hot and Cold lives to fight another day. Still has 20 Schumachers in back pocket.
It's the exact same strategy. Liquefact going downstairs with a buck, but the rest is an admin take. And as you can see, the Vigil, the Denari, they were there to try and prevent that admin take, that admin push. They've burned a lot of time, and it's exactly what they wanted. They are not giving up that admin. They're falling back. They're going to hold the site. They've burned almost 1 minute there. And Solotov and Bride, they advance. They're trying to get the control. Gunnar and Gavini will come later. They will try and prevent that execution with sheer firepower.
Falcons have got themselves in full control over of the admin side, but right now it feels like there's just a little bit of a struggle for them to move forward. M80, they are dug in deep, playing behind that utility. We see, I think, maybe a little bit of a misthrown nade there. It's going to leave that shield in position. It just shows what the pressure can do at this point, Des.
Diffuser working his way up from the basement as well. Probably trying to hunt down Liquefact, who they know is sniffing around underneath. What a crucial kill it would be. And another one where Liquefact will get caught out with 0 knowledge about what's going on below. Venny's up on the top floor, still on the Vigil as well, keeping himself busy around long desk. That is going to be the first battleground here.
Liquefact knows he's just baiting. He wants to kill. Shaiko drops Gunnar. They've got the opening kill. Diffuser wins the fight against Liquefact.
Tachanka is looking to challenge. Diffuser manages to find another. It's 4 versus 3, but we see a team kill. Kino takes out Gavini. The plant is going down. The pressure continues to mount onto Hot and Cold, but he fights back. He digs deep. The Diffuser is down, and the retake is on. The Blackbeard is still alive. There's 30 seconds for M80 to close this out. Trying to use the Schumacher launcher. It's a 1v1. It's Hot and Cold versus Shaiko. Falcons keep themselves alive for 1 more round. We're getting all 12.
2 match points saved, and Shaiko, we said it once again, he needs to tell in that grand final. He gets a triple kill, close out the round, gets the clutch they need. He's there. And he's not giving up.
They're fucking slow as fuck.
Yeah.
We can do CEO Clash.
CEO Clash. I think we do
have
CEO
those there.
Do we bring Cade though? Because like them getting pro is ass.
Yeah, I can
Get Cade or even fucking Vanity if you have.
Yeah, you can go Benny.
Can we just give up the Chonka?
Don't be afraid.
Yeah, I think we go with the Chonka.
Give up the Tachanka, and then we relax. Hold the end of round. Let them walk into our crossfires. That's all we need. The Clash is going to mess with them. What I am going to ask you for now is that they're probably going to try something similar and then pull. Or do the other way around. Deep breaths, guys. Deep breaths.
Yeah,
This is all in our own fucking hands. Fenner is great.
The Clash. Who's playing the Cade now?
I am.
Let's get this fucking done, guys.
Okay. What
We
should I play
have
then?
this in our hands.
Whatever
It
you
is
want.
our game. I believe in you guys.
Wait, switch the top. Yeah. I'll play.
Telling his team to take a few deep breaths. I feel like I need a few. Just so happens that once again, Shaiko is the guy that's left in the 1v1 and finds another way to keep his team fighting.
What a crazy call from Fabian. He's going to call that roster to go to the same bomb site again 3 times in a row. They're going to go and try to defend it once more. Falcons have showed everything in that attack. It's the same story again and again. 4 teammates take admin, Liquefact alone with the buck downstairs. But every single time, they're always late. And M80 goes back to that bomb site again. Fabian has just called it with 1 single adaptation, 1 operator that could do the difference. And that is Clash. Clash to slow them down. Clash to stop the execution. Will that be enough?
Of madness again, Tim?
I think I fancy a map 5, if I'm honest.
don't think my art can take it.
Oh, absolutely phenomenal stuff in this matchup. Look, one thing that can be said for both of these teams, without question, no matter how this ends, map 5 right now, overtime, it doesn't matter. Both of them have left absolutely nothing. They have given everything that they have got to give, and they continue to. Fatigue could start to become an issue.
Or heart attacks, Tim.
We are a long way into this now. It's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of stress, and it just keeps on going because Falcons this time will not go quietly into the night.
And they're doing something entirely different. They understand they cannot run the same strat 3 times in a row. Fabian's call has forced them to try and innovate, try to do something new, but can they do it every single time they've went away from that attack? They've failed. They have to do it now to save the final match point and make it to overtime.
Call me a cynic, but I don't know if the Clash is going to fix everything for them. They've tried with the Chanker a couple of times. Hasn't quite offered what they needed. It nearly burnt Brede to a crisp in the prior round, but he managed to escape just in time. Eventually went down to the gunfight anyway. But they're really going to have to hold on here, Tim. As I said, let's get this done, close it out here, and now it's your game to win. The Falcons, you just feel something's in the air.
Solotov manages to pick up that opening kill. They're using those shields to pressure 4 versus 3 as we get a bit of a back and forth. Brede does take a lot of damage. 3 versus 3 as Diffuser manages to find one. The challenge is there onto the Blackbeard. 3 versus 2. This could be the moment. The NA team, plenty of time left on the clock for them to eat up, but Brede is low health and Likafak has got a serious job to do.
No utility available here for the defenders to stave off this shield. The last call comes on through from Likafak. They have to do something now, Tim.
1 minute left on the clock for Falcons to rescue themselves, but it's 3 versus 1, Des. This is Brede left on his own on a Monte. Most of these players... No, it's Likafak. He's left alive. He's 1v2. He's fighting back. But we look at the side of M80, they've got him either side. Most of these players, they took the title in Manchester, but they were scattered. When the wave that they rode crashed back with a bang and new blood, they've beaten all opposition. M80 are your Munich Major champions.
And I don't think for a second we can say it is not deserved. Cinderella has her moments. She goes to the ball. And these boys in Munich, they've worked their magic. Kino with his first major. Fabian taking an accolade no one else can have. They can only dream of holding it. And maybe, just maybe, we're coming into a new era of Siege.
Fabian once again makes history. A crazy achievement. The first major for Kino, look at that. He was calm, cool and collected. That retake gives them a major trophy. 2 majors across 2 years for the core of East Coast. And look at what it means for Likafak and for Falcons. Dropping in the 4th grand finals in a row. They now have to come back and prepare for 6 Invitational in Paris.
I don't think it matters which side you've supported today. M80 deserving of our praise, of our applause, of everything they've won. And at the end of the day, it's heartbreaking for Falcons, absolutely. But let's not forget on the other side, for every loser, there has to be a winner that is more than deserving.
A phenomenal performance from M80, not just tonight, but through the entire tournament. It takes a lot to win it, and they've shown exactly what is needed.
So nice for these guys as well. A number have got their parents around. It's a lot to celebrate with both friends and family, but of course down on the stage, the man himself, Ian Chambers, is standing by with our winners.
What a grand final. M80 #1 with a bullet, blowing all competition out of the water, ultimately ending the dreams once again. For Team Falcons, I'm standing by here with the main man himself, Gunnar. You've done it again, and you fought so hard for this one.
Yeah, I mean, you could ask anyone in NA. No one would have ever thought I'd be a 2x major winner. The first one people said was a fluke, but here we are. Everyone here is fucking shit that we play, I'm just kidding, but
GG's everyone, and let's fucking go!
Listen, I want you to go with your teammates, grab that trophy and bring it right here. Center stage in front of this crowd. Bring it over here. And you're going to raise it high. No, guys, you got to bring it right here. This is it, center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, your Rainbow Six Munich Major champions, it's M80! M80, I know you're going to celebrate all night. Hot and cold, let me have a quick conversation with you just briefly here. This is your second major title. The first time around, there were some question marks. Was it a one-off? What do you think you and your team have proven here tonight?
I mean, obviously, we've proven that we're not some one-off miracle run. We got what it takes. I mean, we're going to keep racking them up. I'm not stopping until I get an SI.
That's next.
Yep, that's next for us.
I love that. Hot and cold, congratulations. Where's Kino gone? I want Kino over here. Wow. Come here. And Fabian, come here as well. Kino, come and join me here. Congratulations, man. You've been part of this scene for time, and you are the only member of this roster who's just achieved his first major. How does that feel?
I don't even know what to say. I'm literally crying right now. It feels amazing.
You deserve it, man. Congratulations. Fab, come on in here. Let me have a quick chat with you. Come on. Right here. This man has done everything there is to do in this game. 6 Invitational, winner as a player and as a coach. And now a major winner as a player and a coach. Your legacy just continues to grow and live on. But I know for you, it's not about you, this, is it?
It's not at all about me. This team is so hardworking. They believe in everything that I brought to them. And the way that we work is not because of me. It's because of all of them embracing it and building the team culture we have. Without them, I would be nothing. So it's all them.
One thing that I really enjoyed, I've been watching you and your coaching methods verbally a lot over the past few days. But in that final round where you knew you had to clutch up, you brought a real calm demeanor. You relaxed your team and you brought it home. How important do you think it was to make sure everybody just kept their head?
They kept level-headed, but simply small fixes was all we needed. It was so close. And when people have small nerves, it makes it more difficult. Calm them down, just let them do their thing. One thing is for certain with us though, we're not fucking done. We're gonna take every fucking trophy we can, and if anyone tries to stop us, I wish you the best of fucking luck.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Guys, go and raise the trophy one more time. You deserve it in front of this phenomenal crowd. One more time, Munich, for your major champions, M80! We've all been saying it. It's arguably been one of the most competitive majors we've ever had. And worthy winners putting NA on top. M80 close out the show as your champions. And that leads us on to looking ahead now. Our next big one is, of course, where we celebrate 10 years of the beautiful game that you love. The 6 Invitational 2026, February, Paris. See ya in the City of Love.